Yeah. Oh, hopefully everything is working. Looks like it.
What's the distinction between an Irishman and a Brit?
Oh, I mean, like culture,
An Irish and an Englishman.
Culture generally. Like it depends. It depends. Like
nothing to do with genetics.
Not really. I mean, like it depends what you're talking about. It depends what you're talking about. Like the British generally. Like the British aren't really British. Most of us are either Norman or some Viking descent.
Yes. No, I get it. And the Saxons and blah blah blah. And like you guys created a new nation out of the mixing of those previous nations, and that nation is called English, right?
Psychotic.
Sure, but the ties back, like if we go through like kind of like Scots and Irish and everything else, is so intermingled with the English. It's almost a meaningless kind of breakdown. But culturally,
how meaningless is it? Is it meaningless to say that, say in Sweden, where you have tons of West African immigrants that are coming in, they're economic migrants that are now setting off car bombs and grenades? Like, are those people Swedish because they have Swedish citizenship now?
Yes.
I
wonder if he's just got a delay, because I know the internet not the best. He's the boyfriend of Stardust. Wait, really? Who is Richie? Richie's the person I'm going to be debating tonight at 8 p.m. And he's apparently, I have not seen, I feel like I've talked to him before, but because he looks familiar, but I don't remember. But he's fucking crazy. This guy's like a Christian nationalist psycho, like hates everything. And is, again, another fucking pro-monarchy person. Like, it baffles the mind.
I think if you share the values of the place you live, I think if you're integrated, then you become part of that. I think it takes more than citizenship to be considered something. But I don't think, you know.
Yeah, I was not expecting this. I really should do this, because the same thing happened with Rachel, where like I didn't really like. I had seen Papa Fascist debate before, or Andrew. I don't know why. Dead Davy or whatever, but I already kind of knew tactic. But like, holy fuck, this guy also just lies. He just straight up lies. Like, it was saying something about literacy rates and the Department of Education. He was just like, he just straight up lied.
I think play a part in it. I think you're actively attacking like the society you're in. I don't know whether I'd refer to you as of that society, but if you've been there for multiple generations, sure.
Probably gonna get
but
really
if you just come
annoyed.
in and got citizenship, probably
multiple generations. Okay, all right. If you went to Japan and impregnated a Japanese woman and got
also making me uncomfortable.
whatever Buddhist ritual they do that bonds you in an anime or something. I don't know. Outside of marriage, I don't know what the Japanese do. But how many? And you guys had children together. Would those kids be considered Japanese?
They would be considered half
depends
Japanese.
Where in Japan? Because it depends. It depends where. Because again, urban environments are going to be much more liberal than rural environments. Like if we were in Akasawa, probably not.
Okay,
but if
he's kind of doing the thing that I do, where I'm way too charitable. Where he's like assuming that he's coming at with good faith, but I don't think he is.
If we're in Tokyo, probably.
So your child would be considered Japanese and not mixed race.
I think you can be I think you can be mixed
race, but everyone calls everyone else
Japanese.
bad face.
Yeah,
so.
with the Japanese, it depends. They might not fit. They may not fit in perfect.
Usually, for my standards, bad faith would be lying.
Okay. But again, like a Japanese person might be like, if you're Japanese American, you've never been to Japan.
Oh. Also, what he said earlier was he said the illiteracy rates are lower than they were before the Department of Education was created. I think that's what he said. The Department. I don't want to go back. Whatever. I looked it up though, and the Department of Education was formed in like 1980, right? And before they didn't even start taking like stats, and when they did start taking stats, they broke it into 5 different categories. Where before then, before 1980, they didn't have any stats. The assumption was that it was like 80%, but that's been like widely criticized because they didn't have any like standardized testing for stuff like that. So it is now sitting at around like 86 if we're talking about like general. Like certain like demographics have different literacy rates, but like in general it has been sitting around 86% for like years. So if even he was correct with the 80% number or whatever, he'd still be wrong. Because it's above that.
Japan. Your family goes back in Japan.
Why? Well, hold on.
generations.
Maybe this would be easier. Why do we need the hyphenation? Why are they a Japanese American and not
Because
an American?
Americans are fucking weird. No one else in the world does this. I've got no idea why you need the fucking hyphenation. Like, I wouldn't say somebody is.
Do you know why you need it?
I'd be like, they're British.
is
Because
kind
I
of
can
weird.
visually put that person in a pattern in my brain and say, oh,
Yeah, that's a bad
that
thing.
person's from Japan.
Why
They're
do
also
you
an
need
American
it?
citizen.
But why do you need that when nobody else in Europe does this shit?
Literally everybody has. Oh, the hyphenation thing. We don't do it. The entire idea of the whole. They call it. Sorry, long day.
Sure, take time. It's fine. It's fine.
Civic nationalism. The concept of civic nationalism. Cucked Americans have been like, yes, invite everybody, because so long as they all have American values, they will just integrate smoothly into our society. And they point frequently towards
What
the
the
Irish.
fuck
When
are
the Irish got
American
here, we also sent them to destroy the
values?
South. But
Oh
they
my god, this guy. You know this motherfucker's racist.
were similar enough that actually after a generation, they did integrate pretty well, spoke English well, got jobs, drank all of the booze that we made. It was great.
Oh shit, you're a fan?
But there is
Why do you think that can't happen with other people? Sorry, carry on.
I think it's because of a
Do they like live together? Or is it like an online dating thing? Or I mean, not that it matters either way, I'm just curious.
genetic similarity. I think it's an
'Cause his lighting looks like shit. And hers is really good. So I feel like yeah, I know. Ride With Me was telling me that. Well, she needs to fucking fix this shit. Well, I'm saying together, but I'm just saying like, come on, dude. Her lighting looks fantastic.
It's not purely genetic, but there is a
Oh, they don't live
there's a
together.
shared history. There's a shared brain chemistry, basically. The Germans, for instance, they're still
Absolutely. Well, it's gonna
like
be
when
a
the Germans
mess.
came here. Ben Franklin was horrified, and he mandated that
I should have
everybody
watched
speak
this
English because he
before
was
I did my
horrified about
research
different nations
document.
setting up in the U.S. And the Germans have effectively integrated into the U.S. Although there still are parts.
I had
of,
a
like,
long weekend.
I mean,
Yeah, funny that
Upper
ancient
Midwest.
China did that as well.
Yeah,
Would
well,
I
they
sit
also
on
executed
Donald
all their
Trump's
enemies.
face?
It's like
No.
90% Han Chinese now.
Like, you think that you were telling me that you think that Donald Trump would give like good like, I mean, besides the obvious other reasons, like good cunnilingus, bro. Like, you really think that he's got the capacity for it?
Yeah, but they outlawed.
What's
other languages.
Han Chinese? Is Han Chinese a nation?
Well, this is my question, isn't it? You're saying there's like this shared genetic history, but there's also nations, and you can have people with sort
Sit
of
on my face now.
different genetic backgrounds. Like you can have shared cultural stuff, but generally it's
Maybe
kind of
you
a
never
bit
know.
wishy-washy because
I
so
think you can tell.
much of us are like kind of bound by the history of the Roman Empire.
Would you say that
Do you think if I wear a low-cut shirt, his mind will blow up? Or he'll just call me a whore?
We're a product of like 2,000 years of weird diversions.
I think that might be a strategy, though.
say that in the United States, for instance, if I were to say that there are many nations living under one state, would that be a fair statement?
I'd amend it. I think that it's a product of many nations coming and uniting under a state. Sure.
I came more than
So-
stitches. Well, according to Stormy Daniels, he isn't, I think. And it looks like Toad. Something?
People that don't speak English, are they part of the nation?
Yes.
I think if they embrace the fundamental creed
Okay, I don't like his takes on this.
of Americanism,
Like learning how to
exceptionalism.
Which is what? What the fuck is the entire point of America is that it's diverse. I'm gonna chalk that up to Euro brain. But isn't that what like Sargon of Akkad says? Oh, I'm debating this guy. Not this guy, but this guy. You can just show your armpits, not like like not cyanide. What is too small? Well, I assume it would be too small if it was like, couldn't get to the spots. I mean, everyone's got different. It's not like all women have the exact same like G spot, or people with vaginas or whatever.
Like learning how to read the Constitution.
I mean, just people in general. Not all people have the same like position G spot. It's not like it works like, like even like obviously men have it like in like your ass or whatever, and it's not like those are all in the same place.
I think again, like this is why you look at citizenship tests in like I don't know what they're like in the US, but in the UK, a lot of it's British history. It's like trivial stuff.
There's a million illegals coming here every day, or every.
A million illegals coming every day. Really? So there's 300. Wait, so isn't the population of the United States only like 300 and what is it? Like million, obviously. God damn it. Population of the USA. UA, god damn it. USA. My nails are all fucked up from the Ren Fair, so yeah, 300 and okay, so according to him, I mean I guess he's correcting himself. But that would mean within a year our entire population would double. Prostate, what did I say? Oh no, like it is your okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna get into it. Billion? There's not 331 billion people in the United States. There's only like, what, like 7 billion in the world? Something like that?
Every year. 1 million to 2 million is the estimate under Biden's presidency. Are those people
On this
Americans
topic,
now?
He literally
I think they have the potential
himself.
to become Americans. Coming and uniting under a state.
So what did he say?
I
still think he's lying. He's lied about other stuff.
Many nations coming and uniting under a state.
Oh, I didn't go back for now.
Would you say that in the United States? Would you say that
we're a product of like 2,000 years of weird diversions?
Did I go too far?
Would you say that in the United States, for instance, if I were to say that there are many nations living under one
a
state,
million
would
a
that
year.
be a fair statement?
Wait, did I go too far back? This guy's like all over the place.
I'd amend it.
Illegal immigrants yearly? I mean, yeah, and are lowering birth rates, so that's fine. Just make them legal. But they pay taxes and shit. You worry that there are 11.3 million immigrants in the country. Okay, so that seems like he's still wrong. How many legal immigrants enter the U.S. each year? Pew Research says 10.5 in 2017. Wait, that's not what? So I have this other study then from 2019. Oh, COVID slowed it down for a little bit. That makes sense. Yeah, immigration's a positive. Like, it doesn't even really matter. Like, who gives a shit? Like, America's supposed to be an immigrant nation. Like, I don't understand. I mean, he's a Christian nationalist, so I mean, like, I don't know what I'm expecting. Like, it blows my mind that these people exist. I don't get it. I don't get why. I mean, like, because their logic just boils down to, I get to be racist, even though ironically they're probably anti-Semitic, which is, because Jesus was Jewish. Like, he just like hates like we cannot fall into the temptation to want some sort of like Vanguard party shit with people like this. But freedom means that you get to be fucking retarded if you want to. Or have like really dumb opinions, I mean, not that you are like, you know what I'm saying.
I think that it's a product of many
you don't get cold. Like, this guy would get cold in the world that he wants.
Uniting under a state, sure.
Jesus'
So
body count?
people that don't
Dude,
speak
he was
English, are they
slamming Mother Mary.
part of the nation?
Or not Mother Mary. Mary Magdalene. You know he was.
I think if they embrace the fundamental creed of Americanism,
Like learning how to
exceptionalism,
learning how to
manifesto
read the
Undocumented
Constitution.
workers don't qualify for
I
entitlement.
think again, like, this is why you look at citizenship tests in, like, I don't know what they're like in the US, but in the UK, a lot of it's British history.
There's
It's
a
like
million-
trivial stuff.
There's 1 million illegals coming here every day, or every year. 1 million to 2 million is the estimate.
I don't know where he's getting that from. February 2022, a new record high. This is right after, I guess, the COVID thing, to 1.7 million since January. Okay, I mean, who gives a shit? Like, why even go down this route?
Under Biden's
And it's fine.
presidency. Are those people Americans now?
I think they have the potential.
I wish they were, as in, like, they were legal citizens of America. Like, if you're a citizen of the country, you're fucking American, dude. Like, even if you're, like, an illegal and you lived in America for, like, I guess, hold on, let me rephrase that, actually. That's, because then that would assume that, like, I think just in general, it's not really that important. But yeah, I would say, like, if you have ties to a country, then you are of that country in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm, like, a anti-border type person, you know, in my anarchist way, because I don't really think it matters that much. Well, that is true. He does control all bodies. I mean, we didn't even hear about him until he was 30, after he was like a baby, bro. You don't know his teen years. Maybe he was slamming puss, dude. Yellow Bell rolls dice progressive? Yeah. So progressives, he may bring up this talking point that the cost to America. Yeah, I was thinking that too, but it's like, okay, so what is it? Like, when we talk about like social value, it's not really something that could be like calculated very distinctly. And also, that's fine. We can operate at a loss. Like, we don't, like, do you think the military has any returns? Like, what do you think the military does, like, financial returns? Like, it is so fucking expensive to keep up with that. I mean, I know obviously this guy just thinks that everything is good, that is good is bad. Like, he's like literally like the Antichrist, but he kind of looks like it too. Holy fuck. Can you see that? You can see the devil horns. He's got like kind of like the devil facial hair going on. I think this guy might be the Antichrist. And the Antichrist always says that they're gonna like pretend to be like religious or whatever. What are traits of the Antichrist according to the Bible? Maybe I should do that in my clothing. Does not provide a clear and comprehensive list of traits. He is described as a deceiver who denies that Jesus is Christ, or oh, okay, well I guess that doesn't track. Antichrist is also called the man of lawlessness, who opposes and exalts himself against everything that is called God or is worshipped. The Antichrist is associated with signs of wonders and deceives that so he lied though about that other stat, the education one. As a leader who gains great political power and authority over the nation. Oh, I don't think he's probably gonna do that. Also associated with the mark on the right hand or forehead. Zoom and enhance. Yeah, it's just the U.S. jobs program. But again, like, it doesn't have like a direct return. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you have things in your society that you need to do. Like, do you think like old people should just like die? Like, I think he wants to go back to like the whole old school. We push them off onto like or like Midsummer, like where you just use Sudoku when you're like 70. The Pog. Freedom around the world. The Uber freedom. My favorite app. Never just die. Well, I mean, yeah. Should have watched this. Like, again, like, this is like the self-report. How, what's the quote? Like, every is an admission. I mean, the fancier way of saying a self-report. Every accusation is an admission or something like that. Yeah, longer life is. I mean, also like it's good. You know, I think that like people being able to share their wisdom for a longer time. Like I think old people do give value. Much as I don't think as many of them should be in positions of power for as long when they start being crazy. Which is also, if he thinks, okay, because then that would also be like what a king is. Like, if you get like a king gets like senile, he still like gets to rule, generally. I mean, he'd probably be against like living longer, so it's like the most. Because I don't want to get into a Bible debate because that's fucking boring, and I don't care because like the Bible contradicts itself constantly. It's also pro-rape, so that's not really something that I'm down with, obviously. It's also pro. It's pretty much pro like pedophilia. It's pro everything that's bad.
Become Americans.
I'll come back when you have
By breaking our
humor
laws to get here
glasses.
and not learning the
Fair
language.
enough. Again, maybe I should be the cleavage streamer. I'm gonna break his brain.
Do you think it's right to break laws? Do you think it's right to steal bread to feed your family?
No, it would still be a sin.
Okay, but many things are sins; they can be forgiven. Do you think it's an understandable thing to commit?
Sure.
Do you think it's understandable that you want your family?
Yeah, I know I won't, but it's like
I don't have a problem.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's no like winning. It's not really the point of the debate. It's more of a I guess this one I should be looking at more of a rhetorical debate. We'll see how it goes, but I think it's just going to be like kind of like more of a blood sportsy thing.
To have a better life, I am simply trying.
I know I make them a shit ton of money every time I'm on this show.
Get down to what is a fucking nation.
Well, this is the thing. Like, what? I don't get why the genetic.
I don't need the emotional appeal. I don't need the emotional.
But why does the genetic component matter to you? Like, if you've got the shared ideology.
Well, okay, I moved on from it. I get that it offends you. Fine,
I get that. Stronger in theology than probably.
It offends your sensibilities.
Seems well educated. I don't know.
And them breaking our laws to get here.
Can you link his channel?
Still under the
I want to follow him.
That, yeah, they'll probably be.
But those are emotive examples. Okay, let's tie that away then.
Wait, what the fuck am I doing? I'm literally looking at it.
The American ideal. If they go, well, wherever I came from, I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to live in a country that is prosperous, that has given like
he only has 500 subs.
What my life is going to look like. That I recognize that this is a good place to live. Do they have the capacity to become American? If they follow the creed.
Let's go.
Oh no, but he's playing Sonic.
As I stated earlier, the largest movement of people in human history happened in America since 1960.
Wait, is this the right person?
I like genuinely.
Oh, it is. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, is he like a normie guy? What does he do for like a... Wait, but you're sub to him? What the heck?
65 and is still going on.
Harry, he loses the debate.
The majority of those are a drain on Americans' tax-paying base. At what point is it okay to stop those?
It's more of like a chatter, I guess.
Like, at what point is the average American's
You guys are telling me that they're dating, so pick a lane here. Oh, because of Stardust? Fair enough.
They'll need to be decreased. What level of poverty do we all collectively need to reach before we have...
I'm going to try and date her, though.
sanctified the racism quota.
Okay,
we are no longer racist because we're all this poor. At what point...
That's... What? Well, when we eliminate systematic racism... Yeah, these people are just going to lose in the end. We love that.
Do we need to get?
Okay.
Like, you know they'd be pissed off. In their fantasy world that they want, somebody like this person, they would be cold. Like, straight up.
Oh, fucking hell. Firstly, when we're looking at kind of immigrants coming to
countries, I mean, he's basically a Nazi.
Or legal. Generally, they work more, not less.
Which, again, the Nazis are very dumb.
Economic migrants. You can make that argument for like certain things like things that have happened during the refugee crisis.
You don't know the numbers.
You talked about how
you're totally... You're off base.
Okay, but I don't like
illegals are a giant net tax drain on.
They don't. What?
How are they a tax drain? Just give me examples of what they're draining.
Okay. Medical care, infrastructure, that's road.
What, are they fucking up the roads? What do you mean? What? Okay, then give them citizenship. If that's your opinion, man, then seems like it would be really fixed very quickly if you just let them be citizens so they could pay their taxes. You think like illegal immigrants like just like love being illegal immigrants and having to like be under the radar and have to constantly be in fear of ICE and stuff like that? Like no, just give them like citizenship. They'll pay their fucking taxes, bro. There's no proof to say that. Like even when we're talking about courts, like courts for like your court date, I think like 98% of even illegal immigrants show up to that court date. Court date, citizenship rates. How often do immigrants show up? I mean, if you're talking about illegal immigrants, like the biggest ones are like people like Elon Musk who just overstay visas. They have citizenship because then they have to pay the wages and give them benefits, yeah. And you don't want them having rights, you know? So they don't want you to unionize either, right? Oh, I probably should say illegal. What would you call it, like an arraignment? Or no? Court case. %. That's probably higher than like the average rate of like anybody showing up for a court case. Rate of US citizens showing up for court case. I mean, that's a really broad. What? Oh, failure. I was like, what? 18%? In 2006, depending on the type of offense. The argument. What, that he overstayed his visa? He was technically an illegal immigrant. The same strategy here. How would you answer? How do we know when systematic racism has been solved? Good question. I think it would be a ongoing process that would require studies as are consistently happening. I mean, like the fact that we're basing any of our points off of like anything obviously means there's somebody researching it. So I feel like that's going to be a determining factor that has a lot of, that there's going to have to be a lot of determining factors that would go into that decision of when racism is solved. I don't know what solving racism necessarily is. It's not necessarily something that I think can be solved, but I think that we can solve systematic racism. Like we still have like, I don't know why we think that this country has been like, it's not like slavery was that long ago, dude, or like Jim Crow was that long ago. There's people that are alive now that remember that shit. Like, I think that people like you are the problem. Like, once you die, basically, it'll probably get better because people like you are the problem. And you're a dying breed. That's what conservatism always is. And the world's going to be progressive in the future. And you just can't fucking handle that, can you? We're obviously trending in that direction because especially if we're talking about like if everyone's like all mixed race, like it's kind of hard to be like racist against them, you know what I mean? I do not make OF content anymore. It's still there if you want to see the old pictures, but like I'm not making any new content. Uses a political tool. That is true. That is racist. That is correct. I mean, I thought you were talking systematic racism in like America. He's going to get social issues. Are you strong on the LGBT stats? Are you strong on the LGBT? What do you mean by that? Or what am I saying when I would be saying that? I mean, like, he's a Christian national. Of course he hates the gays. Right, but when I'm talking about systematic racism here, I'm talking about America, right? I mean, obviously, I can't fix the problems in every other country from, like, or I don't have enough understanding, but, like, there is a chance that we can very much limit, like, because, to be honest, race is very much I know it's, like, tiring to hear it, but race is a fucking social construct, dude. It's just what, like, the collection of phenotypes is that important that we have to divide people that way? Like, I understand when we're talking about the injustices that are done in, like, from the past that were racially divided, like, that were along racial lines or whatever. And those things, I think, are important to recognize. But I think more than anything, if we're trying to get rid of that, it kind of becomes more of a class thing. Like, because they were disenfranchised for so long. Like, it's like, I think it would be better if we're talking about, like, reparations. Like, I'm getting a little off topic here. That it would be for, like, the historically black communities that are probably not just a bunch of black people living there. It's probably a bunch of mixed people living there. Like, I just think, like, it's going to become very hard to determine when we're talking about, like, people who have, like, down the line, obviously, where, like, I mean, even now, like, where people don't necessarily like, we're fucking all Americans, dude. So it's not like there's a lot of very distinct cultures, in my opinion. There's regional ones, and that's like the people from, like, New York or whatever are different than people from, like, California. If we're talking about, or maybe that's a bad example, Florida are very different than people in California. And those obviously are different, but I don't think that, like, really race is gonna put that much into a play down the line. Like, especially if you're talking about, like, I am mixed race, you know, so, like, I don't I maybe that's, like, something that I struggle with, where I just don't really think that you know, if you get mixed race stuff, it's like it's not gonna matter, you know, like, how the fuck are you gonna be like, caring about that? Like, which check boxes am I gonna have to fill out? Like, all of them? Like, why does it even matter? Like, if we're talking about, like, your I guess the utility of, like, mentioning, like, race in, like, a governmental sense is gonna become pretty not useful later on, you know. Want to get rid of it? Yeah, I know. Cultural lines and identities have been built. Things, yeah. And the commerce and brands are. Well, yeah, I don't know. Break down all of that before we can heal. Wait, what do you mean? The breakdown commerce and brands that are built around, like, what, race and stuff? I mean, yeah, there's definitely a. I mean, that's, like, the idea of diversity, right? Like, isn't that the entire point, where you just have groups of people? Like, you know, you see all different walks of life, different, like, groups of, like, being inclusive. I mean, that's the entire progressive value, is that it's supposed to um make, like, stop white being normal. White heterosexual being normal, because that's not normal. Like, you think that, like, it's kind of like the left hand argument in a lot of ways. Like, there are people that didn't fit into that mold forever. It's just the whole colonizing bullshit with the beauty standards and stuff like that. Your framing is bad. Yeah, I am terrible at framing. Again, like, I was thinking more of. I didn't realize it was going to be this crazy. So I was not ready for that. I had a really crazy weekend. Not to make too many excuses. What do you think I should frame it as, though? Teach away. Have a cap or limit? Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, like, what do you mean, does progress have a cap or limit? I think that we should be always trying to better ourselves. I don't think that, like, We're talking about progress in general. Like, would does technology have a limit? You know, white as not normal. Should not frame it as white as not normal. I'm saying, well, no, because white was like normal, and like that's when people get pissed off. When, like, whenever they see like the like a black person in like a traditionally white role, like everyone, you know, all the fucking right-wing psychos are like, oh, it's too progressive, they're trying to get rid of it or whatever. It's woke. It's possible to go too far. I mean, it's always possible to go too far. I mean, like, you're climbing a mountain, like, just like literally, or do you mean like as a policy? Well, I think the idea is that everyone's, you know, there's equity. So I don't really, I feel like the thing about like going too far is like, I don't think that's really possible because like, what are you like stopping a progressive once we've like, you know, gotten equality? There's still gonna be people out there. The entire idea of like freedom means that there's gonna be people with bad ideas. You know, so you're still gonna be progressive fighting against those bad ideas. Like, there's not really like a like you're not gonna like we hit a point and then just history just stops. That's not how it works. Like, and we're not always constantly trying to like up the ante necessarily, but you're still always trying to advocate for, because the second that you stop doing that, as we saw, we have regression. Like, with like bullshit, like you have to keep pushing for progressive values. Like, even if you have them, you have to still advocate for them, because there are people that have bad ideas, because what you want as a progressive is freedom. Freedom for everybody, which means that the people with the bad ideas still get a voice. Maybe not as powerful, obviously, but they still get it. And I've seen extreme versions of progressive ideology throughout history. I mean, like, sure. I mean, like, what do you mean by extreme? Like, you could say that, but like, there's extreme examples of like everything. I mean, like, the main tenets of being a progressive, I think, are kind of inherently self-regulating. I mean, there is some like aspects of progressivism that sometimes thinks that like sex work is bad, but I don't agree with that based off of the idea of being progressive and what that stands for, with like equality and, you know, equity, etc., etc. You focus on race, and any action needs to be denormalized. On the breaking down of social groups by race. I don't get what you're saying. Sorry. Uncertain race is not healthy in discourse. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Become defensive. Yeah, no, you're definitely right with the defensive thing. It's going to be an important point that we will disagree with as everyone gets a voice, even those we disagree with. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably focus on that. Like, so that's what, like, progressive is just like, it's like a... I mean, progressive policies is like company regulations, too. Like, I find it so hard to think that you could disagree with progressive policies unless you're an asshole, basically. Well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Roads, telephone poles, electricity, federal housing. A lot of times, a check every fucking time they need to eat food. What do you mean, how? Oh, well, that's doing the right thing, right? Just taking from all of the actual contributing members of the country and giving it out to the poor people because, well, they just wanted a better life. Are you really going to deny them a better life of not doing fucking anything and they just get free shit? Some fucking morals, man.
Okay, but again, like, you're looking at, I don't know, I'd have to actually see some really fucking hard numbers to say that like the majority of immigrants that are coming to America are from other nations are a complete drain, as opposed to the other drains you have on the system. Like, let's like, again, like,
so they're less drainy. Is that what you're saying?
Well, generally speaking, yeah, like an individual is going to be like, well, no. Like, again, like, we're talking about like an individual. And again, I'd need to see some really hard fucking numbers.
Just but okay, we can get into. I can send you some stuff post debate. I really hate getting slogged down and we must study, but I guess just as a hypothetical, take it as a fact.
The biggest thing is like, if,
face, right?
Oh, sorry.
If
I win, if I get everything that I want, this person's life is probably going to be better. there is a very, very, very low chance it gets like anywhere near worse, and it might just stay the same. But it's gonna help other people. If he gets his way, he's probably gonna get murdered by this king that he wants so badly. Because he like sneezed at the wrong time. In the presence of like the king or something, and they took it as offense, and then he's just like killed. Like,
still okay to let people come into the country, collectively decreasing the level of quality of life for the tax-paying citizens of this country, because those people want a better life. Just generally speaking,
naturalize
if they're a
them.
net drain, should they be here?
They're not, though. If we're talking about
just taking that as a hypothetical, let's divorce it from what's actually happening in America. I'd say if you've got a situation, if you actually had a situation where people were like, everything else was fine, but you had like literally barbarians at the gates and the doors were flung open and it was just people running through the streets with nobody doing anything and just taking everything. And at the point where everyone's quality of life is decreasing, yes, that's a point where you can step in and say, right, we need some controls here.
This guy's single. I feel like people like this somehow like get married, but I don't. But you know his wife fucking hates him. Because I don't know what he like does outside of this. There's no like links to his stuff. They married trad wives. Yeah, like the so they get all pissed off because they probably don't exist anymore. He's like 30 something, so he's probably married. Probably got like kids and shit like Andrew does, but wish I knew like anything about him outside of this, but that's probably for the better. I don't like people knowing about me.
But at the same time,
so if that was happening, you would be okay. You would be on board with me in mass deportations and a total moratorium on immigration until we figure out what the hell is going on.
I don't think I'd be okay on a
like that was I mean, it was sped up. So
moratorium on immigration because again, like this is lumping
in.
Like again, do you want to get rid of people who are productive?
Do you want to get okay, fine. Then we can only take the 95th percentile of IQ tests, and they need to be Stanford Bernese.
What? IQ is what?
Why do they need to be IQ tests?
I thought we went.
Bro, who the fuck takes an IQ test? Like, what are you taking one online? Like, do you get like an official IQ test? Don't you have to like go in to like a testing center? How do I take an official IQ test? Such as Mensa. Okay, so the research and find an organization that offers official IQ tests. Contact the organization to find out more. Okay. So also, why does IQ even fucking matter? Like, what do you think people that like have like this is so exclusionatory. Like again, like you think that people's like Elon Musk is a fucking idiot. But yet he is very rich. It's like, okay, like there's probably a lot smarter people that are not like capitalist brained, like that are doing like the research, you know? Like what?
Over this already. Smart people are more productive.
Smart people, okay, look, sure, but again, like, why take just like
smart
look, if you've
people
got
are
an IQ
more
of
productive.
over 110, you're going to be pretty.
What does he mean by that? I mean, if you're talking about productive, like, what is your metric here?
Fucking productive, right?
Well,
like
you have the potential to be. You could be a lazy fuck, but generally speaking,
sure. But again, like most people are fine. The people who are actually around like 80 are not that common. Like again, this is part of the problem with statistics. Like we can go, oh, that's a real problem, but it's a small minority because generally speaking, we're not at the point where we've completely fucked ourselves with the system. Like a lot of those people have died over time because they haven't survived. Like if you're really dumb, generally.
The irony of that is that it's kind of against like Andrew's philosophy, where it's like, okay, but like men better because they lift heavy things, even though there's no significant value or difference between IQ based off of being a woman and being a man. But like his whole thing is that like you lift strong thing, men strong, so men better. It is the opposite. Not that they're like friends or anything. I don't know if I'm making the wrong connection. I just assume they are. Because they're both pro-monarchy, of course. No, IO. Or, I don't know what time it would be there.
You're not successful historically. Now,
Do you know
about,
the
like,
average IQ of Haiti is?
A very poor country that doesn't get enough nutrition? I don't know. Who the fuck is spending the time to, like, IQ test people?
No, but I don't want to get into IQ in other nations because you and I are going to have contentions over how IQ tests are done on other.
I fucking hate. Oh god, it's so annoying. It's 9, just solid 9.
Races and things because so there's no point having that because neither.
Yeah, let's steer
sure.
clear of that topic. Clear that topic anyway.
Yeah,
all right, go
like
ahead.
we're not going to fucking get anywhere because we're not. Like I don't.
My guess is he's probably a race realist. Which, oh my god. Yeah, I need to start doing this more where I watch other people's debates. Just call him a racist. He'd probably like be like, why is racism bad? Like they always astonish me with their takes. Like I didn't think Andrew would be pro monarchy, but he is. So that was even surprising for me, considering I've even watched his stuff before.
The value of IQ tests. I think there are other factors, but I think if you've got a skill that somebody needs, whether it's medical nursing, whether it's military, whether it's like computer science, whether it's engineering.
How do you like make somebody fall into the trap of like admitting that they're racist? What do you think is the best tactic for that? Because he says that progressives are evil. Some advantages? Like what? Is a good way to do it? Because there's like no significant IQ differences. Depending. I don't want to do the IQ debate. It's so annoying. Because it's like the whole standard of like IQ testing, it's not really something that's been very consistent by any means. And I just kind of find it boring. And it doesn't even mean anything. Like even if some like Ashkenazi Jews are like, I guess like considered like the highest like average IQ or whatever. But like nobody actually gives a shit when it comes to that. Naturally have lower IQs just because they're black. And also get them to spout off about 13, 15. IQ is like, I don't know. Have you guys ever taken an IQ test? Like, I mean, I've never like taken one online. Like, somebody's asked me like, "What's my IQ?" Like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck? You know yours? I should just like lie like 2000. Fuck it. My definition is well, yeah. I think people have racist tendencies because I think racism is like more of a tribalistic thing. That like there's definitely studies to show like if you are around a lot of different diverse people, like the likelihood of you being racist is like significantly lower. Like if you like grow up with them, I mean. Just perfectly fine to have some folks that maybe. What does that mean? Always been in the range of 130 on a random. Why are you taking IQ tests like all the time? Narrow garbage. It just seems like a really weird thing to do. I don't think it really matters that much. Because I think a lot of them, like a lot of IQ tests, even back in the day, were like based off of like cultural signifiers, like where I think a lot of the questions were purposely made so somebody who is foreign would not necessarily know the answer to the question because it's just not like they don't even get what the fuck they're talking about, and that doesn't make any like obviously that is not a good qualifier for how how smart you are, because I would assume that you would want to brace intelligence based off of like your ability to like comprehend things or like critical thinking. Yeah, they're only good for joining groups like Mensa, which I still think is also kind of silly. I think it's just a gatekeeping tool, really. I think a very old school gatekeeping tool. Into IQ test is something to do. Oh, just like for fun, that's fair. In your own, well, it's not language. It's about like cultural like if you're. I'm trying to think of an example. I remember hearing one the other day. They'd be like they'd ask like Christian questions sometimes, whereas like if you're not of that religion, then you're not gonna have any fucking idea what the hell they're talking about. Like weighing brains or measuring skulls, yeah. The smarter you get, true. It absolutely is. That's a good way to say it. Yeah, it's just an intellectual dick measuring contest. And it's like, it's very silly because it doesn't really factor in a lot of things. It's like, you think that there's just like a one size fit all, like, oh, what? Because you're really good at like, I don't know, calculus. You're going to be really good at, what English? Like writing? I don't think that's really how that works. I know they factor in different areas. I get it. But I'm just saying, like, I think that being good at a lot of different things doesn't even mean that you're the best. But yeah, it's just like like dick measuring contest. Like, what is even on an IQ test? These are free. 1, 2, 3 test. Oh my god, I definitely don't trust this website. Ultra Fair Classic. I don't want to do math. I have to pay for this? What? I'm not paying for this. Okay, the real IQ test is if you pay for an IQ test. If you paid for it, you're already an idiot. There, will I have that perpetual... I'm not paying $10. Only pay if they can guarantee me a high score, yeah. Mensa IQ Challenge. Oh, this is the... Do they still do this where they like give you like a big grant for whatever? Oh wait, this one's free? Oh, this is provided for entertainment purposes only. Here. Wait, why the fuck am I doing? This is gonna be so boring. Right, we have a debate. We gotta prepare.
Electrician, what the fuck ever a country needs, you take those people in because
we'll
that's
do it
good
later.
for your economy.
So if that
I'll put it on one of my tabs.
Would it be moral to deny all social
What I'm really
benefits to every immigrant in America for 3 generations?
Okay.
Wait, what did he say? I wasn't listening.
Would it be moral to deny all social benefits to every immigrant in America for 3 generations?
Why would you do that? Immoral? What? You're Christian. I don't think that your idea of morality is should be akin to social policies, because that seems very odd.
Okay. I think you could make arguments. I want to be clear. I want to be careful.
Show us your search history.
I may.
Hey, I've been looking up a lot of. I've been researching. I'll show you my.
Maybe one of those statements I make that then I find other things and I revise. So I want to be careful about it. I just want those provisos. I think that you could probably.
So a lot of these are submitted by you guys in the Discord. If you haven't already joined the Discord, you can do. There's content suggestions that we like to go over.
Like if you're a refugee and we have a responsibility as a civilized state to take care of refugees. You can argue with me this later. Then we take care of refugees. We take care of people who are from nations where they are literally going to be killed if we send them back. And like we have that good moral responsibility to protect people from the terrible circumstances they're in. I think if you're an economic migrant, I think that like benefit should be like dependent on like you reach a threshold, which is what most countries do, right? Like you go, if you want to bring your family here,
How the fuck are
or let's say
you?
you're a citizen,
No, how the fuck are you, Pi?
and you want to bring over a partner or something
I'm
else.
okay. I had a really annoying experience yesterday. I went to the Ren Fair, which it was annoying that it didn't work. Streaming, I mean. And it just wasn't as fun as it was the year before. Because we went like with a bigger group, and it was just like, I don't know. There was I mean, the Ren Fair itself was the fun part. It was just more of a personal thing for me. But I also stubbed the fuck out of my toe. I tried to rescue a dog that got out at the campsite that I had to follow around and like walk. Like I didn't even like get to experience a lot of stuff because there was so much like other stuff happening at like the campground part. And then like somebody like there was like a White Claw sitting on one of the porta potties, and like I knocked it over and it went into like the bowl of the porta potty. And I'm like not gonna fish that shit out apparently, but then the person who I guess paid for that porta potty to be there got really pissed off. This is on the camping ground, by the way. And then was like walking around to every single person that they could talk to, and this is at like midnight, dude. Or like, oh, it was a girl that did it, like whatever. Like they're like yelling at people. They're like, oh, they didn't even close the top of the seat, which I didn't even realize you could. It was just like, it was so fucking annoying. On top of the fact that I was having an argument with about, I'm not gonna say about what, but like I was having like an argument debate with like one of my friends, and then his wife, who was also a friend of mine, then got really mad about it and was like, basically, I don't care what you're arguing about, but you're wrong, and then like was just being a kind of a bitch. And then she's like, okay, we're gonna go walk and you're not invited, basically. And then I was just like, okay, well fuck you then. And then I just like went to like the tent and like went to sleep. And then I was just like, I just want to leave, dude. This is so fucking annoying. Like it was just like, ugh. But sorry, I didn't mean to tell you that whole story, but that's what happened yesterday. So we actually ended up coming home like really late. Or not really that late, to be honest. We got home at like, I don't know, like 1 something. 1 or 2. Finally living in America with your man. Oh, we love that for you. We have a good Ren Fair in PA. Yeah, actually one of the biggest Ren Fairs in the country, I think, is the Dallas one. I think. The right mind's touching porta potties. See, it's like... Well, you're supposed to close the top of it because if like you have the top like lid, it's not the seat, it's like the lid part. Which I didn't even like see because again this was like pitch dark, so I like couldn't see anything. I like had my phone. I'm also really drunk. Like, okay, like the reason why you don't want the seat up is because like the chemicals will like because of the heat, and then the chemicals will you know stink up like the porta potty and stuff like that. And again was at nighttime, so not the worst thing. And then they're like freaking out about stuff. I don't know. Looking for an excuse to come to Texas. Yeah, I think that there's like a Dallas Ren Fair. I think that's like the biggest one. I think this is the biggest one. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's one of the Scarborough one, I think. All around, yeah. I mean, it was just annoying. Ours is pretty well known. I think I've seen the one in you're in PA. Yeah, I think like we've like seen people go around showing it, but like the one that we go out has like a lot of activities. I think a lot of Ren Fairs fall into the trap of just being like vendor like sprees, where there's a bunch of people selling shit and there's like nothing to actually do. But ours has a lot of like events and shows and stuff. So if you're ever in Austin, check out the Sherwood Forest Fair. Pretty fun. But yeah, camping has become really annoying. I don't know why.
You need to earn a minimum amount where we don't have to fucking take care
I
of
didn't kick
them
him
when
out of
you
my
bring them.
house. He's supposed to be paying me rent still because he just kind of wants like a landing pad here if he wants to come back to Austin and do collabs. Like he's just kind of like doing like a weird thing. I didn't kick him out. He's just been in LA.
You know, you can take care of them because you earn that amount. You have that stability.
Dude, Texas tacos fucking suck because it's Tex-Mex, and like Tex-Mex, honestly, is gross. I think that like Mexican tacos are way better. Like Tex-Mex is so gross. Barbecued food. We do have a lot of that. I'm just not really into barbecue that much. Adele's for a layover. I was so jealous. Nice. Well, not nice that you're jealous, but nice that you got some good ass barbecue or whatever. They will never see eye to eye. Bro, Tex-Mex is so bad. Stop. I mean, I also think that Cali-Mex is really bad too. Like, a fucking California burrito has fries in it. That is an affront to God. Like, I don't even believe in that, but like, holy shit. Like, have you ever seen like a California burrito? It's so gross. I had one in, of all places. I'm from NorCal, which I think you get a lot more authentic like Mexican food. Like, LA's got a lot of this type of shit, but California burrito. It's got like literal fries in it, dude. It's so gross. Look at this shit. You just slam some fries in there. I'm selling Mexican food in PA. Really? The first place I think of when I think of authentic. Well, yeah. Gross. Fries and gyro. I don't think I've had that. Was that like a California gyro? Did we want to piss people off? They have fries in it too. Oh, I just love pita bread more. I think pita bread is superior to tortillas with peace and love. Also, even though I'm lactose intolerant, I fucking love yogurt sauce. I love it.
To support that. You as an individual have made those choices. I think that's absolutely fine because we're talking about economic migration, and the point of economic migration is
mad at that opinion.
like you come do work, you do
I
whatever
love
the fuck
pita
you want with
bread.
your money, and ultimately, like if
you're just gonna eat a straight up like, okay, if I'm just gonna eat straight up pita bread, I would way rather eat that than if I were to eat like straight up tortilla or straight up like a hard shelled tortilla or a taco, like the outside. Like if I'm just eating the one thing, I'm telling you, pita bread blows everything out of the water, you know? I didn't want to ban that. He said because you said I dislike Mexican. That's fine. Mexican food, that's fair. It's a fair opinion.
get citizenship, you're a fucking citizen, but citizenship isn't earned right.
What if we
what
if we tax remittances? Do you think that that would be immoral?
Oh, you beat me to it.
What do you mean by remittances?
Remittances, sending money back to their home country.
No, I don't. I think people have the right to do what they want with their money. I think you can tax like transferring money out of the country. Like, but why would we tax people on what they earn? Like, that's their labor. They should have the right to.
Well,
do
the
what they
reason
want
we
with
would
their
do it
money.
is because we
Wait, but we already do that. That's income tax. What?
we would disincentivize people from stealing labor and
Yeah,
wealth
big
from
big
America and
Mexican
send it back
foods
to their own
trying
country.
to.
If they want to build wealth in their own country, they should build wealth in their own country, not take it from not loot. Basically, they are.
Okay, so Americans shouldn't buy from other countries? What? Loot? Oh my god, I think this guy might like destroy me in this debate because I can't square away with the dumb shit that he says. It's amazing to me that people are like this. But what is going on with my hair?
Looting.
Okay, so I've had this discussion before. Let's look at like what happened with kind of like low-skilled industries in the UK, with low-cost labor, low-skilled labor.
Did he just do an ooh woo? What the fuck was that, Andrew?
But okay, so I've had this discussion before. Let's look at like what happened with kind of like low-skilled industries in the UK.
Ooh woo.
With low-cost low-cost, low-skilled labor from the EU, particularly Poland. It is not the fault of Polish people that they came here.
Is it a donation? Why did you do that? Because somebody said that. Why did he do that?
Offered cheap money, often paid below minimum wage, and then were used by large companies to make massive fucking profits to run industries into the ground, which is what happened in hospitality. That is not the fault of immigrants. That's the fault of bad actors in capitalism. Like, again, like, if you want to make the argument that, you know,
immigrants have always been the fucking scapegoat. That's literally how that shit started with, like, the fucking Jews, dude. In Germany.
Let's say we've got somebody, like a massive company that, I don't know, say sends people parcels at a really efficient rate, and they have massive warehouses, shit tons of money, and they don't pay their workers properly, so their workers end up on things like food.
Wait, I want to screenshot that. Put it on my my thing with George Soros. Oh, God damn it, I missed it. Whatever. Never mind, I don't care anymore.
Like low-skilled industries in the UK, with low-cost.
There it is. That's the frame. I just want a bunch of dumb, like, things at the bottom of my screen because I think it'd be funny. Wait, what? Is that physically in... What? Oh. What? There. We're also funded by the Crucible. He actually pays me to be on these shows. He doesn't, I'm just joking. And... image. Drew Woo Woo. We're gonna name it Andrew Woo Woo. There we go. And we're gonna put it down there with George Soros and Dylan. We love that. All right, moving on.
Low-cost, low-skilled labor from the EU, particularly Poland. It is not the fault of Polish people that they came here, offered cheap money, often paid below minimum wage, and then were used by large companies to make massive fucking profits to run industries into the ground, which is what happened in hospitality. That is not the fault of immigrants. That's the fault of bad actors in capitalism. Like, again, like, if you want to make the argument that, you know, if let's say we've got somebody, like a massive company that, I don't know, say sends people parcels at a really efficient rate, and they have massive warehouses, shit tons of money, and they don't pay their workers properly, so their workers end up on things like food stamps and tax credits. Those companies should be punished for basically stealing money from the taxpayer. They have the money to pay their workers properly. They choose not to pay enough for their workers to live, and they are exploiting the system.
It's the concept. It's the concept of supply and demand. The workers are working there because they can't find a better job. If you can't find a better job, well, you should probably look into either.
You should probably just die.
That's more specialized.
Yeah, I mean, his argument is just you should probably just die.
Towards your job, or move into another field. And I know that that's hard. It's like the learn to code argument.
Yeah, but then
I mean, generally speaking,
COVID, why don't people want a job? Because the job's not paying enough.
Why did Ford Motor Company become so successful?
Ford Motor Company became successful because they paid their workers properly, and because Henry Ford did things like, I want people to buy my cars and show how great they are, including my own fucking workers, and came paid for a 5-day working week. And
interesting.
So what you were blaming as a fault of capitalism isn't actually.
I mean, let's be real, you know.
And I'm going to send
the car-based infrastructure that he advocated for. Do you think Fordlandia fucking worked, bro? Like, it's not like they're geniuses at everything, dude. Also, they had a lot of defense contracting, because plane engines were made by Ford, right? During World War II? Wasn't that like when they really popped off? Plane engine in the USA during World War II. The same with like Yamaha even in Japan. Were manufactured Manufactured by what company? Pratt and Whitney. Okay. GE. Okay. Allison. Wright Aeronautics. Was none of that? Or I swear to God, Ford did like, or maybe they're selling combat like cars. What role did Ford have to play in? I'll just say World War II. That's such a broad question. Oh, military vehicles. Sorry, my bad. Non-plane engines. Oh wait, no, aircraft engines. Bro, I'm starting to think I shouldn't believe ChatGPT. More than 56,000 aircraft engines. Why didn't you tell me that at the beginning? I guess maybe they weren't the biggest. They also build bomber aircrafts. I mean, wartime is always good for, you know, industrial manufacturing, obviously. When it comes to, like, wait, if it's not affecting, like, at home, you know?
Sound like the boomerist fucking libertarian cuck here, and I'm so sorry about it, but it's a fault of crony capitalism. Jesus Christ, just kill me. Just fuck.
Look, if you want to blame it on crony capitalism, you want to blame it on oligarchical
Do you need a
capitalism.
shirt change after all that cringe?
No. Andrew, all right, stop it. We might actually fucking agree on something. If you want to blame it on the way that the capitalist
They look like they could be brothers.
system has happened in America and the way things have been allowed to decline, not just in America but in the West generally, of basically supporting mega corporations that own fucking everything to screw over the worker and basically take power away from people and take their freedom and liberty away so they don't have the same options and freedoms. So
Yes.
mom and pop shops go down. Like, you and I are going to fucking agree. But like, I would suggest that those systems and those massive corporations are far more damaging to society than the fucking immigrants are.
Well, no, I mean, they sort of go hand in hand. Those corporations are using the immigrants for cheap labor, which is suppressing the wages for all
This guy's the most
average.
anti-American person, and you can tell that because my American flag is bigger. So go fuck yourself.
Workers in America. I mean, average incomes have stayed stagnant while
I mean, no, because he's anti-American because he's pro-monarchy. That is the most anti-American thing you could possibly be. Oh.
higher
Okay,
management
how
has gone
about
up.
this then? How about this then? Would you say that let's say I don't want to target immigrants, but I'm happy to target companies that exploit immigrants. So like we go, because I think it is exploitative. So we say, okay,
America? I mean, like, every country exploits immigrants.
well, if you're going to bring in labor, if we audit you.
Never heard of, like, the UAE and, like, the fucking exploitation that happens in Dubai?
Find that you're not paying enough, and then they're becoming a drain on the system. Or you're doing things like basically like working people to death and then fucking firing them so they end up on the fucking streets and become a further drain on the system. Would you agree that like taking those companies and punishing them would disincentivize people being, firstly, them bringing immigrants here just to exploit them, and B, like immigrants being brought here because they know that the company aren't going to be doing the same?
He owns 3 acres? What the fuck? Oh, funny thing, randomly, that this is my ADHD, whatever. But the 3 acres comment just reminded me of something that one of these, like, psychotic right-wingers said, that they wanted only landowners to be able to vote. Like, I can't believe these regressive people exist, and in this society that they want, they would be cold, let's be real here.
We already sort of do that. That kind of got ramped up under Trump.
Because they're doing outdated philosophy.
Called E-Verify. Basically, they have to verify every immigrant coming in electronically with a social security number. And
I'm with you. I think
if you are caught trying to manipulate that system, there are harsh punishments. I'm kind of skeptical.
He kind of just didn't say anything. What
about it? Because I just don't like giving the government more data. But at the same time, I don't know. Whatever.
Wait, he's a Christian nationalist and he doesn't want government having data? How can you have any sort of consistent worldviews here? Like, what do you mean? as a Christian nationalist, you don't like the gays, right? So, like, then how do you regulate the gays?
It works. I'm kind of okay with it. But they don't. The problem is that both the left and the right, they don't want to solve
Oh,
this
is he
issue.
doing fake libertarianism?
The right wants cheap ass labor,
The middle
and the left wants people that vote for them. So
Yeah, at the beginning of okay, we're at 57:39. He straight up says it at the beginning.
All my stuff is trash, but we have fun.
You know, it's always interesting when people come on.
Oh, wait,
All my stuff is trash.
Well-
I'm fine.
that just a random idiot on the internet that thinks he's smarter inside.
Like, share.
He says it in his intro.
It's a lot better that way. Let's do it that way. So, to the upper left, not to be confused with a rotten leftist.
Richie J.
Economic
I'm a
needs
rotten leftist.
and talents, and we have to sort of take this for as a society.
Okay, in his intro, he says he's a
There's something-
Christian nationalist.
Whenever you're ready.
A modern nationalist, or I guess you could say Christian nationalist. But
There it is. Sorry, unless listening that was out of context.
Pretty much me.
All right, with 4.5 minutes to spare, Richie, go ahead with your opening whenever you're ready.
yeah, I guess I'm more of a modern nationalist, or I guess you could say Christian nationalist. But I really
Yeah, so he's self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. So if he takes that back, then
system there are
I mean, again, he also lied earlier about the This guy's not coming in good faith, so just take it as it is. You know, it'd be really cool if you guys would be never mind, I'm not gonna say it.
are harsh punishments. I'm kind of skeptical about it because I just don't like giving the government more data. But at the same time, I don't know, whatever. If it works,
They have your
I'm
data, it's
kind of okay
fine.
with it. But they don't. The problem is that both the left and the right, they don't want to solve this issue. The right wants cheap ass labor,
It's the
and
Crucible,
the left
dude.
wants people that vote for them. So, like, our government isn't run by this
So again, at the end of the day, he doesn't believe in any sort of governmental system. He thinks both sides are evil, and it's just like, okay, so you just don't have any political opinions.
sort of it's not, I don't know, like minarchist society like it used to be. Like the
He wants monarchy. That is so stupid.
greatest experiment in freedom of all time, and I would argue that's
Sorry? Let me run that back.
isn't run by this sort of it's not, I don't know, like minarchist society
not
like
run.
it used to be. Like the greatest experiment in freedom of all time, and I would argue that's probably true.
Was monarchy? Well, I mean, the fact that it doesn't exist anymore, I mean, outside of like, do you think like Saudi Arabia is actually like monarchical and like they're the political stage, and that they're not simping also for the
But it failed
West.
because we are now ruled by parasites, because what was once a high trust society has been infiltrated by
this model of a state that is limited and minimal. Oh, I thought he was saying like monarch. Like, okay, I misunderstood what he's saying. It's limited. Wait, so he's like a libertarian all of a sudden, but he's a Christian nationalist. That doesn't even square away with how is that possible? That's like even less. That makes less sense than like people get pissed off at the libertarian socialists. Like what? This is like the least libertarian person. What? His min part is the church. Oh, so wait, he only wants the church to determine what the politics is. He doesn't want. I see what you're saying. Okay. That's really stupid. Because the fucking church has not been consistent on anything. And he's probably pro, this guy should probably be on a list somewhere. I really hope he is.
by people that simply aren't Americans and are only looking
I
out for
think
their own.
Americans have done just as much damage to the system as people who weren't Americans.
Well,
And
yeah,
that's your
because
argument that
We've probably done way more, let's be real here.
because we're
non-shared
Americans.
free.
We shit on all of the wealth that your
Yeah, he wants fucking Sharia law, bro.
country is getting because we said fuck you. Of course you think that.
Well, I think that because there are people who pulled a ladder up after them. There are
That's a
people
problem,
who have made
How-
money
and
off
how
a
did-
system they didn't really believe in.
And how did they do that?
What, in
How did
America?
they pull the ladder up?
Well, multiple ways. They got into
With more
power.
government, right? More government.
More government.
I think more manipulation of government.
The
I don't know if
barriers
that-
to entry, the barriers to entry for the
Damn, this guy's like sucking them down, dude. Folks, I don't know. Is that legal in Britain? I assume it is.
a lot of these industries is so high that it's virtually impossible to start up against a Google. And it's not even just because of the market cap, it's because of all of the regulations necessary.
What?
Okay, but so okay, look, some regulations. It's weird hearing Americans talk about regulations. Some regulations are needed, some are excessive. It depends. It depends whether regulations are put in place for actual protections versus kind of industry protections, because there's a difference. Like we need certain protections for things like environmental risk.
Well,
Because
because
otherwise-
especially after we bought 90 million people that like to litter since 1965, we need environmental protections.
I was thinking more of the fact that like
We bought what? What the fuck did you just say?
kind of industry protections, because there's a difference. Like we need certain protections for things like environmental risk.
Well,
Because
because
otherwise-
especially after we bought
We bought 90 million people?
90 million people that like to litter
What? We say
since 1965, we need environmental protections.
I was thinking more of the fact that like Russia, like fucking
how many? Why did we buy 90 million people in 1965? Did you just misspeak? I'm very confused with what he's trying to say. So the thing about these people is it's always going to turn into like, oh, well, the Bible says type of thing. It's like, okay. I'm starting to like regret my decision to do this, but but there's plenty of people in the world that are like this. Like, actually, I don't know. Like, is this guy's like philosophy common? 90 million people who like to litter? Question mark? Yeah, okay, they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
Radiated like an entire like I think it's like a 10 million people population or something insane. Might not be that much. Might be 100,000. Or like
The funny thing is the comments on this video. At no time did Beck of Crap. What's his name? Beck of Crap. Oh my god. Literal child brain. Live up to his accent or bad genes? Wait, so that doesn't even make sense. At no time. Wait, is that a compliment? Did he live up to his bad genes? So he was. So he did well then? Like, what? So he did not live up to his bad genes, so that would imply that it was good. I mean, I get what they were trying to say, but it's just like the way that they're wording it is very funny. The first part is like funny. I feel like he could have just like stopped it there, and then it wouldn't have been so racist, I guess, or whatever the fuck he means by bad genes. Maybe that was part of the conversation. I'm not getting the joke, but geez.
I'm actually with you there. Yeah, I'm actually.
Yeah, like I think
I'm an environmental
Oh shit! I have those same teacups.
myself, and I think there should be harsh punishments for destroying.
He's an No fucking way.
Actual environment. Although I think that should also be attributed to the windmill industry for killing all of our fucking birds. Have you seen the numbers? My God.
I can't go too deep into this subject, but yeah, I'll say I'm pro nuclear. Sure. Let's go that way. Like I think there's a difference between like what works and what should have stayed in test. Well, projects that should stay in testing. I mean, okay, so there's a big problem in the industry generally. Like I will say this. There's a big problem in industry generally in that industries generally have a 3 to 4 year plan. So most savings from things like environmental, like recycling internally in like manufacturing, for example, like
I'm curious now about windmills.
heat capture. So I think a 5-year turnaround for like you see it pay for itself in 5 years. So it's actually really hard to sell to.
Well, by his logic, you think that these dumbass birds that get killed by Darwinism, bro.
Industry, because like lots of things are like this, and they're like, well, that doesn't fit into the 3-year to 4-year budget, so we're not going to do it. And ultimately, like a lot of regulations are
140,000 to 500,000 birds annually, which is a relatively small percentage of overall bird population. Okay,
we think like we see this quite a lot. Like this is my problem with the EU. Like they go, well, this works here, so it should work everywhere, and it's just the national to state level. Look, I mean, again, like if you want to argue that the federal government has too much power, we should give more power to states. I think we can meet somewhere in the middle there. I think there are some things that should be federally protected, like basic human rights. But I think if your state works in a particular way, you protect how that state works. Because, like, especially with America, like people compare America to Britain, and that's a bullshit comparison. Because actually, America should be compared to the whole of Europe.
Oh shit! Zen sent me the thing. Oh, I was hoping Andrew was gonna host. Sedge. I know he's also pro monarchy. I thought that'd be funny. I'm stuck with Zen. Mute. I'm gonna enter the studio. Socialism in Modern Times. I assume he wanted to have that like weirdly obtuse name. Because he told me that it was going to be progressives are evil. Which progressives and socialists are not the same people. Just, you know, because you can be like, I'm a democratic socialist. But that's not necessarily the exact same as one. Oh no, did I close the tab? Fuck. We're never gonna be able to finish the thing. Run to the bathroom. Oh, I have a bunch of interpersonal drama happening. The other tab. Help avoid him strawmanning. Yeah, I mean, I have an opening thing that I have written out, so we're gonna roll with that. I think that, I mean, it does do that. It's not the best written. I didn't have a lot of time, but I think it's good. I think it's good. It'll be good. This guy's obviously insane, so like, I could have made it a little meaner, I guess. But yeah, Yeah, I definitely am doing what you're saying about like defining when it is. I guess like I need like a crazy like I think I like if we could like give him like some lithium or something, like maybe have like a gun that just like injects like lithium or something, because he's clearly not the most sane person. Like, who hurt you, dude? The religion is okay. You're a victim. I was too. I went to a Christian school. I get it. This better not be pro Cartnar, because I fucking hate Cartnar, because you guys know.
The paper bag.
By the way, Hitler was not a socialist. I don't know why people keep trying to say that. Did I literally close the thing? Did anyone watch this too? The sneak up. Wait, stay on topic. I don't know why this is so zoomed in. What the fuck is this website? Oh, I was zooming it in. That must have been an accident. Archive today? What the fuck? Every what is it again? Oh, God damn it. Every accusation is an admission. I wonder if that's why I have such a problem with like being overly charitable. Here, while we're waiting. In this example, you see a grid with 8 shapes and follows certain rules or patterns, with the 9th missing. After you have worked out the relationship between the shapes, you choose which of the 6 alternatives that completes the pattern. You notice that all of the shapes in each row are similar in both shape and color. In each column, they're... What? Oh, it's not even the test yet. What the fuck? Alright, we can do that later. I feel like I don't want to get into that and then completely forget what the fuck we're talking about. What the fuck happened to that? Richie? No, it's Rich. God. I don't know why. You would think that like if you're on Google, I mean, I guess it probably is brilliant. No, I'm in the waiting room, so they're not the most punctual of people, and like I always show up to things like early if I can help it, but it's not the case for like everybody. I really want to watch this video later. I don't know if we're gonna get to it today, but you know. Why do they have so many
than,
flat Earth people debating?
you know, a spherical object, you know, going through a vacuum.
This is so boring.
Yo, hello. Hey, Nina, Richie, what's up?
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Hey, good. What's up, Richie?
What's up, man? Hey, Nina.
Oh,
Cool. Both mics are working. Give me Richie. Give me a test. 1, 2, 3.
Testing, testicles, testes. 1, 2, 3.
Testosterone, Richie. 1, 2, 3. Testosterone negative for Richie. Got it. Cool. All right, Nina, go ahead. Test 1, 2, 3.
estrogen. 1, 2, 3.
Estrogen overload. Nina, okay, you're way too loud on the estrogen.
I'm too loud.
Got it. Cool. No, you're good. You're good.
Oh.
No, I'm joking. Cool. So we got 5 minutes till showtime. You guys both know how this works. 7-minute openers, hour and a half open dialogue, 7-minute closers, and then we'll do callers and Q&A. Cool. Everybody sound good? Any questions?
Yeah,
No
just
dumb-
briefly. the prompt I was given is progressivism evil?
Same.
Yeah, you guys both agree to that?
Yeah, but it says leftism in the topic, so I don't.
It's fine. Okay, so the point of this is you guys kind of can take this wherever you want.
Okay.
I personally consider progressivism and leftism, left ideology to be one and the same, or at least similar. But you guys can
Yeah.
hash that out when it starts. Richie,
Cool.
you cool to go first since you're arguing in the affirmative?
Yeah, that'd be great actually. So I'll make
Okay.
some clarification there.
Yeah. Do what you got to do. Like I said, it's going to be open, pretty much open, broad topic. You know, you guys can take it wherever you want to go.
I get it.
Cool.
I'm your less smart guess. I get it. I appreciate it being broad.
Yeah. And then is my mic good or am I staticky?
You're not staticky. You're a little low though, I think.
Okay, let me. I always my mic sucks, so I always get okay. Test 1 2 3. Am I good now?
Yeah.
Test. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. All right. I'm gonna drop us down 4 minutes, then we'll go live. You guys know how it goes, so I'll see you soon. All right.
There's a lot of feedback there. The DSLR off. Next, we'll turn it back on. Get excited. It's probably gonna be really loud music in a second. Yeah, so that's the channel. Kind of a recurring guest. Seems like my debates seem to do pretty well for them, so we love that. And it's fun. I like being able to argue outside of my depth. Like I grew up in California, so I'm very used to not. Okay. I guess the idea is there's not a lot of challenges to liberal thinking in California in the audience that I don't even have like that conservative or even if I did have that conservative relative, we kind of just didn't talk about him. Like the biggest issue that I had growing up is that we never confronted anything like in like whatever like sphere that I was in. So I really want to get better at doing that because I think it's incredibly important to confront bad ideas, because the reason why I think I'm not good at arguing against bad ideas is because I'm being way too charitable, and I'm like, there's no fucking way that you think that that's a bad idea, which makes you stop thinking, you know, like, because you need to be able to communicate your ideas, right? You know, the difference between leftists and progressives. I can claim anything, yeah. I mean, you can say that basically the left is just like significantly more broad. But I mean, there really isn't that much of a difference even between like libs and like leftists. Like, you make mixed martial arts, definitely. Oh, mixed drinks. I can get you something. He's their bartender. You know Andrew's gonna be in the pro monarchy chat. It's so hilarious to me. These people are pro monarchy. Like it just it baffles the mind, as I say. This is the most un-American thing I could think of. Like,
All right, guys, going live in 1 minute.
oh, he got real staticky there. This is why you can't have Christian nationalists critique your audio. He sounds terrible. Tends to shun those that disagree. At least that's been my experience. It's actually not true. And that was before finding more conservative circles. You know, it's actually funny. In my research I was doing today, just because I was curious, I was looking at are conservatives or leftists considered more empathetic. And there's been multiple studies that are like, I mean, multiple is in like 2 or 3 that I saw when I was looking very shortly. But literally, progressives have like more of a capacity for empathy than conservatives. Conservatives are basically objectively less empathetic. I mean, liberals are annoyingly gatekeepy, so you're not wrong about that. I'm sure, like, they have a tendency of self-policing. And that makes sense if it's like a very inclusive, like if it's a very inclusive environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Crucible. I am your host, Zen Shapiro. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're happy to be back. We had a quick hiatus, not necessarily by choice. Here at the Crucible, we got a strike on the channel, so we were gone for a week, but we're back.
Shit.
We're happy to be here.
Why did they get a strike? Can we find that
happy
out?
to have you all back and tuned in tonight. Great show, great debate lined up. Richie and Nina, both returning debaters here at the Crucible. They're going to be duking it out over, is the left evil? They initially were going to be debating socialism or something. Last minute change, I know. But I think this is going to be a fun topic. It's going to be real broad. We're going to let them take it where they want.
It was like a week ago.
But the question is the left, is progressivism evil? Should be a lot of fun. I hope you're all excited. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you guys, please do all the YouTube shit you're supposed to do. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the notifications or whatever.
Yeah, I feel the same way, right, with me.
To help us in the algorithm, help us get back on the wagon after our channel strike that was, arguably an unjustified strike, but that's a discussion.
You could just do it on the chat. Just ask in the chat.
If you want to support the channel
in their chat. Oh, what they get struck for? They'll probably tell you.
Or on Dono Chat, which is pinned in the top of the live chat here. Send in those super chats if you want to ask questions, make comments. They all will be read at the end of the stream. And the best way to support us, become a channel member.
It's not that big of a deal. I'm just curious.
The join button the same way that you would hit or send a super chat on YouTube. Press join to get all the exclusive members only perks, which include not just emojis but members only content. There's a load of members only content on the channel. If you're not a member yet, please consider joining. You're missing out on a lot of fun. And if you already are a member, please consider giving the gift of a channel membership to those less fortunate so we can all partake in the fun. And that being said, thank you all for being here. We will be right back with our debaters.
I look so cute in this. Oh, you can't even see it. Look how cute I look. Looks like he's like looking directly at me too. I think it's really funny. This music reminds me of Borderlands. Come from? I mean, it's just. What do you mean, where'd it come from? I gave it to them. They asked me like what I wanted for like a thumbnail, and I gave them a bunch of different options, and that's the one they picked. What? You guys don't like that picture? I think it looked really cute. Stop. This is a very conservative. Oh my god, this is so loud. Oh my god, that is so loud. I don't know if I can do anything about it. I'm sorry. Here, I'm just gonna mute it for you guys, and I'm gonna take my headphones off. His pick is awkward. It just kind of seems like it's mid-conversation. It looks like he's like flabbergasted at like looking at me. It's kind of funny. Yeah, he just discovered boobs for the first time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn the music off. It's incredibly loud on my end. What do you mean? I took that picture. It's my favorite sweater. What are you telling me? It doesn't look like me? I just had a different haircut.
Here. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Before we get started, Richie, take a second, shout yourself out, tell everybody where they can find you.
Hi, my name is Richie. The biggest thing I'm doing right now, you can find it on YouTube at Right Wing Dice Squad. That's RW Dice Squad on YouTube.
Okay, and if you could put that in the private chat, I will make sure to get that in the video description
Cool,
below.
thank you.
And Nina, yeah, go ahead and shout yourself out. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Hello, I'm a leftist streamer, obviously, and I'm on twitch.tv/Nina, spelled as you see it right here, Neina. So we stream and we also upload our YouTube videos or our VODs to YouTube, so you can also find me at the same name on YouTube as well.
All right, and thank you guys for being here again. We did discuss backstage. The format is going to be 7-minute opening statements, followed by roughly an hour and a half of open dialogue, and then we'll get 7-minute closers for each side, at which point we will be taking callers. So if you want to call in and ask a question directly, get in the Discord. It's in the video description, and it'll be in the live chat posted by the mods. Get in there, get a stream link. You can call in, ask your question directly. Get in there early, because sometimes, like I always tell people, the queue fills up and we can't always get to all the callers. So get in there as early as you can to increase your chances. And we will be taking super chats at the end. All of those will be read. We're going to be running a raffle, actually, a super chat raffle. I don't know what the reward's going to be yet, but we're going to be taking guesses on how many times Richie changes his outward appearance, his attire. Oftentimes it's the shirt, but sometimes it's other shit. I don't know. How many times is Richie going to change his appearance throughout this stream? Put your guesses in via super chats only, and we'll find a way to get a reward to the winner.
It seems like you guys wearing the same outfit
At the end. And but that's going to come down to the wire. We're not going to read those guesses until the very end.
I think I just mixed two White
who
Claws
knows?
together.
Anyway, like I said, send in those super chats, become a channel member, do all the shit you're supposed to do to support the channel. That's our shilling. It's out of the way. We're going to get into the debate now. We agreed backstage Richie will be going first, as he is taking the affirmative. The topic is the left evil? Is progressivism evil? Broad topic. Take it where you guys want. Richie, whenever you're ready, you got 7 minutes on the clock.
Cool. I will, in the honor of Rush Limbaugh, I will be doing this debate with half of my brain tied behind my back. The delineation between progressivism and leftism, I think, is sort of pertinent and necessary in that you have this faction in the Democrat Party of progressives or leftists, right? So that's why you have the squad. And effectively, it's the same thing because they end up voting on the same things anyway. But I'd like to focus on maybe 3 or 4 topics as far as progressivism is concerned. And it seems to me that progressivism is sort of this paved road to hell based on good intentions, right? For instance, women's right to choice, right? As far as abortion is concerned, that has led now to actual abortions even after birth, post-birth abortions. If you look at Virginia, it's horrific. Most people don't agree with that, and I wouldn't agree with even the prior. But again, it's like most people are generally, normies are just sort of like, yeah, well, it's a woman's right to choose and take Plan B. But no, now it's up to, we're literally sacrificing children. It's horrible. This is all of progressivism. It always ends this way. Another one would be wars overseas. So for instance, Libya or Bosnia-Herzegovina or Syria, or Iraq or Afghanistan. It's always this precedent of which all the progressives voted for, and of course all the right did too. But the humanitarian aspect of these wars was simply that, like in Afghanistan, it's still going on today. Oh, women don't have the right to go to school, right? So it's good for us to be there. But in reality,
we're not.
We just killed 1 million people. This is how progressivism always ends up. It's always this faint hint of an idea or a good feeling, and then it just totally dominates, becomes the most evil possible thing you could perceive. Another one is civil rights, and this will be the last point.
What's the retro? Wait.
Civil rights.
You only give me 3.
Were, again, hailed as a good thing, generally speaking. During the Jim Crow laws, I understand all of that. But what did it effectively do?
No, it's just kids.
What's the fatherlessness in Black households now? What's the poverty rate of Black Americans? How are their communities doing any better whatsoever, even after this great progressive idea of making everyone equal? It failed miserably. That's it.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Richie. And Nina, same thing. Whenever you're ready, you have 7 minutes on the clock for your opening statement.
Okay, I thought mine was gonna be short, but we do love a short and sweet king. Okay, so it baffles me that anyone besides the privileged and ultra wealthy would be against progressive values. And as you said, find them evil. Being a progressive just means that you prioritize values such as equality, justice, and fairness, and work towards achieving a more just and equitable society through policy. By the way, if you can mute, I'm hearing you move a little bit. Awesome, thank you. And community organization. Fairness, and work towards achieving a more just and equitable society through policy changes, activism, and community organization. So, then what are progressive policies, right? Progressive policies are a set of ideas and initiatives aimed at promoting social and economic justice, improving the lives of ordinary people, and building a fair and more inclusive society, like just basic human rights shit, you know what I mean? They include a universal health care, wage equity and labor rights, economic justice, social justice, opposition to military industrial complex, as you know, you seem like you also align with, an increase in corporate regulations, including trust busting, product safety policies, the abolition of capital punishment, actions on climate change, reduction in political corruption, all of that good stuff, right? So I believe that progressive policies are an essential to creating a society that works for like everybody, you know, not just like the wealthy and powerful, as it is tend to be throughout history, but progressive values also seek to address the root causes of inequity and injustice, rather than just like treating the symptoms, you know. Moreover, there has been multiple studies who just liberals have more empathy than conservatives. Fun fact. And I feel like you're probably a good example of that, to be honest. For too long, our society has been absolutely plagued by the systematic issues such as poverty, racism, and discrimination, which is ironic that you mentioned that progressive has made Black people's lives worse for some reason, where I think that that's kind of maybe something that you're okay with, considering the things that I've seen that you said. These problems are not going to solve themselves, but the progressives are trying to solve them. So we need bold, progressive policies that can create actual change and ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. Not all progressive policies throughout history, I would agree with. Like any other social movement, you know, throughout time, sometimes they have bad ideas, and sometimes, generally, I think that the progressives do have good ideas, but sometimes they fuck up. And some people argue that progressive policies are too expensive and unrealistic, and I think that's probably where you're going to go with this. But I really think that we can't afford to not invest in people. Like, this is a country that has a lot of different types of people in it, and I think that we've proven, like, by the fact that we have such a diverse country, that we need to invest in our people and our communities, and we're going to get, if you're concerned about profit, like, we're going to get the returns here, because like, I don't want to get into that, sorry. Even in a capitalist framework, like, social programs can increase productivity in the workforce. Like, think of the recent like Mr. Beast video that he like cured blindness for like 1,000 people, and these people are now back in the workforce. You know, that is a progressive policy, like when it relates to socialized medicine and stuff like that. Like, these people are now back able to work and providing you know, for our GDP and stuff like that. And obviously the cost of not doing anything is going to be way worse than us actually giving a shit and trying to do progressive policies to lift people out of poverty, improve public health, and like create a more sustainable future. Honestly, I'd have to assume if one was against these rights, they are either working on the behest of the rich, and or they see themselves, as so many Americans do, as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I believe that people that advocate against progressive policies love the idea of imbalance because they see themselves as eventually being at the top. And it's basically like advocating for monarchy with the assumption that you're going to be the king. Can I go ahead and yield back?
All right, thank you for that opening statement. And like I said, we're going to have roughly an hour and a half of open dialogue. Before we get into that, I want to remind you guys one last time, we are going to be taking callers tonight. So if you want to call in and ask a question directly to either debater, get into the Discord. The link is in the video description or in the live chat where the mods are going to be posting it. Get in there, get a stream link. You can call in directly and ask your question to either debater. And we are going to be taking super chats as always. Those will all be read at the end of the stream. Reminder, we're taking the raffle of how many times Richie's going to change his clothes is still on. Send those super chat guesses in, and we'll find a way to get a reward to the closest or correct guesser. And one last thing, System Blower says for $2, Zen, you and me, diet soda debate. Let's go. I will take that on. The official sponsor of today's stream, Dr. Pepper, zero sugar, strawberries and cream. I'll debate anybody on diet versus sugar full pop. I will destroy you too. So challenge accepted, System Blower. Let's do it.
We agree on that.
And we did get a couple of memberships in before during those opening statements. Thank you guys for that. Petrogard gifted a membership. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, we're gonna get into it, guys. Hour and a half is on the clock. The floor is open.
Just quickly, I'd like to reference back to something that Nina sort of tried to slide in there. Oh, I don't care about Black Americans. No, what I was saying is that the outcome for everybody, particularly in America, is of my utmost concern. I want everyone to do well. I think trying to make a snide remark that oh, actually, I want them all to suffer somehow. What, because I'm attractive and blonde and tall? No, fuck that.
I think that you don't understand.
I want everybody to do well.
I've seen your past debates, my dude.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna act like you didn't say that you think that for one, you hate teachers, so that seems pretty fucked. Number one.
What? So what? Like your commenters like
my commenters
gave you a list of things.
No, I watched your last debate with our friend. What's his name?
They gave you a list of things that you're gonna like. No, just argue the point. Like, never once did I ever say that I wanted Black people to do poorly in the United States. That's outrageous. It's not true. Can we move on?
I didn't say that you wanted Black people to do. Of course, I implied it. You imply a lot of things. I mean, you're like dog whistle king. Anyways, so you said you had 4 things, and I feel like I only got 3. So can you repeat what your 4 things were? Your intro. I'm sorry. I just seems like you only did 3 things.
Your 4 things. I had another one. Yeah, another one was women getting the right to vote. That turned out to be a disaster.
Why? Because you have to actually care about like what women want, like women's voices
it's a little more
and shit?
complicated than that. In fact, I think that really only like landowners and stuff should be able to vote. But I think it's sort of
my god. Do you own
getting
land?
off topic. Yeah. So yeah, which one would you like to tackle first? I gave you plenty of positive material there.
Okay, well, since we're on the topic of, you said that you think women having the right to vote is a bad thing, and you want it to only be landowners. Do you want it to be landowning women, or just?
Honestly, it would be better than what we have now.
Well, what? You didn't say which one.
Basically, net tax contributors, male or female, would be better than.
Well, not all landowners are net positive or net tax contributors.
Right. So
which one is it? Is it landowners or net? I'm just trying to I'm trying to vibe in. You're telling me I'm misinterpreting what you want, so you gotta.
The latter.
Okay, so just net positive tax contributors.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not about women's rights to vote then.
Well, it has been historically, but that genie's sort of out of the bottle now. So there's no fixing that. There's no prescriptive method for turning that around now. So I would say that, yeah, you could make a positive remark in the future. But again, this is going back to why is progressivism evil? Are you familiar with who Edward Bernays was?
Name sounds familiar. Remind me.
Edward Bernays was the cousin of Sigmund Freud, and he was responsible for getting women to smoke. He is generally considered the father of advertising.
Okay.
Prior to him, there really wasn't any advertising. So during I think it was the Chicago State Fair at the time, Big Tobacco came up to Edward Bernays and said, "Hey, we want women to be able to smoke." And so they had this sort of conglomeration of women that was sort of tied to the suffragette movement, and they were in these provocative, for the time, outfits. I don't know, skirts up to their knees or something.
Yeah, you can see their ankles or something.
Right. And they lifted the skirt up simultaneously at like the height of the parade, and they all pulled out a pack of smokes and lit them up. And from that point forward, women started smoking dramatically. The same thing happened when women.
Wait, were they previously barred from smoking, or you're saying that they're just advertising?
No,
towards them?
it was a cultural norm. Smoking was a men's thing. A lot of people say, well, it's an extension of the phallic symbol, right? Like a cigar or whatever.
That does sound like a Freud related person would say that.
Freud smoked a lot of cigars.
Yeah, we love that for him.
Probably dicks too, if we're being honest.
We love that for him.
Yeah. So anyway, what I'm getting at is the same thing even really happened with women working. You know, it's like, do I want women not to work? So the progressive standard is, well, we need women in the workforce. But what effectively happened when women got into the workforce? Well, you basically doubled the workforce, which means everybody's wages were dropped immediately, right?
There's no evidence to prove that.
Yes,
there's a direct correlation by your wages going down with women in the workforce.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Can you cite that?
Think about it. Just think about it.
No, can you cite that?
Well, just think about it on simple economic terms. If you have X amount of workers, right?
No, can you cite it? I don't want to just think about it.
Can you think about it?
If you want to change my mind on this, why don't you give me some fucking data?
Think about it just rationally, Nina.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what rational thing. You're a fucking Christian nationalist. I don't think that you have a rationality in your best interest here.
I'm not playing the source game.
Oh, you're not? Okay. But you just cited. Okay, so no sources that you sent.
I can send you some stuff.
Yes, please do.
I can send you some stuff post debate if you'd like.
No, I would like you to send it to me right now, but I understand. Go ahead.
For the moment, imagine if you have a certain amount of workers, that is the supply of the workers, and you have a certain amount of demand, that's the demand.
So you want me to do a thought experiment that has no data behind it?
And then overnight, you double the supply of workers. What do you
mean overnight?
What do you suspect would happen to the wages?
What do you mean overnight?
I mean, like,
you think there was like a thing
into the workforce,
like just like, yes, women can be in the workforce. You think that it was just all women started working all at the same time?
Yes.
So you just don't understand how the world works, or like history? Like, what do you mean? All women just started working at the same? Like,
explain to me then how it happened.
Well, there was a very slow uptick, obviously, throughout time. I mean, women have been working forever. Like, when do you think women started working? Then, what date do you have that is when all women just started getting jobs immediately? Which apparently the employment rate must have been insane because
there were certainly exceptions of women working before, but exceptions don't prove a rule. Exceptions don't prove a rule.
Before when? Can you give me any dates?
Before it was understood that women should go into the workforce.
Which was when?
I don't know. Let's say 1959.
So you're saying that they weren't working during World War II?
No, I'm not saying that. In fact, I just explicitly said that, of course, there were exceptions, but the majority or the rule was effectively that women stayed home to take care of the children. So
I think that you have this misunderstanding of like the middle class to upper class women. That was probably true what you're saying, but like it's definitely not the case for poor women have been working forever. That's insane that you would say that. You think that every woman was just a stay-at-home mom? That's very silly.
It's not very silly. In fact,
even in the Bible, that shit wasn't the case.
It's statistically accurate. That's
really. Can you give me some statistics?
Sure. I bet you in 1920, and this is off the top of my head,
you
totally guessing.
Wait, so you're not giving me statistics?
I'm right about it.
Just because you say something that sounds like statistics.
Sure, I'm right about it. I'm sure I'm right. Well, tell me if I'm wrong. In 1920, 90% of the married women in the United States were stay-at-home moms.
I mean, what? in 1920, how much did you even say a number? In
Are you
1920?
listening?
No, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
90%
You think in 19?
that are married in 1920 were stay-at-home moms.
So you think that poor
Would you
women?
argue with that statistic?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that would make any sense because you think that poor women like didn't work. Not in my room. Sending his goons to get me. Do you think that poor women weren't working? Or like people of color like weren't work. I think like you just have like this mindset where you just think that everyone's the 1950s housewife that you saw in like the ad. Speaking of the advertisement, this gnat will not go away. Sorry, the advertisements that you see that like you're getting tricked by like 1950s advertising.
This is what progressivism does, ladies and
What
gentlemen.
has you actually like know facts and stuff? What the fuck are you talking about?
No facts.
Just printers.
No facts and stuff.
All facts, just print. No printer. I got my own thing wrong.
It's just a sort of an obfuscation and a delineation. Like obviously, more women in the 20s were stay-at-home moms. You know that.
Is that true?
Right?
I don't know. You haven't given me any extra.
You don't
You
know
said
that?
off the top of your head.
Are you just playing ignorant?
Well, you just gave me a prediction off of the top of your head. You literally didn't show me anything.
Ignorant?
No, I'm saying, can you provide? Can you
conceptualize history and just make a general statement about something? Yes or no? Or do you need a fucking study for literally every
I think it's important to know what actually I mean, I could like do my feels over reels or whatever, but like you feel like that's right because you're getting tricked again by like 1950s propaganda, assuming it also goes into the 1920s.
1950s propaganda about the 1920s? Come on, this is absurd. No, yes, of course.
Yeah, those are two different years.
Prior to women entering the workforce after, I don't know, sometime in the 30s, prior to women entering the workforce in mass, particularly after the 50s, there has been a steep decline in. Whoa, that's weird. There's been a steep decline.
Yeah. Sorry, I must have hit a hot.
We turned into like anime. Like I like the kind of the. Go ahead. Sorry.
Prior to women entering the workforce, and after this one, I don't know if you have a counterpoint, that'd be great. But prior to women entering the workforce, the obvious realization or the obvious reality, the economic reality, is it dumped everybody's wages. Not only did it dump everybody's wages, but now, say if you're a single mother of one child, for instance, you need to make $60,000 a year to cover the cost of raising your children. That's on average. Of course, it varies in the United States depending on where you live. And single motherhood has gone through the roof.
Oh, you're pivoting.
Another consequence of progressivism. It's this no-fault divorce concept, which thanks Ronald Reagan for all you based boomer conservatives out there that worship Ronald Reagan.
I've heard this argument, and I don't mean to cut you off. I just want you to explain this because I feel like you're kind of just pivoting, and I'm getting a little whiplash.
Well,
so
if you're going to say anywhere, so I am pivoting.
Yeah, because you didn't want to bring up any stats. I understand that. That's fine. But like, when you're saying no fault divorce, like,
yes,
what do you mean by when you say that?
No fault divorce is the woman can basically say, "I'm dissatisfied with this marriage" and leave. Whereas,
why is that bad?
Marriage used to be a contract. That is, you are willingly getting into a contract till death do us part, with very few exceptions for being allowed to leave, being heinous crimes or adultery, for instance. Then it would be allowed for you to leave. And by eliminating that, the divorce rate has gone through the roof.
Okay, right. Okay, so
people that have stayed married among their kids. Well, yeah, let's keep going down this path.
Well, I have to get your opinion on this first. Sorry, but I have to, like, okay, so you're saying that you don't like no fault divorces, and can I ask you a few questions about situations where the fault divorces, I guess we would say, or I've never heard anyone refer to it like that, but I would just assume that because that's the opposite, right? Are you okay with the idea of someone who's getting beaten by their husband? No police report, obviously, because that happens a lot, because what are you going to do if you have no right to leave, right? Like, you think that's not enough grounds?
I didn't say that. I just
Okay,
said
that's
egregious
why
crimes.
that's why I want to clarify.
Yeah, no. If there are crimes that are obviously happening within the marriage,
Right.
or infidelity, there are exceptions to that.
So if they're like
It
beating the
doesn't
shit
mean
out
you're
of their
locked in
partner.
there for. It doesn't mean like you're locked in there forever. If you ended up making a horrible decision, but even at that point, it gives gravity to the decision of getting married. Now there is no gravity
Okay.
to getting married. In fact, there is no gravity, right? So before, right?
Gravityless.
This is why, for instance, in Georgia, the concept of, in Georgia, the state, the concept of marital rape doesn't exist, because
And
you
you're
made
pro
the
that or
contract.
anti that?
Well, I think I'm pro that position because
That marital rape
the
does not
concept.
exist.
Well, right, because the concept of marriage is so heavy that you should consider who it is that you're getting involved with in
So
the
do
first
you
place.
think that would go both
If you're
ways?
well, because you could go infinite regress the other way and say, oh well, my husband smacked my ass the other day. Now I'm going to charge him for sexual harassment.
Okay,
Well, it's your
okay,
husband.
can I give you a
You married him.
Can I give you a hypothetical?
All right, hang on. Before you do that, I know the topic is broad, but I don't want us to get derailed early. I don't exactly know where this is going on either side in terms of like, is the
Well,
left
I
evil?
assume he
Like, can
thinks
we
that
somehow reel this in.
feminism is, or all like feminism is like evil. I assume that's kind of where he's going, and I just kind of want to get like the taste of what he's at. So yeah, if you feel like we're off track here,
No, go ahead. Just try. One of you try to reel this back into: is the left evil or is it not?
okay. So the leftist movement and obviously like progressive movements are very pro feminism, right? So obviously, like one of the tenets of feminism would be super anti like like rape just in general, and also, my God, he's doing a smoke cloud argument now. But would be very understanding of the idea that marital rape does happen. So a progressive tenet would be, obviously on my end, that marital rape is really fucked up and is bad. And it seems like you don't feel the same way, because I want to ask here to relate it back. Would you feel the same way if the genders were flipped? Like if somebody was like drugging you with like dick pills or whatever, and were like assaulting you while like you're like half asleep. Like,
well, again, it's totally out of context of marriage, but again, this is another.
No, well, the idea was that you were.
This is another natural consequence.
No, it's your wife doing that to you, though.
I wouldn't marry a woman that would do that to me.
Well, how do you know?
Because I married her. You shouldn't marry anyone unless you actually know them. This is another evil tenet of progressivism.
What, that you can have choices?
Whimsical, no, it's this whimsical, dick carousel of 1,000 penises before you finally decide which dick you want to settle on.
Well, then how do you know?
And then like, well, I don't really know.
That kind of is a self-defeating argument, because I feel like you're trying to say that like, oh, you have to know your partner, but then how the fuck do you know what you like even without like trying like dating other people? Like, do you think that the first person you date is like the person you're supposed to marry or something?
Typically, that's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work.
Well, then how do you know anything if you're not experiencing other relationships?
It's called pair bonding, but I don't want to get caught in the weeds on that.
Yeah, because that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean it's called pair bonding? What are we, birds?
It's called pair bonding. There is an oxytocin release in your brain.
You get an oxytocin release from petting a your dog.
Particularly for women,
do you have any stats for that too?
When they have sex with their first sexual partner, and it's a bit like Scotch tape. So the first time that they have sex with their partner, they put down the Scotch tape and the bond is tight. The next time they have sex, they pick up the Scotch tape and they put it back down, and eventually,
you're doing the use shoe argument. I get it,
but no longer sticks. But anyway, I'm sorry.
We are getting bogged down, guys. I'm sorry to keep cutting in, but okay, this is what I want. I want to go back to Richie here. Let's try to steer away from this whole marriage topic, unless you can provide a very specific argument that the left is evil because of this position on marriage, and this is why. Well, otherwise, go to something else, because it's
to highlight the point, the left is evil. Progressivism is evil on marriage because of no-fault divorce and the disasters that has.
Yeah, but why is that bad.
But I would like to move on at Zen Shapiro's request. The next one I have is civil rights. Would you like to go into that one?
Sure. So how are those bad?
Okay, so I think that civil rights, again, I think progressivism is the road to hell paved in good intentions.
Yeah, that was
right?
your number one.
Right. I think that it was right and just to give everybody equal rights.
Okay.
I don't think
that's a very progressive value.
Well, right. Road to hell, paving good intentions. I don't think that what actually happened was a distribution of equal rights. I think what actually happened was a bunch of people with feel-good values came in and basically made Black people's lives really bad.
So you think they should have stayed being slaves, or what?
No, so the Civil Rights Act was at a different era. Do you know when the Civil Rights Act happened?
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, but the progressivism of like liberating the slaves to begin with, that was a left or a leftist and progressive value.
Well,
so
even that could be argued was handled horribly. Do you know how many people died from starvation?
So you're arguing that they should have stayed slaves?
No, I'm arguing that the way that it was handled was terrible.
Yeah, it could have been better. I mean, things in our history are always like that.
Could have been better.
That's how progress works. You try things and sometimes it fucks up.
Away hundreds of thousands of people just starving to death.
There's hundreds of thousands of people that starved to death because of the slaves being freed?
Yes.
Do you have any information on that again, or you just...
You can find it on the internet.
But apparently you can't. I have to find it, but you can't find it.
I'm not going to pull up studies for
Then why are you saying it? I think you might just be wrong. You were so bad faith. Are you serious? You're just saying
I'm
things.
Not bad faith
you know
at
what?
all.
There's 200,000 people that have died because of
You don't even know what bad faith means, apparently. I'm not being bad faith at all.
I mean, it seems like not having a study for the things that you're saying is pretty... I spent so much time researching shit for this, and you're going to tell me that you don't have any studies.
Nina, I am not going to waste my
okay, yes, because you just want to do feels over real. Just say the Bible told you so. I guess
this is what a debate is.
Oh fuck!
You come up with what is in your brain. You show up with what is in your brain. Yes.
You argue like infrared, dude. Are you serious? Do you want to be in that camp?
If you can't concede that point, that's fine. We'll move on.
What that you don't have any data?
That hundreds of thousands of people died after.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, do you understand how this works? Now I can just say no. I can just say no. Whether or not there's any actual factual basis behind that doesn't matter clearly because you don't want to back that up. So even if there is like some people did die, I can just say no, and then I guess I'm just as good of.
You could also just take it as good faith and say, okay, well, if that was the case, is it possible that they did that?
Okay, no, if you were in good faith, you would have like things to back up your shit.
No, you don't know what good faith means.
Okay, what does good faith mean?
That's fine.
Do you have a definition for that either?
We'll go past the slavery. Okay, we'll go on to civil rights. Do you think Black people in today's society are better off than they were under the Jim Crow laws? And this is not praising the Jim Crow laws. I think they were awful. But I'm asking you, do you think your general understanding, without a study, are Black people better off today than they were under Jim Crow laws?
Absolutely.
Well, I think the opposite. I think they're in horrible position.
You think that it's worse that they can go into a restaurant and be treated as equals?
No. I think that the fatherlessness rate is something like 70%. Yeah. It's like 30% of Black households are
okay. So I notice you do this. You do this a lot.
70% are like single mothers. Yes.
Where we didn't really have stats for shit like that back then. We don't even like. I don't know if you know this, but that's like a huge reason why
the census existed back then. Yes, we do.
For fatherlessness, what the fuck? Like you also
single mother household. That would be a fatherless household.
We had stats for that for Black people.
It was called the census. Yes.
Okay, but I don't know why I would believe you, because you literally have not brought up any stats. So it seems very silly to me. Like, considering that if we're talking about during slave era, you literally
So you
have
don't know anything about any
you
of
would
this shit, and
literally
just want me to- you just
have
want me to give
people
you study after
give
study, so
birth
what, you
to
can you're
children,
checking
and then
for
they were
TV?
like
Can you just-
a lot of. You think that married couples were like a thing during the slavery era? Like they were able to stay together?
Yep, that did happen.
The majority.
It's conflation.
The
It's conflation.
majority. You're really telling me
It's
that
an absolute conflation.
that is not true at
because we
all.
moved on
That
for
is so
already, and we are now
insanely
on to-
inaccurate.
Nina, we are now on to civil
Okay.
rights. And you are not
Jesus
capable
fuck.
of even making the basic realization that actually
Yep.
fatherless households are far more prevalent now.
Can
than
you
they
give
were
me
under the
some
Jim Crow
stats?
era.
I know that you're allergic to them. Do you need to take off your shirt or
Sure,
something? Like,
sure.
can you please give me some
Take
stats?
it at face value. 30% of households in
Well,
the
no, I
United
don't want
States right
face
now are.
value. What?
You don't know this?
No, you're saying it's worse than it was
You're
before.
not-
So you
you're
need to
not a
compare
progressive?
things to things.
I'm not typing in your fucking studies, Nina.
You're
Less
just
than 30%.
anti-study. Oh my god.
Less than 30. Okay, then
You're
if you
sneako?
can't, you don't know any of this, but you're arguing.
What do you mean?
that, like-
You're not saying anything.
You don't know.
I don't.
You don't
Yes,
know
no,
the
I don't know what's in your head.
fatherlessness
I don't know the
rate of the black
insanity that's
community?
happening
I
in
thought
your
you
brain.
cared
You are
about-
correct.
I thought you cared
Yes,
about
I
the black
understand that fatherlessness is an issue, like across the board, like and especially in black households. I'm not gonna say that's not an issue. That's not what I'm talking
How
about.
do you
You're
understand
saying that it's getting
How do you
worse.
understand- how do you
Stop
understand that?
trying to
How do you
fucking
understand that?
pivot here, dude. I'm asking
How
you,
do you
how
un-
is
I'm not
it
pivoting at all.
worse
How
after
do you
Jim
understand that,
Crow?
Nina?
All right,
How-
all right. One at a time.
You have
one
to
at a
explain
time.
that. You have to explain how it was before if you're gonna say it's worse. You're only saying one.
I have several other factors that I can go over, but you want me to send you a fucking study over fatherlessness?
Oh, what?
It's
hear me
far
asking for a
higher
study.
now in the black community than it was during.
Okay,
the
but you're
civil
not
rights
telling
era.
me
What's
what it
the
was.
average-
What
the
was it in
average
the civil
income
rights
as
area?
adjusted, about 68%.
And you can't cite that.
I can.
Are you
I'm
just,
just
like,
not going to right here because we're having a conversation.
Okay.
I'll
Okay,
send it to you.
hang on,
Send me your DMs.
I mean, are we
Hang on.
really not gonna have
Hang
studies?
on. Out of charitability, this one I personally don't have the stats on hand, but I did think it was generally agreed upon that single motherhood across the board was lower in the early 20th century versus now where it's much higher. I don't know the exact stats, but I think it was roughly in the 30s or 40s back in the 20s, but now it's up in like the 70s to 80s for the black community. If you're not going to accept that estimate, Nina, then again, we're going to have to move on. But out of charitability, will you accept that that's a generally agreed upon fact that single motherhood is higher now than it used to be?
In the black community, no, I'm not gonna accept that fact. That like weird like statistic that has
then,
no factual
that's
basis.
actually as a neutral arbiter here, like for a debate tactic, I think that's fair to say. Like, I don't believe you unless you provide the statistics. Richie, if you're not willing to do that, then you're gonna have to move on again and try to make an argument that doesn't require you to provide statistics, because that's what she's gonna ask for. That's all I can say there.
Fine. I'm not your monkey. Then we'll go on to
Very convincing.
wars. The war in Afghanistan was sold to us emotionally by progressives, as women didn't have the right to vote. Now, initially, the war, of course, was sold because of 9/11, which was a farce. It was a bunch of Saudi Arabians that ran their buildings or ran their planes into our buildings.
They did
but
fund it, correct?
yeah, and we had dancing Israelis, which was interesting. But
Wait, are you talking about you're getting your
Careful with that topic, please.
I'm not going too far into it. I'm just saying it was interesting.
I think you're mixing up your conspiracy theories.
Well, I'm not, and fuck you. Okay, so but the consistent progressive line was that we need to keep sending our young men to die in Iraq because Iraqi women need to be, they need to go to school, and in fact they need to learn about whatever gay rights or transgender rights or whatever it was. This was a consistent line. Like I'm certain I don't know how old you are, Nina, but I'm 34. I consistently saw this over and over and over again. We were in Iraq or in Afghanistan like 20 years. And it's like, oh, these backwards Taliban people, they just hate women. And so we just kept like agreeing to send more money over there to go kill innocent brown people. Do you have a problem with that at all?
Do you think that's a progressive narrative?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm 30. Okay, so we're not that far off in age here.
Right on.
I
was gonna guess
it
29.
is close. It is baffling the things that you say. It is actually impressive. You think that the industrial the America, like, I feel like you're trolling me at this point. You think the American war industrial complex is a leftist? Like, what we're all like Lockheed Martin leftists or something? Like,
Are you not familiar with General Milley or any of these or the Admiral?
I have no
Navy?
reason to think that you have any idea what the fuck you're talking about. So why don't we just do it on face value as you wanted to do, I guess. So
There
why
was a
why
transsexual
would
in
you?
charge of the Navy.
Okay, were they in charge of the Navy back then?
Do you think that's a leftist position?
I don't know what their positions are. You think that a trans person can't be a right-wing asshole? Like, do you think that your self-identity, like, do you think all women are progressives or something?
My best friend is trans, and he's also a hardcore.
Are you
right-wing.
misgendering, or are you actually?
I'm kidding, because it doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist? Oh, you don't have any friends?
A right-wing trans person.
Oh, well, I think you just don't have any friends. It seems like you can't
Think what
actually
you
prove
want.
anything. Oh yeah, of course I can think what I want. Apparently you can think whatever the fuck you want. I mean, you're
you
the one who's
can't even
doing it.
recognize actual reality. Like, okay.
I'm the one that. That's adorable. What? Okay, so let me try and reiterate your argument to you. You think that the only reason, and you're completely for some reason discounting the whole 9/11 propaganda being obviously a very right-wing thing. You know, the whole, like, I mean, I know it's going to upset you by me actually saying facts.
How long were we in Afghanistan?
What, the exact years?
About 20 years, right?
Also, I wanted to mention, you realize that we're not there anymore, right? We backed out.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay, which was also that was a right-wing plan to do that. I'll give you that at least.
Puts a punctuation mark on it that we accomplished absolutely fucking nothing, and the women in Afghanistan are still not allowed to go to school. We spent
they were allowed to go to school,
untold trillions of dollars, and American and
yeah,
Afghani
you know who wanted us to do that?
For what? For what? What was the primary propaganda network that was being fed into the American psyche via the progressive news networks?
The progressive. That's cute.
That we need to help.
No, it's because Dick Cheney wanted his fucking money, dude, on the oil. Are you kidding me?
Here's another one. Do you know what the Bakabazi boys were?
Are you gonna? I don't think you do. So I don't even really think I care. That you're gonna have to say some random bullshit.
You don't know what they were?
Is this another conspiracy theory? Do we need to be worried then?
No. The Bakabazi boys were very real. These were Afghani children, little boys, that were being groomed and
by the right wingers, yeah.
By the Taliban or by several
the right wing.
perverts.
Yes, you're gonna tell me the Taliban is not right wing?
Mountain Afghani men. And they were having sex with them. And
I do know what you're talking. Yeah.
So you do now. Okay.
Okay. So what does that have to do with progressive? It's the right wing that was doing that.
It's disgusting.
Do you think the Taliban is left wing?
It's disgusting, right?
Correct.
That grown men are fucking little kids.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really gross.
But the right wing people do that.
I bet you would defend Drag Queen Story Hour.
Are drag queens fucking little boys?
Yes.
On Drag Queen Story Hour.
Should we be able to cut off?
Am I going to trigger you? Okay, so you know what? I'm going to tell you something.
Should we be able to cut off little boys' dicks?
Are they doing that at Drag Queen Story Hour?
Should we be able to? Well, I'm just saying the general feeling about all of this because of progressivism is that, yeah, actually,
Okay,
you
but
were
that's not
disgusted.
happening.
You were disgusted 10
Wait, but the
years
people
ago
that are
learning about the
fucking little boys in
Bakabazi.
Afghanistan
You were disgusted
are
10
right wing.
years ago learning about the Bakabazi boys, but now you're okay with cutting off little boys' privates and sexualizing children.
Okay, so you're you're an
Welcome to
intactivist.
progressivism.
You're an intactivist.
I'm a what? I don't think that's even a word.
Sorry, you're against circumcision.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Common ground. Hog. That's a pretty progressive value that you have, because it's non-consensual.
It's a very Christian value.
No, it's pretty Christian to circumcise. So
Well,
I don't know if you didn't read your own book or whatever, but
to be anti-circumcision, well, I don't know if you read the new one.
I don't know if you noticed, I went to a Christian school for 12 years, so I have a lot of insight on that.
Easy. You
What?
never got the new version, huh? It's wild.
Do you think Jesus was wrong for probably being circumcised because he's Jewish?
I'm not talking about circumcision here.
Fair enough. That's a little off base.
No, but I just hit you rhetorically.
No, but you're
very
saying
hard,
that like
and I'm trying to see how you can square that circle. You were disgusted by the Bakabazi or the little boys being
the right wing, terrorists.
They were having. Yes, I'm certain that you could parse through the politics of the fucking Taliban. Come on, what are you even getting at here?
Yeah, the right wing. Yeah,
but you're disgusted by that.
I am disgusted by the right wing.
So the distinction. So the distinction is that since it's the left wing sexualizing children in the United States is actually a good thing.
But there's no proof of that. Like, what are you talking about? Is that happening?
There's no proof of that.
Well, you're saying that like boys are getting their body
increase in the amount of transsexuals in this country, and they're all most of them.
I'm talking about transsexual because transsexual is different than transgender, by the way.
0.6% of the population
is what?
There's been an explosion. 4,000% increase in these, and it is.
Do I have to give you the left-hand argument?
There is porn in our schools now for children to the point where people are starting to have to ban it.
Can I tell you a fun story?
Can you address any of these points?
I would like to, but I want to tell you a anecdote because you seem to like love anecdotes, right? So I went to a Christian school, right? We had we basically had church every like Thursday. It was like for like an hour. And one time they wanted to show us a scene from God, what's the one where not Sophie's Choice, the other one that's basically exactly like that. Help me out here. Come on. I've been very charitable to you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Doesn't matter. Anyways, there's a scene from that where I guess it's like rated R because there is like a scene of like tits and shit. So they once were showing that, trying to show this other scene from the movie, and they actually ended up showing the entirety of the elementary school, Christian school, mind you, fucking porn, basically. They showed like tits and like them like basically like fucking or whatever, like on the camera. So do you think that that's something that doesn't happen in the Christian world that you believe in, I guess?
No. Do you understand what the distinction is between intentionally trying to sexualize children via propaganda?
Okay, but that's not happening.
But it is happening.
Yeah, and the Christian schools apparently.
Then you're intentionally.
How do I know that they're not intentionally doing that?
Or you're just really bad at current events.
Okay,
in which case, I can educate
I'm bad
you
at current events.
There are
horribly
pornographic books that are being distributed to
like
children. To the point where so the point where there are parents showing up to student council meetings, right? City council meetings for their school board or whatever.
I'm an adult, Richie. You can show me these books.
They are reading the texts in these books talking about anal sex between two men.
Oh, you know that actually happened near me.
And the council members tell them to stop reading because it's too graphic.
I think you just made that up, to be honest. You're talking about that one white lady that was like
Okay, guys. Again, we keep kind of going down these rabbit holes where Nina wants to hear something very specific. But Richie, I think to reel it into the topic, again, because the topic is broad, you're obviously going to be against these social norms such as homosexuality, I'm sure, such as abortion, such as transgenderism, things like that. Whereas Nina's going to be in favor of all those things to some degree or another. Why don't you just argue that this thing is bad in general because of XYZ, instead of going down these very specific rabbit holes where Nina's going to want to have very specific citations that you're either not willing to or don't have on hand. I think that's just a better way to proceed for the audience's sake and for the sake of the debate.
Why is the sexualization of children bad?
Well, I would assume the sexualization of children is bad, like a movie such as like Cuties, because it's like you shouldn't be doing that to children because for one, they are not consenting by any means, and
Right.
it's just on a very surface level, just like gross. Like, why would you want to be interested in children? Like,
I agree, Nina.
Okay.
I agree. Are people that are sexualizing children evil?
In a way where I would say like people like who are doing like beauty pageants, for example, like child beauty pageants, I think those are disgusting. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. So maybe we can get some common ground here where I think that there are some like there's like some like drag king or queen, whatever, things that are children doing it, and I think that's gross too. Can we agree on that?
Yep.
Okay.
And people that are doing it are evil.
Okay. I'm gonna step in again. Okay, Richie, is it your position that the sexualization of children is inherent to the left? I'm sure Nina would say that it's not, but would you say that it is?
Inherent, no, but largely yes, particularly in a general climate sense. You don't see right wingers promoting drag queen story hour or any of these things. It is inherently the left wing that is doing that.
I'm sorry, was I cutting him off too much? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have to ask, you understand that the majority of pedophilia comes from right-wing people who are like part of the church. You understand that, right?
No, you're wrong. Even per capita, it's far higher in public school systems.
Oh my God. Now, what do I do, Zen? I feel like I have to ask him for like stats on this.
What you do, Nina? No. I'm gonna be fair here. I'm gonna hold you both to the fire. Nina, you said the majority of the CP or whatever child assault abuse stuff happens from right wingers in the church. Richie says that it happens in public schools. You both made positive claims that would require statistics. So if you're going to ask him for his, he could fairly ask you for yours. I don't know. You guys proceed how you want with that, but you both made claims there. So
here's why I don't like doing this, right? Because it feels like a game. Every time I talk to sorry, Nina, a lefty, it's always source please, and they're just trying to keep you keep your mind busy and on your toes, and so they can feed it to their chat, and then just those people. So you have multiple minds now that are going through these statistics and then going into Snopes or Wikipedia. And actually, this one particular point, I have no interest in any of that shit. Just use what's in your head. No, you're incorrect. I'm sorry, you're incorrect that the majority of child sexual assaults do not by institution do not happen in right-wing churches. They actually happen in the public school system, and there's a very good reason for that. Just a pragmatic reason. If you're a pedophile, you go where the prey is. Predators go where the prey is. There are far more prey in the public school system than there are in these institutions, particularly when you have people in these institutions like the church. Everybody likes to talk about the Catholic Church, and don't get me wrong, I'm disgusted by the cover-ups that happen. But there are people in that church that are looking and judging each other. They're holding themselves to Christian standards. So if they see something untoward, they will notice and say something. In public schools, it doesn't happen so much.
What would you say if I could link you something that says an estimated 330,000 children were victims of sexual assault within France's Catholic school over the past 70 years?
I wouldn't disagree with you. I don't know. Just generally speaking, I wouldn't.
Okay,
but
okay. Let me even ask this.
Do you know what per capita is, Nina? Nina, do you know what per capita
I just thought of actually a good way, kind of with what you're saying. Okay, so let's think about this in a not direct statistics way, because I know you hate that. Think about this in a practical way, where it's like, okay, so what barriers do you think exist within like the Catholic Church where you can come forward with allegations? From my perspective, obviously I've been part of the church, unfortunately, for a very long time, and why I'm very hyper anti-religious. I'm not persecuting you, by the way. I know you are a Christian. We love that for you. But I personally I hate it because I have been I've been in the
Interesting choice of words.
what?
Hate.
I hate religion. I was also victimized by it personally, so obviously it's going to impact my opinion. I understand that. That's fine. Anyways, so when we're saying like, what tools do you think if you are victimized? Like again, let me ask. Can we do a thought experiment? You mean you, Richie?
Nina, whatever. So long as we're arguing, is progressive?
Yes or no?
Is progressivism evil? So long as we're getting to that point, I don't mind.
Right. No, I am going to bring it back. I understand.
Okay.
I'm saying like I want you to do a little thought experiment with me. Okay, so what do you think are the barriers to like if you are actually like getting abused in that culture or whatever, like in your church or whatever, like the higher up, like the main guy, right, is the one that's abusing you, like where it's like it's an honor that you even like interact with them. How do you think anyone goes about, like, especially if you're like a kid, telling somebody about it or fixing it or trying to get justice because you're a kid, right? Like maybe you're like, I don't know, like 10, 12, I don't know. How do you, what entries do you have to be able to hold them accountable?
So you actually have a few, but as a kid, you probably wouldn't know them. But I think the same question could be paralleled back to you in a public schooling institution.
Well, no, you're not sticking with the thought. That's why I asked you if I could do a thought experiment, because you can't pivot.
Of course you don't want to go there. Okay.
No, because we can do we can go there after. I'm just saying you need to stay with
Okay.
me because that's what we're doing.
There are actually resources that they have, but sadly, the reality of childhood trauma is kids are ostracized, and single mothers, by the way, worst for.
Okay, so you have no capability of doing the thought experiment. All right, that's fine. We can move on then. What did you want to say? Because apparently you just want to say whatever the fuck you want to say.
You're saying that there is absolutely no recourse. There is some recourse. It's sad. It really is sad. Like I put myself there empathetically.
Yeah, that's very helpful when you just say it's
tragedy.
sad. I bet you love thoughts and prayers too. You know.
Well, I do love thoughts.
Yeah,
and
but
prayers.
it
In
helps.
fact, I pray every night.
You're not praying hard enough, apparently.
I don't know. I feel like my life's going pretty good.
Oh, but you don't give a fuck about anybody else. Got it.
It's not what I said. I can't believe that you're even trying to pivot to that.
Oh, I thought you got what I was saying when I said thoughts and prayers.
I really don't understand the point that you were trying to get to. Like you're saying that
I'm talking about the institute. I'm sorry. Let me explain.
What outlet do they have to get to? So like,
no,
what is your point?
I was explaining that there is a.
What would your point be?
Sorry, yeah, you're right. I didn't state that well enough. Sorry. You're correct in asking that. I wanted to say that there is not a lot of actual avenues to go about if you are being abused. And what I'm saying with progressivism, to relate it back, is progressivism promotes like accountability from people of authority, because a lot of authority figures, even in fucking government, the people that are getting abused by these people do not have any power or recourse against them. And progressivism is something that gives them that elevates people who have been disenfranchised to be like equal. Progressivism thinks that everybody is equal, and I know, as I said in my opening, you think that you're going to be the king at some point, so you're okay with getting fucked over by everyone else and everyone else getting fucked over, not realizing that I assume you're getting fucked over unless you're incredibly rich. I don't know your socioeconomic status, but whatever. But like, I don't understand why you would think the idea of everyone being held to account, even the highest in society, like, because obviously like religion is like, you have like really like religious, like you seem very religious, right? Like, do you go to church? Like, do you have like a bishop or something, or I don't know what type? You don't have to tell me. But
I'd rather not describe it too
fair enough. Okay, fair enough. But you probably have something you really respect, like a pastor or something. I just would assume. I mean, we will just say just generally. Or that person probably in your community has a lot of like social standing and power, where like if you're gonna, you know, the whole kind of like if you're gonna like come for the kingdom this type of thing, but it's like if it's like a allegation, right, like it just means that there's a lot more risk. Where progressivism is definitely something that would hold everyone's word to the same amount of degree. So like, okay, he said he didn't do it, This person said they did do it. Let's figure it out.
This is
Your thing would be the opposite, because you don't want to have to challenge the king. Go ahead.
This is an interesting position. This is like the distinction between equality and equity. Another evil of progressivism.
Which one, equality or equity?
Do you understand what the difference is?
Yeah.
What in your mind, like, how would you like distinguish it?
Well, if we're talking about equality, that doesn't really come into the ideas of things that were. I mean, I guess maybe it makes more sense for me to say equity is like fair. Like, for example, if somebody is very strong, right, and they're picking up something that's like really heavy, it's easier for them to pick that up because they're strong. Where equity would be that, or then someone who like maybe doesn't have the same strength. Where equity would be more like they're picking up something that makes sense for their like weight class. It's like fighting like people in that way. Like it's a very obtuse way of saying it, but like the idea is being fair with equity and being exactly equal, where you're both lifting up the same amount of weights, in equality. So yeah. Do you take issue with that?
Okay, so under the law,
Mhm.
I think pretty much everybody agrees that everyone's equal under the law, right?
That it is the case, or that should be the case?
It should be the case. It ought to be that in a country, everyone is equal under the law. It of course isn't the case, but it should be the case.
It depends on the ways we're saying them, but yeah, I would say generally, sure.
Okay, right. Should everyone have the same outcome, economically speaking?
Based off of the law?
Just generally speaking in society, should everyone have the same outcome?
What do you mean by that?
Should they have the same outcome?
Okay, but
economically,
you've not been very clear about what you say when you need to specify what you're saying.
Equity is
equity or equality?
The same outcome. So for instance, sorry.
Well, take your time. It's fine.
What the hell is it called? Affirmative action. Sure. Affirmative action says that you need to have a certain minority status input into your college or whatever, your higher learning, all these platforms that put you up. So it's no longer a meritocracy. So that is no longer equality. That is equity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure. Can I ask an anime question? I know you know anime, right?
No, not really. Unless you're talking about like any of the really
like
popular
DBZ
ones, like
or something. Very, very like
Dragon
baseline.
Ball. I can do Dragon Ball.
Do you think somebody who was, you know how like Goku would have the thing where he'd have like his like weights on his arms or whatever, and he's like, I've been fighting at a disadvantage, and then all of a sudden he'd be like stronger. You know what I'm talking about?
That was actually Piccolo.
No, I swear to God, it was okay. Whatever, I'm not gonna argue about that. That's
Piccolo had the weighted cape. What are you talking about?
That is true. He also did have that. Sorry, he did.
Who fucking cares?
I'm making an example. I'm making an example. Sorry. Anyway, the point being, like, would you think that, like, maybe somebody who is coming from a very, like they had, like, the debuff of whatever, like, somebody who's coming from, like, a poor background and is able to compete the same way with somebody who came from a privileged background, do you think that person, does not maybe, like, do you think that doesn't mean anything or what?
No, I think it's an obfuscation. I think you're trying to obfuscate my initial question, which is you obviously believe in equity. That is to say that you want minorities to have a higher status in the selection pool for economies or education, etc. I simply want a meritocracy where the best candidate wins. This is why census data or even application data to universities, it's better for people to lie about their heritage status. So for a really good famous example of this is Elizabeth Warren lying about being an Indian.
Call her Pocahontas, please.
Right, 1 out of 152,000, like, or 1052, just insane, like not even close to being an Indian. But she lied about that and got a job at Harvard because of it. So it's things like that. The equity, that are leading to disastrous consequences. And this is another point to prove that progressivism is actually evil.
Okay.
If you are just hiring people based on their racial status because you need better numbers on a statistical basis, you're going to end up with disastrous consequences. Like, I don't know, Elizabeth Warren in Congress.
Well, she seems
It's
like she's
horrible.
been a pretty good legislator. So
What has she done?
What do you mean, what has she done? What has anybody done? Like, what the fuck are you gonna say?
What you don't? Okay,
it's silly.
if
She
she's
was
good,
able to get
she must have done
into. She
something
obviously
good,
has
right?
some merit because she was able to get into that. That doesn't matter. Anyways, my point being, like,
No, she lied
I think
about it,
that
though.
there is a conversation we have about like how pointless affirmative action will be, like, over, like, because I have conflicting opinions on that as well. So I'm not necessarily like
Well, you're
staunch
half
either the way.
Japanese, right?
Yes, I am. So actually,
Well, they
I wanted to
particularly
mention
hate you.
that where like they would be like, "Oh, on your thing, like don't pick the Asian thing." But I think that, like, I understand why they're there, but I think, like, as time goes
Why are
on,
they
it'll
there?
be less important. Well, because it's starting to, like, generally, I think when you're saying the road of bad attention or road to hell is paved with good intentions, I think you might have a point on that particular thing, because I'm not really that familiar, but I understand that, like, when it comes to certain disenfranchised communities, that is important, but I don't know if that's more important, because you could just lie about it. Let's be real here. There's nothing stopping you from just lying about it.
So the
Like,
problem with,
I don't think it's that as big of a deal as
progressivism-
you're trying to make
right,
it.
Right. The problem. Well, I would encourage
And
all.
also, that's not a
young
progressive value, by the way. That was a thing that was
I
put like
wouldn't-
years before.
I would encourage all young white men that are heterosexual Christians to.
Wait, does it
lie
ask your
on their-
sexuality?
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
remember
it
it
asks your
asking my
gender.
sexuality.
It asks your gender.
Okay, those are different.
I
things.
It didn't when I applied either, but now it asks your gender. I would encourage all white men to lie about their race and their sexuality. Just say you're a big homo that's, I don't know, an Indian or something. You'll get into college. It's amazing.
Is that what you did?
No.
So again, you have no stats. Don't do it. Don't lie. They're gonna get mad at you if you lie.
Follow. They don't care. Like, what are they gonna do? Like say that it's not true?
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're making my point. What you're making my point for me. It doesn't matter.
This is another. No, it does matter, because the intention is basically fuck white people. That's
it's
what
fuck Asian
progressivism
people. If you're talking about, like,
and fuck Asian people. Yeah, it also does that.
All right, so we're doing the
particularly
oppression
Harvard
Olympics, and I'm
lawsuit.
gonna take the dub on that one.
Well, whatever. I'm not a victim. I'm just saying the way things are.
Wait, you literally just
I'm
said
still
fuck.
thriving
Like, people
in
are saying
this.
fuck white people. It seems like you are acting like you're the victim.
Well, they are. I mean, I don't think that.
Oh, wait, so
I
they
think
are.
that's objectively true, right? What else? How else can you describe affirmative action and this explosion of gender reaffirming victim status to gain hierarchical points within the
trans
like you said,
people are
Victim
the
Olympics.
most powerful people in this country. Are you gonna tell me that? right now?
Well, hold on. Who's more powerful, a black trans person or a white trans person?
I would assume a white trans person.
Why?
I mean, why not?
Anyway,
Because they're white. What do you mean? You know that intersectionality? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, as far as affirmative
Do you think
action
a black
goes,
woman is stronger than a?
who has a better chance of getting into a college with the exact same score, a black trans person or a white trans person?
I don't think they ask you about that, so I don't imagine it would really matter.
They do ask you about that, and your exact SAT score is the same. Who do you suppose is going to get in?
Are we talking about the black or the trans part?
Both. A black trans person versus a white trans person.
I don't know why I would ask you if you're trans. I've been to college, bro. They never asked me if I was trans.
Yeah, but you're.
They had the option to just like not say anything.
It was only 7.
Well, you're 30 something too. Do you have like kids or some shit? Like, what do you mean? How do you know?
2010, right? You would have been in
Oh,
college.
I know.
In
Sorry, asking for sources.
2011.
Gonna have a
2011. They ask now. Is what I'm saying.
No, there is like an issue. Okay, I will give you where there is like a thing where like on liberal institutions they do love diversity because we love the pamphlets, but I don't think it's like a systematic issue. Like if you're talking about like what do you think like women have the same thing because women are getting more degrees? Is that something you're all probably also pissed off about because you just like hate everything that's good?
It's not that I hate women that are being educated, but it is certainly a critical people, well, you're not educated, and I don't hate you. So maybe if you get educated,
Well, it seems like
I
I'm
would
way more
hate you.
educated than you, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with that.
Totally.
I mean, I got facts
but,
on my side, bro.
I don't use fax anymore.
I have noticed.
I got the internet. Anyway, the women, excuse me.
Okay, let's hang on. Hang on.
Women
okay,
Let me
graduating.
step in. Let me help out. Let me help out. So again, starting to stall out a little bit in this conversation. There was one point that was interesting, I think, in Richie's opening that we haven't gotten to yet, and there's not that much time left in the open
Sure.
dialogue. You mentioned the whole abortion thing, where you said it goes from this and it leads to what you described post-birth abortions. Where did you want to explore that, Richie? Where were you going to go with that? I'm sure Nina has a lot to say about that too.
Sure. Of course, as a Christian, I don't believe in any abortions, but I think I try not to argue as a Christian, just because it's so off base for a lot of people. I'm trying to meet in the middle ground, and the general, I think the general feel for most Americans, statistically, is that they're okay with abortion early on, but the further you get into the pregnancy, the more opposed to it they are, and to the point where it's disgusting, especially 9 months into pregnancy and post-birth abortions. It's horrendous, and that is where progressivism has led us, through rhetoric. It's just good rhetoric that's gotten everybody along board, because the regular person isn't paying attention to what's actually transpiring. They're just hearing it's a woman's right to choose, right? And well, I disagree. It's not actually the woman's right to choose whether or not she can kill her child. But that's how most people see it. That's where progressivism has led us. Do you believe that we should be having abortions at 9 months?
Nobody believes that. That's very silly. I think that you just have a fundamental misunderstanding of what progressive values are.
That's
okay. The reason. Okay, wait. Hold on.
happened in Virginia.
Hold on.
That was the governor talking about it.
What that it again? The problem is I can't ask you for any facts. You can just make up anything.
You can find out afterwards. I'm not lying about this. This was on fucking television.
Here, while I'm talking, maybe look it up, whatever, and then you can link it. It's fine, or not. It's fine, whatever. Anyways, the point is, that's not a thing that happens. Do you think somebody's like, oh, I'm gonna carry this pregnancy to terms, and in 9 months, I'm like, nah, I'm over it? You think that anyone's thinking that? That's a very silly thing to think, because what you're not understanding.
No one's thinking that. That's absurd. They are thinking that, Nina. They are doing that.
Okay, what you're not understanding.
In several different states.
What you're not understanding is that abortion has so other utility besides just getting rid of something that you don't want, like inconvenience or whatever. People are literally dying because they have to give birth to dead fetuses. They're already dead. They already you understand that that's a thing, right? Where
well, Nina, but
while
you're
pregnant. No, okay. You understand that while you're pregnant, the baby can die, right? You understand that that's the thing.
What?
Are you serious?
No, I'm not serious. Of course I understand that's the thing.
Okay, so you understand that so that's what we call a stillbirth, right? Do you understand that the process of giving birth to a stillbirth is gonna raise the likelihood of the mother dying, right? Just stay with me. Yes? No, I'm asking you a very simple question. Yes, you understand that that's a higher risk. Okay? So, what also is considered an abortion is when the dead baby is taken out of the mother surgically. You understand that that is considered an abortion, correct?
Okay.
So, what I assume that you're thinking of, not necessarily only that, but do you think that that is not something that is okay? Because legal abortion bans means that that is not okay.
Removing a stillbirth from a woman for medical reasons?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Okay,
do you understand the distinction between? Do you understand the distinction?
There is no distinction between.
And do you understand the distinction between that and having live baby in your womb at 9 months and aborting it?
Okay.
Do you understand
Again,
that distinction?
yes, those are two different things. I understand that. That
Okay.
is very
All
fine.
right.
And again, I
And
would
progressivism has
ask
led to
you.
the point where that latter point. the
No,
9
you know
months
what?
of
Conservatism.
a live baby living in your womb with a functioning brain,
Nobody's
heart,
doing that,
vascular
dude.
system, endocrine system.
Okay, can I ask
is
you?
being cut.
Why would anyone do
apart
that?
by its arms and legs and having its larynx
Are
thrown
you
out.
just like a victim of like Christian propaganda? Do you think that people are doing that on the reg?
This actually happens.
When? Where?
If this, okay, fine. If this did happen, would you oppose it? If it did happen, would you oppose it?
If what? They're just like chopping it up for like fun? Like, what do you mean?
No. At 9 months old, at 9 months into the pregnancy, even after the pregnancy, they are dissecting and killing babies. Would you oppose that?
Do you think that I am just pro baby murder?
Would you oppose it?
Absolutely. Killing a baby that can survive on its own, of course.
But
no,
it's your
everyone would think
mentality
that.
has
No,
led
that's
us-
not true.
it's
That's
your
what I'm saying. You have
mentality- it's
fundamental
your
misunderstanding what
mentality that has
progressivism
led
is.
us to this point. It's your blasé, not paying attention, not realizing that it's actually going
Yeah,
on
I'm
right
not paying
now.
attention.
It is your mentality that has led us
Mhm.
to this point. It's people
Mhm.
like you that just aren't paying attention or just don't care or just have their feelings like diverted into some other direction. That while
How do I
quite
pay
literally now
attention?
there are
Because it seems like
babies-
the facts are the problem for
honey,
you.
there are babies being massacred
Where?
at 9 months old.
Where?
Well, it was in Virginia, but thankfully we have Youngkin in now. But that was one of the big reasons that he got elected in. It's also Oregon. It's also Washington. What do you mean? Where? Like, look around. Look for a
Look
blue
around?
state,
I haven't
and
seen
you're
it.
Probably look for a blue state. You're probably gonna.
I haven't seen it. Have you wait? You've personally seen it?
I'm sorry. What? Like,
Have you
is your-
personally
is
seen
your
that
objective-
occur? Well, it seems
I
like yours
personally seen
is.
somebody cut up a baby.
Yeah, because you're the one that's claiming that.
In an abortion
What's your
office?
opinion on QAnon?
What?
Okay.
QAnon. Okay. QAnon was probably
Moving
a fucking
on.
CIA psyop. Okay.
I actually
Can we get to the
kinda
fucking
think
point?
that might be
Do
good.
you support this? If this actually happens, do you support it?
I obviously already said, or I said no, and then I thought it was pretty
All
obvious.
right. Well,
but
it
it's
is
not
happening,
happening.
and it's
Okay, but
your
you can't prove
ideology
it.
that
But
led
you
us-
can't prove
it's your-
that.
I can prove it if
But
you would
you
like
just
to talk
won't.
afterwards. No, well, I'm not going to do it on the air.
Okay,
because
but
it's
this is
less
a debate.
entertaining
This
for
is
the
kind of
audience
this is
for
kind
me
of
to
the
fucking
place
stare at
that.
my
Do you
screen
think that
and pull
anyone
up
in the
another
audience
fucking
gives a
document
shit
to
if you
feed your
prove it
chat?
later? I mean, you.
Oh,
This is part
well,
of your
well, the
opening. This is part of
audience
your
is-
opening, and you didn't want to back
the
it up.
audience- the
Are you fucking
audience-
kidding me?
The audience is likely right wing, and they know exactly what I'm talking about.
Really? Do they?
At least
Well,
the Crucible does.
all right. Well, we love that, I guess. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I
just-
do. I love all of those.
Okay, but you're talking to me. You're talking to me right now. Like, why? Okay, why do you even debate if you're just not going to even like prove anything that you want to say?
Because it's in good faith. Like, I'm not a liar.
It's in good.
I might be wrong about something, but if you don't know about it, that's fine.
Oh yeah.
But
So if I
is
don't.
the case, and so you've conceded the hypothetical.
Wait. So
we
your
can move
argument
past it.
is
That's
that
cool.
I might be lying, but if I don't know I'm lying, then I'm not lying.
Well, yeah. That's
Oh my
how
God.
you should operate.
That's how. That's good faith. Are you fucking serious?
Yes. You might be wrong about something, but if you aren't.
So no, but
intentionally
the
being
idea is that
deceptive-
you didn't think that like you should just not educate yourself on a subject, so then I can just then you can just.
But I
like,
am educated on this subject. You don't know anything about it, and you're asking me to prove it to you.
I would
can
like you to
it
prove
I
it
can
to
send
me.
you the links afterwards. But this is a thing that happens in the United States. That you don't know that it's happening is a testament to your shallowness in your understanding of political philosophy in the United States and its ramifications. You are basically a
But
lemon.
you haven't proved anything about your political philosophy in this being like
I don't have to prove it because it's true.
your political philosophy is true. But you can't even prove what
Everything
the political
that I
philosophy
stated
is.
this evening is roughly.
I mean, you're
true.
pro monarchy, my dude. Like, it just seems like in terms of like the United States, like that. I don't really think that you could
Yeah,
prove
well,
that.
you're pro-authoritarian leftism.
Oh,
and
I
you don't know
prefer that to
anything about
monarchy,
anything,
dude. Like,
so-
you just want to like sit for like one dude. I mean, I do know a lot of things about things, and I think I've proven it by showing.
You certainly know a
all
lot
these
of things
stats.
about things. Nothing about
That's true.
abortion or progressivism, but a lot of things about things.
Well, I know that a lot of people are dying because they're not able to get these life-saving surgeries when they have complications of birth. You know that
many
Texas
people are
actually
dying?
has
How many people are dying?
you know that Texas actually has the like lowest infant mortality rate somehow. I was blown away by that. when I was looking it up earlier.
How many people are dying?
Just in general, or how many people are dying because of what?
Because of what you were just referencing.
Which is what?
Not getting abortion-saving or life-saving drugs during pregnancy or procedures. How many people are dying?
It's been contributing to the mortality rate per women. I mean, I don't know why you're asking me. I mean, I'll look it up if you actually give a shit.
Because it's a nonsense progressive. It's this constant appeal to an exception, right? It's like, well, what if you're raped? Well, okay, well that accounts for less than 1% of abortions in America. So if we ban the other 99%,
what?
But we allow the 1%, is that okay? It's just this constant appeal to well, this weird exception. How could you be so heartless?
Well, you understand the point of the exceptions, right? And like why people bring it up is that the idea of like it's kind of a direct result of like understanding why it doesn't really make any sense why that you just are taken away from that freedom. It's kind of a direct going back on this conservative like ideology of being like, oh, well, you should only get to choose at certain things. Like it's kind of like trying to play into that, but like the idea of it is, well, I'm not saying like the idea behind the people that want to stand for is that like you know that that's bad, right? I mean, I don't know what your ideology is because you seem like psychotic and like you're like pro rape or whatever, but like you know that like that is bad, right? Like if you get raped by your dad or some shit, like you should not be forced to carry a pregnancy term, right? Or no?
Well, if I was raped by my father, I don't think I would be able to get pregnant because I'm a man. But
okay, so there it is. There it is. It's like you just I'm so honestly, I love that you're so honest, Richie. I appreciate the honesty of how fucking ridiculous your mindset is, where you just don't give a fuck about anyone else. You have no empathy for anyone around you, dude. Like you really don't give a fuck.
Especially not the children at 9 months old.
Yeah, you don't give a shit about them because you're not that child that's the one that's doing it. And you're not the person that has to deal with being pregnant. You don't give a shit about any of that. Like you just don't care. I'm appreciative that you just fucking own it. That's kind of a Giga Chad move.
Okay. The reality is that most reasonable people would say, okay, actually, if you got raped incestually, you can take a Plan B pill. There would be some quibbles and qualms theologically with that.
You're trying to ban
it. Most reasonable people would say that that's true. But your side has gone so far to the other end that you use the one exception of incest, less than 1% of the total amount of abortions.
That's your side.
Rape even, not even just incestual rape, but just rape, less than 1%. You use that excuse.
It's your
to
side.
Excuse something that you supposedly think isn't happening. You're not quite sure. At 9 months, we're sacrificing children.
That's not happening in 9 months, bro. What are you talking about? Do you think the exceptions are at 9 months?
Nina, it is happening.
No, it's the fucking right-wingers, you fuck, that are the ones that think that that's the exception. That's the right-winger contingency. That's the righties that do that, dude. The left-wingers want freedom of choice for everybody, dude. I think you have just no idea what's going on. Who do you hang out with that like you have no idea what this is?
Nina, you're missing my point.
Okay, I'm missing your point. What's your point?
What I'm saying is that you were saying that rape, incest, abortion's okay. All right, fine. I don't agree, but whatever. I would.
Well, I think all abortion is okay after a certain point. If you want to know what my philosophy is,
point, Nina?
If it can exist outside of you, then not a good idea. Is that fair?
Well, can
we get some common ground?
I wouldn't agree. Again, I don't agree with aborting the.
So it doesn't really matter what you.
But it's okay. Like I'm trying to engage at a reasonable, realistic level, right? I know that you're not a Christian, and I'm sorry about your past and stuff, and I understand why you're not.
Thank you.
But at least generally, vaguely. But the problem is that you can't take a very minute exception and then extrapolate to allow all of these horrible things, right? And that is effectively what progressivism does. That is what I mean by the road to hell is paved in good intentions. There is this generally good idea, and somewhere along the way, people get lost in the rhetoric, they get lost in the sauce, and they end up doing horrible, evil things. That's what progressivism is.
Seems like kind of a self-report.
All right, well, we're going to call it there as far as the open discussion goes. We do need to get into closing statements because we got a few callers back already. We got some super chats to get to. I have a few questions of my own as well.
Then can I run to the bathroom really, really quick?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead. Yes, you may. Good student. Thank you for asking. Thank you for raising your hand. You've clearly been trained well by the public school system. What a good student Nina is. Round of applause for Nina and her obedience training that she received. No, I'm just kidding. Before we get into the closers, want to remind you guys we are going to be taking callers. We have a couple back there already. Get in line so you can get in the queue and get your question. You can ask directly to either debater. Get into the Discord, which is the link is in the description to get the stream link so that you may call in and ask your questions directly. We are going to get to your super chats, so send those in. And as always, hit the like button, share, subscribe, do all the YouTube shit. It helps us in the algorithm. We got hit pretty hard by that channel strike. It kind of suppressed us. We had to delete a lot of content. So it really helps if you guys give us your engagement to boost us back up in the algorithm where we should be before we got suspended. And you can also send dono chats if you want to support us there. Super chats, as always. Best way to support us, channel memberships. You guys know the drill. And Nina is back just in time. We're going to go with our closing statements. Richie, since you opened, we'll give you the last word. Nina, you'll go first here whenever you're ready. You have 7 minutes on the clock for your closing statement.
Okay. It's a pleasure to talk to you. I was absolutely flabbergasted. Again, didn't think I could get any more surprised by the fact that you're against progressive values and the fact that you're just against just general facts. You don't like studies. You don't like having to look at these things, and you didn't even like check on the things that you said. I looked into some of the things that you had said earlier, and I guess I was surprised. Anyways, not to be too much of an ad hom, I think that progressive values are just generally good for people. I think that if you want any sort of like value across the board for like equity and like people being even, which you kind of did feed into the idea that you just hate that as a concept, and it just seems like you wanted to just talk shit about it's kind of like a what's the phrasing of it? It's every accusation is a I don't have the quote offhand. Basically, you're just a giant self-report who doesn't give a shit about anything. You say that I don't have any studies where I send you them or I talk about them, and then you're like, well, I don't want to do studies. And then I say something like, I think that the right is groomers that literally, and then they have a lot of facts behind it, and you see that the left does it. And then I say something that that like the right is trying to like abuse like the lower class or whatever, and then you say the left does it. Like basically your entire existence is just a gigantic fucking self-report of an ideology. I don't understand if this is just because of your like upbringing, but it seems like you really need to like think into these things because you don't even have any fucking sources. I ask you for a source and I just have nothing. You will not give me anything. You're just saying I'm going to do it after the show. We're on the show right now. Maybe did you think about it? Like, I don't understand this. Anyways, I went to a Christian school for a very long time. They have a lot of really dumbass ideas, and if your entire political opinion is just because, then I don't think anyone here should take it seriously. And I don't think I need to say any more.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement, Nina. Richie, whenever you're ready, you have 7 minutes on the clock for your closer.
It's funny because most people's political ideology is sort of inherent. It's genetic.
Self-report.
It's actually interesting how true that is. And I find it hilarious
I'm Asian. And he's racist.
Nina is telling me that I didn't bring up any facts. The problem is that Nina's basic debate format is send me a link so I can send it to my chat have it processed through multiple different brains, find a pedantic point that I can hit back on, and throw it back at you.
If he
But
was confident
That's
about
not how I like to do things.
self-report.
I would rather just be wrong about something. If somebody says, well, no, actually it's this way, I'll consider it. And if they're being honest, sometimes I'm wrong. I get it. I think I articulated pretty well how progressivism, particularly in the abortion thing, how progressivism always starts with these
Idiot.
sort of lofty, appealing to everyone ideas, and ends up in these horrible, just nightmarish, devilish,
Wait, why did I like that
Baphomet worshipping hellscapes. And the lefties will apparently either not see it, if Nina's being honest, she just doesn't see it, or they'll just lie about it. And it's tragic, actually. In fact, you should probably view progressives as your enemy if you are aligned with me or anybody on the right wing whatsoever.
I did not think that this guy was going to be this fucking
stupid. You should not let
stupid.
them get power
I'm
whatsoever.
glad we watched that video, though.
You need to fight them like they are going to murder your children, because they actually will. They will murder your children. Not like, you know, go full genocide or whatever, but like literally 9 months. If that's not murdering a child, I don't know what is. We talked about fatherlessness in the Black community. Zen said, generally speaking, that of course it had plummeted since Jim Crow. It also happened in the white community, although the white community is it's still a tragedy.
Yeah, like every single, but he didn't even really. I feel like he did a worse job than somebody just like saying them.
Rights. If you talk to people that were in the know or older Black people,
yeah, he's never talked to a Black person. You know, he's never talked to a Black person.
It was basically a forced integration during Jim Crow. Whatever. I won't get into the whole thing. You can go find it on YouTube or Rumble or whatever. They got hosed, man. They got hosed real bad. There used to be Black business owners.
He's calling Black women hoes.
Like poverty and crime. And it's real bad.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know. I don't think we really got to the crux of anything. I think everything.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a you problem.
Well, what about the exception? It's right. It's like the Stefan Molyneux argument of, well, you know, most.
This is what I'm telling you. Like the most.
Well, I know a tall Chinese person named Yao Ming. It's like, okay, but most Chinese people are still short. It's what it got bogged down.
That's not even true. I didn't bring up Chinese people.
I would like to say in closing, thank you, Nina, for showing up. Truly, it's very rare that a leftist will.
He seems like he's
to show up to debate.
Pretty much admitting that he's
even somebody as dumb as myself. So thanks. That's it.
All right, thank you for that closing
statement, I appreciate
Richie.
That.
Yeah, and thank you guys both for being here. I enjoyed the debate. It kind of went off the rails at times, but it was generally enjoyable to see how you both approached this subject, being that it was such a broad topic. But for those of you that aren't aware, here at the Crucible, when the closing statements are finished, we consider the debate portion of the stream to be over. At which point we are going to have callers.
Yeah,
moderators.
I mean, we're right. I'm really glad we watched the
I have questions.
thing.
I have lots of questions. No longer going to be the neutral arbiter here. So first and foremost, Nina, I have to do this. Basically progressive ideology in the left wing is a fundamental rejection of religion in politics, even though you can point to, and I can provide them to you if you ask, the statistics that show that Christians are more likely to get married, stay married, have kids, more likely to donate to charity, less likely to commit crimes, more likely to build communities, and in fact are actually more empathetic and look and seek to help serve others before themselves often. And that's built into the doctrine of what it means to be a Christian. So how can you say as a left-winger that fundamentally rejects religion that you're not evil?
There's a few statistics
you're not acting in an evil manner.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But there's a piece of statistics that you named a lot of things there. I do think that the church does have a place when it comes to creating communities. That's like obviously a thing that does like help people like just like, okay, you go to one thing and you go hang out. But I think like the doctrine itself of religiosity, like I don't think that's really a progressive value to eliminate that. I actually think that's one of my worst authoritarian values that I personally have, which I understand because I just have like such a bad relationship with the church. And I personally think a lot of I think a lot of religion makes you stupid because it makes you believe in something that doesn't make any sense. Like if you're going to think like there's no reason why a miracle happens, then you stop thinking about why it matters. And I think that's a harmful ideology, but the idea of like understanding this as a tradition in like within like the within our country, like I think that you should have the right to also be whatever you want to be or whatever in your religious freedom. And I'm sorry, can you also state your question? It was a lot.
So you said that religions make you stupid because it makes you believe in something that doesn't make sense. But I would argue that religion is the only thing that can lead you to a standard of unchanging absolute truth, and that rejecting that actually leads you to a worldview, a paradigm that has no account for making sense of anything. So I would ask you, what's the reason to believe that there's any reason to live at all? What's the reason for life? What's the reason for existence? Do you have one?
Well, to address the first thing that you said, you saying that religion is unchanging, the fact that the New Testament and the Old Testament exists, it's pretty much
No. I'm saying that no. You misunderstood what I said.
Oh, my bad.
The only path to believing that there is an absolute unchanging truth in the universe, in existence, is through a religion of some sort. I would argue that it's Christianity. But to reject that leads you to a position of nihilism, relativism.
Well, wouldn't you believe in science, though? Like, I mean, science are things that like
I believe that science is a description of the world, of the universe around us. Yeah.
Right. So, like, would that not answer your question, or my?
Science doesn't give you oughts. It doesn't give you purposes. It just gives you descriptions.
Oh, well, there's no purpose. I think that's why I think religion is mostly a cope.
How can you say? So then that makes you. I could just say that makes you stupid because you believe that there's no purpose, no reason for anything.
Why is that stupid? There isn't
because
a thing.
It doesn't make any sense. There's no sense to make
about like the fact that like
about anything.
Is it just like a cope post where like you just like you think that like you have to have like a purpose of being here like constantly? Like no, maybe this is why I have an anxiety issue. It was like I don't think anything like matters. You know, like I think what we can do is we can make the world better for everyone around us.
You don't have an account for making sense at all in your worldview.
No, I think morality and like a sense of like why we're here is to like, you know, be arbiters of the world and obviously to each other of like making the world better. I think that's what like I don't have like an existential crisis.
Is better relative? Is better a relative or an absolute term?
I think better you can say like
my better is something different than your better. So how do we resolve this?
Sure, to some extent, but I think that we would both agree on a lot of aspects. That's why politics exists, right? That's like kind of like the entire intention of politics.
That we agree on the virtues.
Well, do you think that if we're like destroying our environment, if we're having, do you think that we should have our water completely polluted with sewage? I think we both agree that that's a bad thing, right?
Yeah, but I'll tell you. Okay, so there's overlap that occurs between the Christians and the non-religious, the atheists, the nihilists, whatever. But I'm arguing that all of the virtues that the nihilist agrees with are simply borrowing from the Christian worldview because it's the only place you can get
you're kind of like putting that on me that I'm a nihilist. I wouldn't necessarily define myself.
Nihilist just means a rejection of absolute truth, a rejection of an absolute purpose, an objective purpose in the world.
Well, okay.
Which you just admitted that you don't have. So.
Sure, I don't know if there's any actual value to that outside of the religious context, though.
Right. I actually agree that the only way you can have an absolute purpose, an absolute truth in the world is if you're reaching that through a religious paradigm. You can stumble upon it. You can coincidentally end up and have some overlap with us, like I said, but you don't actually have a justification in your worldview for believing that these things that the Christians actually do have an account for. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I do have a justification, and this is what, you know, obviously...
What is it?
Well, the hard science... Oh, shit, he's changing? Let's go! We have some music we can play!
Actually, we do. Let's see if there's anything that matches here. I don't know. Does this work?
Yeah.
That's just the default. There's no copyright on that or anything. So you're good.
All right.
Okay, so I don't want to belabor that. We got a bunch of
No, we're
callers.
fine.
Last thing, maybe Nina, I think you and I should have a long form debate.
Of course, I would love to.
Yeah, I'm big on the abortion thing. I don't want to,
You're
reveal my power level yet. Even though
you're
you can find it all over
pro-abortion.
the internet. Yeah. No, I'm very pro-life.
Also cheered X300.
Last question I had for you is that you said you're anti-monarchy, right?
Of course, I'm
and
American.
You're in favor of and I think something fundamental to left-wing progressive ideology is this idea of democracy, specifically like the Western model of democracy. What is it called again? A democratic republic or whatever, but it still includes some aspects of democracy.
Yeah.
And you said that there's like an actual accountability involved in like politics and the politicians of America, but in fact the opposite is true when you have term limits and when people get voted in and voted out and come and go of different positions or whatever that are just blowing with the wind of whatever the majority says. When they get out of office, there could have been something that they voted into policy 20 years ago that turned out to be an absolute disaster that they're no longer responsible for because they're not the guy in charge. So isn't that the epitome of actually having no accountability versus a monarchy where the king is the guy in charge, the emperor is the guy in charge for a long period of time until he dies, basically, and what he says goes, and what he does he has to answer for. That's what a monarchy actually entails. So wouldn't that be the epitome of accountability? And when they fuck up, their head ends up on a stake.
How are they accountable to that? They have to have like an insane rebellion to do that. Okay, but like, okay, so but the problem with that is that like, okay, so if we're talking about monarchy, like trying to get somebody out of power, there's no structure to get a king out of power. It's just not there. If we're talking about like
there is
like we have impeachment, like we have it within our like government. Like I think it should be stronger. Honestly, I think that anyone that was supportive of the January 6th riots should have been removed from power and fucking jailed. Honestly, like I straight up believe that. I know it's more of an authoritarian thing, but what? No, I'm just. Well, I'm not talking about doing a referendum. I'm just saying that they should have been put in before a judge, and then we could have done like try it the way that you would do any sort of like political crime like that. Like for example,
but I'm saying like, okay. Well, I was gonna be like, to be specific, I'm saying like you could look at things like, I don't know. So I'm trying to think of a policy that like leftists don't like. I don't know, the Reaganomics, something like that. Where it turned out like some would argue that it was the result or the cause of the student loan crisis that we have today, because it a lot of the policies.
Are we talking about policies that we think didn't like pan out the way that we wanted them to, or are we talking about them literally committing crimes? Like, because the whole January that was literally an insurrection. Like, so I'm saying like that is a literal crime. We don't have to talk.
No. I'm trying to make a point that like
okay.
There, like when the whole Reaganomics era was going on and they started federally guaranteeing student loans, and then that resulted in like colleges increasing their prices because they were guaranteed payments, banks increasing their interest rates because they were guaranteed payments from the government, inflation, printing money, all kinds of shit that was generally bad by all metrics, that nobody's held to account for because all the people that put it into place are out of office now, because of the way that the American system works. But progressives love the American system for some reason. So I don't understand that.
Well, what is your issue? Like, are you saying that we should have jailed? I mean, he's dead. Like, would you want us to like dig up his corpse?
But I'm saying like, I'm just saying there's no accountability there, because it's like, well, I voted.
Well, I think progressives literally want like Bush arrested and shit
and
for
he's out
like
of office 20 years ago.
Yeah, but I think like if we're talking about like, it depends on what level of progressives you're at. But I think a lot not a lot, sorry. A subset of progressives do want something like maybe Bill Clinton too, and Hillary, whatever. Like, progressives like don't give a shit. We don't have this hero worship that I feel like a lot of right wingers do, like, or I guess pro monarchists do, where I don't give a fuck about any of the people. I love Bernie, but if Bernie fucked up, he should go to fucking jail. He should have to do the same bullshit that we have to go through as citizens. He is not above any of us. He is cool. We like him. He's got great policies. But you, I feel like, don't feel the same way about your guy. We're progressives. We do feel that way.
This is the thing. You don't have any way of holding Bernie to account other than like
because your guy is part, like, your ideology is part of it. Like, it's the right it's the right wing that doesn't like want to hold people to account, or they get like caught up in it. And I'm also saying that the Democratic establishment, they also fucking suck. Like, you think I like Nancy Pelosi? That bitch should be in jail for all the fucking bullshit. Like, her husband is coincidentally the most successful trader, like, not traitor, but trader, like, in like the stock market. Oh, I wonder why that is. I think that she should also be fucking jailed for like bullshit like that. Like, I don't not necessarily saying that like she should just like without any trial, but if she had to go up against a trial, I 100% think that she probably is doing some fucked up shit. Where I don't understand why that is like inconsistency with being a progressive. That is what progressives believe. Like, if you fuck up, you do some bullshit, then you should go to jail.
Well, earlier at some point later in the debate, you guys were discussing Elizabeth Warren, and you said that she's been doing a pretty good job. And Richie asked you a simple question: how so? And you said, well, I don't know how do I know how good anybody's doing? I don't think you actually have a basis or a metric to determine how good any politician is doing in America, because that's the way
you're true. That's true. I mean, that's fair. Like, I think that there is like things that like more than anything you would know more if you lived in her district. What does she represent? She's from I don't remember.
I actually don't know.
I don't either. Doesn't matter. But like, if they're part of your district, then you're more aware of it. Like, Kamala Harris is from San Francisco. I'm from generally that area. And I kind of like, she's like, ugh. She's always been like, this is how I would describe her. Ugh. You know, like, we didn't like her there either, you know? But like, if I'm talking about how well they're doing, like, how could you determine that, you know?
Well, I think the system in America is set up so that we don't have a good metric for that. And by the time we notice their mistakes come to fruition, they're 20 years out of office.
Oh shit, play the music again.
No, but no, seriously, they've by the time we can notice the backlash or the bad things that occur from political moves, the politician that actually caused it or set it in motion is no longer in office because of term limits and because of just election cycles and
right.
The way that the system is, they
do you think that we can maybe
no actual accountability? Yeah,
do you think we maybe could use the Supreme Court, for example, as somebody who's doing a fucking terrible job because they don't have term limits?
Well, I mean, I would actually prefer that there. So my belief is that when there's no term limits, then that allows the best person for the job. I'm not saying that the current Supreme Court is the best, but if there is no term limits and we have the best person in office, then that's ideal. But if we have term limits and we have the best person, then we're going to downgrade when we lose that person. So that's not ideal. I mean, it makes perfect sense, in fact. And then if there's no term limits and the person currently in office is not doing a good job, then we get rid of them by whatever means are set in place. I have a system that I believe in that doesn't necessarily have to result in their head on a stake or being voted out, but
sure. We can definitely talk about this a little bit more, but I feel like Richie's getting a little left out. But you're looking sharp, Richie.
Okay, and then I don't want to. Okay, last question. This is quick. Can you point to a single case of a woman dying because she couldn't receive medical care for pregnancy complication?
Are you just talking in general? Because that happens all the time.
Yeah.
I don't have one offhand, but if you give me a few minutes, if you want to do like your maybe transition, I will definitely find you one.
Okay. And while we're doing that, we'll move into callers. But that's all the questions I have. Again, tried not to belabor them too much, but I think you and I, Nina, should have a long discussion about some specific topic. Maybe even this one, maybe abortion, maybe who knows. But I think it'd be fun. We are going to get to callers now. First one we got, Peacecraft. Welcome, and you better top your last performance. I'm holding you to it.
So, Nina, I have 3 questions for you. And I wrote them out, and you can respond at your leisure as I'm done with the first one. Or first one, second one, then third one. My first question is this. The same studies that you mention at 10 minutes and 54 seconds into this conversation is that you say that liberals have greater empathy. And those same studies state that liberals have higher rates of mental illness by as much as 90% more than conservatives, as well as Jonathan Haidt mentioning an empathy so wide-ranging that when asked, liberals value amoebas on asteroids higher than human life. They score less equitably across big five personality traits, the traits being harm and care, fairness, reciprocity, in-group loyalty, authority and respect, and purity and sanctity. The progressive only scores in fairness, reciprocity, with harm and care a distant second. Conservatives additionally score higher in personal control, optimism, trust, and moral clarity. How can such an imbalanced disposition deliver you the moral and social outcomes you desire, especially when the systems you seek to build require the most amount of binding foundations, in-group loyalty, authority, respect, and purity, sanctity, because they pull people together into cohesive groups and help to suppress individual selfishness? It seems to me that leftist prescriptions and leftist systems fail because it is filled with too many leftists. And that is from Haidt, Graham, Nozick, and Krebs, 2008 and 2009.
Was that all one question?
Yeah,
Yes.
can you make the question more concise?
Yeah,
there,
what the
Peacecraft?
fuck?
Given that when we look at conservatives and liberals score less on big five personality traits, and the things that they
Wait,
don't
hold on. But you
even
said that
score
I
on.
wait, hold on. You said I mentioned something in 10 minutes about liberals scoring higher on empathy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And you might have not known it, but you were probably referencing Haidt in that. You just left out
I
more additional
wasn't.
context.
No.
Are you sure?
You want to link you to the study?
Sure. Mine is from Haidt, Graham, Nozick, and Krebs, 2008, 2009.
Sure.
But regardless of that, given that liberals and progressives do not rate on 4 out of 5 big five personality traits, and the ones that they don't score on are the ones most needed for civic systems, how do you propose that leftists build cohesive social systems?
Okay, so you're telling me that people that have those particular values rate in it. I feel like you're not really setting the scene here. Like, you're saying like, okay, so you have these like prescriptions where like you have to have these traits to be able to be good at like civic values. Like, where are you getting that from?
That is from Haidt, Graham, Nozick, and Krebs, 2008, 2009.
Okay, but what is their why do they think that? I feel like I'm not gonna just accept that. Like, what are they like? Why?
I mean, I'm not going to argue with Jonathan Haidt. He's probably a little bit smarter than me, but these are like fundamental moral axioms that they decided. I mean, the study was nationwide. I think they got over 60,000 recipients.
Okay.
A whole bunch of other stuff. This was largely the foundation of Jonathan Haidt's The Moral Principles of Liberals and Conservatives. It's like there's a TED Talk on it if you'd like to watch.
Okay, so it just seems like you're assuming that I have this knowledge of some very particular thing that you are aware of, that you've like looked into. Can you maybe can you maybe dumb it down a little bit to understand that I can actually answer that question? I just don't understand what you're trying to say.
Yes, I'll help you.
I'm not aware of what you're talking about, so
okay. Hold up your hand and make 5 fingers. Okay. One of those fingers.
That's ableist.
One of those fingers is harm and care. The other finger is fairness and reciprocity. The other is in-group loyalty. The other is authority, respect, and the other is purity and sanctity. Correct. When we talk to progressives, they only have 1.5 fingers up, and that is fairness, reciprocity, and the other smaller finger is harm and care.
This is you, Nina. This is you.
When we look at conservatives, they have all 5 fingers up. They have all 5 fingers up, Nina.
All 5. That's right.
Are we? Was I supposed to be putting a finger down if I like felt that I like incited that? Like, I feel like you're not really giving me the rules of the game here. You're just kind of saying this one thing that you wanted to say.
Nina.
Peacecraft, I think you're gonna have to be way simpler, homie.
Okay, hang on.
I don't understand what the fuck.
Hang on. I don't want to take all day on this call. So Peacecraft, the point he's making, Nina, is he's basically rejecting your claim that left wingers are more empathetic because they're not factoring in these other things.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a rebuttal to that? If not, Peacecraft, move to your next question.
Do you have a rebuttal, Miss Nina?
That was a very obtuse thing. If you want to put that in text, I feel like that would be easier to understand. But I don't think that.
Okay, yeah, Peacecraft, link your study and also get to your next question. We do have to move on.
My second question is, in countering Richie's claim of proposition that only tax beneficial individuals ought be able to vote, why is this antithetical to leftist principles? Both Marx, Lenin, Engels, and Mao describe the lumpen proletariat as generally unemployable people who make no positive contribution to an economy or society. Sometimes described as the bottom layer of a society, it may include criminal and mentally unstable people. Some activists consider them the most radical because they are the most exploited, but they are unorganizable and more likely to act as paid agents than to have any progressive role in class struggle. All of these writers describe in detail how this class of people ought not wield political power, could not be relied on for leftist action, and ought be opposed. The first leftist to make use of the lumpenprole as theory was Marcuse. As a leftist, how would you critique both Marx, Lenin, Engels, and Mao, or would you support the lumpenproletariat's exploitation in the same vein as Marcuse?
Very insanely different type of people. Do you think the same people that like Lenin are this? I mean, like, if you're talking about like fucking tankies, then they just assume all of that's the same thing. That's not at all what we're talking about. Like, that is so insane to me. When they, you're probably correct in the phrasing that they use, but you're phrasing like 4 or 5 different philosophers all in like the same, or politicians all in the same thing, where that they were all fighting different battles here. Of course that they would understand. Like, the big thing about Lenin is that he understood that the proletariat does not have the educational value to be able to understand how much they're getting fucked, basically, for lack of a better, analysis there. But like, that he did not think that they were completely worthless and that shouldn't have value. I'm not enough familiar with Mao's writing directly, but I know that they had a very different philosophy with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with thinking that, yeah, leftists are disenfranchised, or sorry, not leftists. The leftist value of the proletariat being like disenfranchised. These are people who are working 12 hours a day.
Excuse me, miss.
Okay, okay.
Not the proletariat.
Okay, well, you said the proletariat.
No, okay. I said the lumpen proletariat.
Okay, what do you mean by that then?
The lumpen proletariat are the lowest class in society.
Okay, who gives a shit?
Below the proletariat. Okay, below like the Mali and
you're
bourgeoisie.
Just like, what do you want to seem like you're smarter or something? Like you're saying lumpen. It doesn't matter. The point is still the same. Like, it doesn't matter.
Nina, what I'm asking is if you disagree with both Marx, Lenin, Engels, Mao, and it seems you maybe
so all of them had the exact same opinion. They said the exact same words.
All of them wrote. Mao is a little different, like the Chinese Revolution.
Oh, well, then why did you bring that in, huh?
Because he identified his country's version of the lumpenprole.
Oh, so it's your interpretation, huh?
No, it's not my interpretation. That's from Mao's works. I can link you the political theory if you'd like after I get off the call.
No, but your interpretation of that is obviously that you would say, like, do you think that he exactly said that I believe it the same way, that like are you a tanky?
No, the Chinese, I am not a tanky at all. I'm asking you, if you disagree with these leftists, what informs your leftism? Do you have a writer that you look to? Do you have any theory that you point to? Is there somebody that informs your political ideology?
Absolutely. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, wait, is that the question? Because it seemed like that wasn't the original question. But if that is your new question, that's fine. We can get to it. I don't feel like I have this. I mean, the fact that you have the you understand that's like it's like a meme when you have the statue, like the old white statue, that's like a meme, right? Where like you just like you sanctify these old people and you don't think of them as just actual people.
People have to need a bust of Martin Luther King and you would be more acceptable.
No, if you like think that you like, no, that's like a meme on Twitter, like where you like, if you have like the white, but like you understand that's like a meme, where it's just like these people think that there's just like they read a history book and that's exactly what it is, and they don't have any like greater understanding of how we would.
Argument that he knows more about it than you do.
No,
so
you're
he's
misunderstanding. I'm saying that he's just like taking, like he's just reading the book, saying the things, and then not applying it in like practice. Because obviously, any philosopher at the time understands that it's going to change over time, and it just seems like this is like tanky logic, like where like it's not exactly like what it is. So then
Okay, I'm sorry. This is starting to turn.
So
into
it's okay. It's okay. One last question, Miss. In regards to your claims and the progressive aims of women, we actually have data on its impact on women. They are less likely to be married. They are more likely to be divorced. And we won't get into the impact that has on childhood development.
Okay.
Their levels of God damn it.
That's okay.
Both of those items have high corollary in both earnings and lifespan, and has both negative corollary in self-harm and earnings. Uniquely, is what is interesting is that the more political a woman acts, the more depressed she becomes. Although liberals and conservative women were tracked for a decade, the liberal women showed increased rates of depression, and conservative women's health quality outstripped that of liberal men. So it seems we've beaten about half of the patriarchy. If your argument for women's political action is both increased happiness, agency, and general well-being, why does the data show us differently? And why does it appear to increase harm to women the more leftist they are? And to additionally clarify and cut off a deflection, this holds true across race, socioeconomic background, and religiosity. This is from Standard, Pew, and Psych Today.
Do you ever think it's because of people like you?
What did I do, Miss?
Think?
I engaged with you as an equal on the debate stage and respected your
No,
time.
you're not the one. You're not the one debating, dude.
She said think, and that's totally accurate.
No, are you serious? No, are you serious? You don't think that maybe people that you are obviously just being annoying about this, and you just you have an agenda behind it. I know you're pretending that you don't, but you do, because you're obviously doing this for a particular reason, and it's fine. Maybe if you want to actually debate, we can do that. That's fine. We'll set it up. I have no problem doing that. It's just,
Nina.
I'm just saying, do you ever think that maybe, consider this, please engage with me a little bit, okay?
I will.
Do you ever consider the fact that the normative position...
Yeah, to be fair, hang on. Nina, we actually can't do that because he's a caller. We have to move on. He asked a question. How about you give an answer?
He did an entire essay. Okay, what directly was your question again then?
I'll make his question more concise. He's essentially saying... all the progressive values that you believe in, when they were implemented, resulted in bad things for women. How do you
bad things? I thought you were saying mental health.
Yeah, I'm sure you would think that that's bad, right?
I mean, when there was a gigantic boom in the when everyone was the 1950 housewife with basically just taking like meth, I don't think there's really a big difference. I think what is more than anything is that you're having the ignorance is bliss argument, maybe to some extent. I'm not really sure what you're getting at, but there's a huge correlation between depression and people who are don't pursue any sort of career or not career, but any sort of not necessarily that has to be a job, but any sort of artistic or something meaningful besides just rearing children or whatever. Because I assume that's what your argument is, right?
Okay, I'm sorry, Peace Crap. I'm sorry.
I'm going to give Zen. I'm going to apologize. Okay. I called into this call because I enjoy the Crucible debates. Mm-hmm. I wanted to respect your time and not ramble and give you well-written questions because I wanted to allow you to elucidate concepts that I thought Richie was delivering poorly. If I've offended you, I apologize. Have a good night, miss.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the call. Nice talking to you.
Craft. Appreciate that. All right, next caller. The Crucible's very own Andrew BPF.
Hey,
welcome.
What's up?
Welcome. He's on the couch this time.
I feel like it's seeing my dad every time I see BPF.
Look at this. It's maybe the first time that Nina showed up to a debate half sober. So congratulations on that, Nina. That's well done. But I'm not calling in actually to make fun of you. I'm calling in to ask Richie how he enjoyed taking his big fat L on the forehead tonight. Did that feel good? Did it feel good to get your ass handed to you? So I'm gonna give you a great piece of advice, right?
Okay.
This is a great piece of debate advice for the future, which is if you have a positive position and you ain't got stats, right? And you ain't got logic, you better have good fucking rhetoric. Okay, that's how that works. So
The
just saying.
I just briefly I'll respond. My entire intention on the Crucible is to get better rhetoric, because dialectics and statistics don't tend to persuade people. So, yeah, you're probably right about that.
Yeah, big fat F minus for you. Big
Okay.
fat L that you're taking home tonight, and Nina gets to take the W. Hopefully
Aw.
there'll be some redemption with
Thank you,
the
Dad.
fucking calls. I'm so fucking disappointed in you, Richie. So disappointed in you, right? So many Hail Marys in your future. But I also did have a question for Nina. So Peacecraft called in just before I called in, and he gave you these like really well written, very concise questions. And I feel like you're just so fucking stupid you couldn't answer them, and then you tried to play it off like you just didn't really understand or something like this. And I wonder if you could respond to that.
Well, it's more of anything like I don't mind. I think it's a lot easier to write in a question than to necessarily directly respond to it because obviously we're supposed to be doing generally concise because of just the format of doing the questions. Again, I am totally
Also
down to
cheer
have a
Dex
conversation with
300.
him about
Respect you
that.
and Nina.
It's just I don't think like when he's like doing like a multiple paragraphs before he asks the question, I'm kind of gonna zone out a little bit because we're supposed to just be doing questions, right? So I agree with you that I'm not engaging like the way that I should with that, but I just think this is maybe not the format to be doing that in a as a question. Like you're writing an essay and it's like more than
Well, but like your whole thing tonight was like, where's your fucking data? Which I agree. If you had a
well he didn't
positive position, maybe he's bringing some data, but here's Peacecraft. He's like, here's all this data.
yeah, no, if he
And
wants to
you're
have a
like,
debate, I'm down for
well,
it. That's fine. I'm just saying like
I'm gonna cross my eyes and zone the fuck out, and I don't even know what you're talking about, right?
Do you
right.
understand
That's
where I'm
what
coming?
happened.
Do
That's
you
what
understand where I'm
happened. You were
coming
just
from? Do you understand where I'm coming from though? Like this is like the Destiny crowd. They're consistently like source please, and then it just gets bogged down, and it's like not entertaining.
Yeah, maybe
Well,
it's
Well,
source
yeah.
one.
okay, to be charitable to both sides, Peacecraft's questions were pretty long-winded. To be fair, they were hard. They were hard to follow. But then also, to be charitable to Richie, as soon as Peacecraft started providing his data, Nina started shifting the goalposts a little bit. So it's like,
Go figure. Who could have possibly seen
Yeah,
that
Mr.
coming?
No data. Okay, maybe like maybe it would be
no
useful to
charitability from me. No
Peacecraft.
charitability. You both fail. I'm out of here. Goodbye.
all
Maybe
right,
if
thank you for the call.
Peacecraft puts his
Appreciate it.
question at the beginning and then backs it up later, that would be easier to follow. Because I wasn't like unsure about what the fuck he was going with.
And that's probably a fair criticism.
Yeah, I do tend to agree. He can be long-winded, but I get both sides of the point there. Next caller in line, we've got Yukon Cornelius. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello.
Oh wait, hang on. A new Yukon Cornelius. Are you there? Do you speak?
Yukon, hello.
We've got two
Hello,
Yukons in the background.
Oh no.
Are you there? All right,
I
we'll
can
try
hear her.
you again later.
All right.
Next caller is Neurojack. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I thought it was an interesting debate. It was painful, but I actually understand on both sides. Zen, thanks for moderating. So I'll be really quick on my first question. For Richie, well, it's really for both of you guys. So, but I'll say Richie first and then Nina, because I probably have a follow-up for Nina especially, but we'll see how your answers go. But, briefly, what do you think would actually get you the goals of what you see as like a positive movement for, let's just say, America as a society? Like, briefly, you think would get us there?
First and foremost, the adherence to truth. If you are afraid of speaking the truth, which we all are here, by the way, the Crucible crew included, nobody's allowed to say the truth in certain aspects because of TOS. You need to be able to say what is true. And if you think something is true, you need to be able to be corrected by people that think that your ideas are poor or bad. Without that, there is no rectification. There's no reconciling the future. We will simply forego indoor plumbing.
Nice. And Nina, what about you?
How I go about getting like the kind of the world that I want, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a big question, but in general,
I get what you're saying.
Step?
Yeah, I think like again, like progressive values, it is a step, right? It's going to take like a series of time where we're constantly having to fight for like little bits that we are, but I think that we have been doing it like progressive. Like think of the conversation that we're having around like gay people back then. Now we're having the same conversation about like trans people, but we're still at least moving forward, and we're moving society forward, so we're getting somewhere. But I think like advocating for populist values. Sorry.
Where are you moving? Like, where are you going to? What are you going toward?
Well, okay, well, yeah, right. That's a good question. The idea is that it's like I think most people, besides Richie, because he's pro monarchy or whatever, thinks that people
and me. Also,
and I guess you hate people or whatever. Well, you hate your own rights, I guess. Like, the things that I advocate for makes your guys' lives better. The things that you advocate for makes your lives and everyone else's lives worse because you get less rights. Where I think everyone should have the same rights. I think that we should be able to be as stupid as possible. You should be able to have this commentary about how you're pro-monarchy, even though it's the most un-American thing that I could possibly think of. My ideology advocates for you being able to do that, okay? Yours doesn't. Yours wants me to get shot in the back of the head or whatever. But anyways, so what I'm saying, like how I'm trying to get towards like my goals is by populism.
You can't just slip that in there. Like we want to genocide you.
You want a monarchy. You think that they genocide people?
Nina, we've been super polite to you. We've been having.
I am making a hyperbolic joke. What now? Because you got like the
it's not a hyperbolic
cloak.
joke.
He's like
when it's
transformed.
Actually happening in real life.
Against trans people. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
You can't advocate. Oh, against trans people. You mean like the trans person that just shot up 3 Christian children?
Were they doing it for trans ideology?
Probably.
You understand that most school shootings are done by overwhelmingly white men, right?
Okay, and most mass shootings are done by black men. So what?
That's not true at all. No. What do you mean?
That is actually
I literally
true.
just said mass shootings were done from white men. Overwhelmingly, over 50% of them. 98% of them.
You said school
shootings.
Oh,
did I say school shooting? I'm sorry, mass shooting. That was me misspeaking. Fair enough. Fair enough. I misspoke. 98% of mass shootings are done by men, and 52% of them are done by white men. I know you hate stats.
Do you know what
I don't think that we should judge white men because they do
identified by the
shootings.
FBI. Do you know what a mass shooting is?
Yeah, it's usually considered more than like I think 3 victims, I believe.
Correct.
And do you know the stats on that?
The majority of those are black men.
You were just so objectively wrong. I don't even know what to say about that.
And you can look it up. And
I can actually show it to you right now.
Same shit.
Before we get off. Let me get.
Sorry. Yeah. I keep
No, because you guys are actually leading exactly where I wanted to go anyway. So, my follow-up question is, Nina, if I understand correctly, you're basically generally, and I know this is a very simplified version, but essentially you're just, in general, you advocate for altruism, like basically whatever the best outcome is. Like it's like a utilitarian world that you have essentially, right?
A consequentialist utilitarian view, yes.
And here's where I disagree with a lot of right-wing people, because on some metrics you can say that progressivism has improved the life of people overall in the world in certain metrics, right? But I think where the left doesn't understand, and again, I may be projecting, but they don't see that there are some things from religion and from tradition that maybe need to be salvaged as we progress, because we might just fly off a cliff. But in general, you basically say that you want whatever the best outcome is. And my question is, so when you say evil, like you probably see the right wing as evil because you think, okay, well, they are anti-utilitarian. They don't want to raise, they don't see things vaguely as let's raise the standards across all these metrics. But I think what you're missing, and again, I'm not saying this to attack you. I'm just saying, like, don't you see that perhaps some of the criticisms of the left as far as missing, let me put it into standard. Let me use an example. So like you're familiar with the San Francisco area. I've lived there for many years. Wouldn't you say that some of the policies that they do in order to help people who are in a bad position would you agree that a lot of the times that the policies are being recommended by basically fascist corporations to under the guise of, oh, I want to help these poor people who are whatever minority that they claim to want to help, and that the results are bad because the incentives are wrong? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I assume you're saying kind of on the lines of, yeah, like if you're from the San Francisco area, I bet you see that shit all the time because San Francisco, very big tech, a lot of performative, you know, populism or like leftist, like whatever, like we're doing it for the homeless people, but they're like, they don't actually give a fuck, and you know they don't give a fuck, you know, like I agree with you, that's definitely a factor that comes into mind. But I'm saying if we're talking about the entire progressive movement, I don't think any actual progressive like would like advocate for those policies that you're talking about. I think there's a lot of like, the thing about progressivism is it's very inclusive, which means you get a lot of idiots because anything that's inclusive is going to be like that. Like we're not doing and also fun fact, or not fun fact, you probably have seen this, where like a lot of like leftists are like a little gatekeepy on Twitter, you know, they're a bunch of assholes that are annoying, like you're not being a progressive enough by not like socialism is win no house type of thing, you know. And yeah, I agree with you, that is totally a fucked up aspect of the leftist movement, and I'm not going to deny that's a thing, it's fucking annoying. But I definitely don't think that's anywhere near as damaging as not having at least a leftist philosophy, because that's easier to like rein in than just like thinking that monarchy is good.
Well, and just to use a quick second example, like with the trans thing, you know, I don't think it's similar to the abortion thing. You know, in one aspect, people can say, okay, there are reasonable exceptions to the rule that abortion is bad, right? And then same thing with the trans, like, okay, you know, maybe you have gender dysphoria, but I think a lot of people who call themselves liberal also don't think it's a good idea for a 10-year-old to maybe do some irreversible surgery to themselves, right? So, but don't you see it as kind of like we're all kind of being pushed into a dialectic where, oh, you're right and you're left, but then the common sense gets lost. And I think for myself and a lot of others is like, we just see the left wing as like kind of what Richie said is like, when you can't even have a debate about what the truth of the matter is, then of course we're just going to fall back to the right side without analyzing the situation.
Well, the irony, I guess,
100% Neuro.
The irony with that, I guess, is that like, are you talking about an average citizen having the conversation, or are you talking about academics? Because I don't think the average citizen. Sorry, am I getting too into it? But can
I don't want to drag out. I don't want you to ask him questions.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so when we're talking about like the average citizen or whatever, I don't think they necessarily should have a voice at the table when we're talking about like academics and stuff like that. But like, I understand that like, yeah, the thing about leftism that I think is very confusing when we talk about the left and right conversation is that the left is a lot more nuanced than the right. The right is like just, I hate trans people, I hate gay people, like whatever. Like there's not a lot of nuance there, and it's a lot of like religiosity and stuff like that. Like there is nuance here and there, but I'm saying when it comes to the when it comes to
that's a good point. That's fair. That's a good point.
I'm just trying to like speed run the answer.
If you think that that's all, hang on. If you think that that's all right wingers believe about homosexuals,
no, of course not. I don't. That's what I'm saying. There is nuance there, but
not very nuanced.
I'm saying that there. I think it's a lot more complicated on the left,
Nina.
because then you have to actually have fucking studies on the left, and then the academics have to actually have conversations and shit, and then you actually have to look at the fucking data. Where I know you don't fucking do. You just go after your feels, because the fucking left has to go after fucking facts, and like people like you, Richie, just go after your fucking feels. And I'm sorry, that was probably an insufficient answer, but Neuro,
the reason
I'm trying to be concise
right now.
No, because I'm trying to be quick. I'm not upset.
Okay, thank you for the call in, Neuro.
Thank you, Neuro.
I appreciate it, but we have to move on.
I just have one final comment. Richie, my advice would be to try to understand your opponent's frame of mind. And that's not an insult to Nina. And Nina, I would say try to understand that we're trying to look at things from a principled standpoint. And again, I think that we both have a lot to learn. You know, both sides have a lot to learn, but the truth is probably going to lie somewhere in the middle.
As long as you can link your stats.
It's really fair, Neuro. And the next time I debate Nina, I will have my stats available.
Actually, do some research.
Really despise doing that because it's all
because nonsense. Because it doesn't actually like fit
no,
with
because
your
you feed it into your chat, and then there's a hive mind that's arguing.
Have I done that at all? Do you have stats? Do you have stats that I've done that? Wait, is that your chat calling you?
That was actually a good one.
That's my friend Jace.
What is Jason?
Okay, hang on, real quick. I remembered I wanted to ask you this, Nina. It's very quick, I promise.
Okay.
You mentioned that you're against circumcision, and that is a progressive value to be against circumcision, and that Christianity is actually for circumcision. You hold to that?
Well, it's just kind of more of a I don't know where it really comes from. I know it's like mostly like a Jewish thing, but I think that most Jewish people are not like for any either. So I'm not saying directly that it's a Christian thing. It's just going from a Christian school, it was kind of like just the normal. So I don't think it's
what kind of Christian? Was it a Catholic school? What kind?
No, it was like what's like the boring one?
All of them except Orthodoxy.
It was like a not Baptist, not Protestant. It was Protestant.
Sure, that's a very broad umbrella. Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So
I 12 years in a Protestant school and you couldn't remember the denomination?
I mean, Protestant.
I'm 30, dude. It's been a while. What do you want?
Anyway, my question is, I might grant you that there's probably a lot of Protestant believers that believe that circumcision is still a Christian practice or something. But do you know? I don't want to ask basically, what I would argue is that baptism was brought in through the incarnation of Jesus and through the fulfillment of the Old Testament to actually replace the practice of circumcision, and that's why modern day Jews will still practice circumcision. Like religious Jews will still practice circumcision, but Orthodox Christians, we do not believe in that circumcision is some sort of religious practice, and many other denominations don't believe that either. Baptism was the fulfillment of the Old Testament, so we don't actually have to circumcise anymore. It's not necessary. So that was just a comment.
Interesting.
But anyway, next caller we've got here is Rachel Wilson, also known as the Crucible's wife.
What's up, Queen?
Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Hi, Nina.
Or
Hi,
hear
Richie.
you at least.
You can hear me?
I can
Okay,
hear
good.
you.
So a lot of the previous callers kind of stole my thunder and made a lot of the points I was going to make, but I want to reiterate a little bit of what Andrew said, which is that it's fine to rely a bit on rhetoric, but if you're going to take an affirmative position, you should be able to substantiate it with at least some stats, right? That's what I do. I use a lot of stats. It's different than studies. Studies, you can debate the meta and you can debate the methodology and all this other stuff. But if you were to hit her with a stat, like when she was like, privet about the like women working outside the home, you could have, if you had like a basic stat such as that in 1890, only 4 to 5% of women were gainfully employed outside of the house. And in 1920, that number was 9%, right? And then we look at 1940, there's 6% of kids under 6 with working moms, but by 2013, it's 58%. Like that's, I mean, she can send that to her chat all day, but there's not much you can say about that. You can say, look, we took all the moms and we sent them to work. And of course, all women didn't always work, not even the poorest. And what would the reason be? The reason would be they couldn't afford daycare, and daycares didn't really exist, right? In 1920, that was a big part of the reason. So if you had just some basic facts in your back pocket to support your rhetoric, that's what a really good debater does. And then the other thing you can do is put her on the defense. Richie, you were on the defense this whole debate and let Nina put you on defense the whole time, which is really why she won. She didn't have to have anything. She didn't have to have an argument. She didn't have to have any stats or facts of her own. She didn't need good rhetoric because she just constantly questioned yours. And then when you reply with, I don't have to prove it because it's true, or the chat knows what I mean.
I did.
That just makes you look really bad.
I did have a lot of stats to do a lot of research.
Nina, please tell me what the goal of progressive values are. When do we know when we have made all of the progress? When is the progress finished?
That's a fantastic question. I think that progress should never end, and I think people like take that in the wrong way. Where the thing is, I think you could look at it as in like, okay, so there's a lot of regressive people I'm not gonna name names or whatever, but like that are constantly trying to go against that particular whatever. Like, there's always gonna be like people who like hate women, like they hate whatever, they hate groups of people, and progressivism, it just means that it's equality, right? Like equity, equality, whatever. Like as long as there is injustice in the world, well, how do we know when injustice stops? Like that's kind of the question that you're asking.
How do we know?
I don't think that we'll ever know. I think
you're the one advocating for progress, so you have to give us a measurement or a standard.
I don't think I have to give you a measurement.
Progress.
When we reach progress, well, the idea is that if people are okay, so if we're talking about equity, right? Like if everyone has like the same equality outcomes, whatever you want to say, like we're all kind of like everything is fair. There's a lot of people, because of the fact that I want, as a progressive and as every progressive wants, you to have a voice, or whoever. I'm not sorry, I shouldn't have made that so accusatory. But like as somebody, like if somebody wants something that is regressive, they still get to have the voice, right? So the progressivism never stops, because the idea is that I advocate for you guys being able to say whatever the fuck you want in terms of like having a political agenda, even if it's diametrically opposed to mine. The thing is, like, again, like when if my ideology wins,
sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say, see how all I had to do was put her on the defense and force her to explain, and she totally dug herself into a hole in like 10 seconds that you could attack.
I bow to you, Sensei.
Because Nina,
that's all I'm saying. Because like now Richie could just dig right in. He could just go in and be
dig
like,
into me, bitch. Do it, Richie. Come for me.
Nina, I would say if there's no conclusion to the progressive, path, then what's inclusive today is exclusionary tomorrow, and what's equitable today is, discriminatory tomorrow. What's good today is bad tomorrow, because you never get to an end point where you're like, yeah, we've progressed enough, we're here now. You're like, no.
Okay, so if everyone's equal, if there's no racism, there's no sexism.
No.
What do you think is the next step?
You're gonna call something new. No, Nina. The point is, if you don't see any racism, then you're gonna find a new thing to call racist.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, and that's where you self-report about like your conservative values, because I don't feel like that makes any sense in terms of like a progressive value. That's not even like an ideology that we share at all. Like,
no, the point is that that's just an analogy. Like, it doesn't have to be what's not racist today will be racist tomorrow, but it's like there's no end point where there is no more injustice, there is no more racism, because you could keep progressing to find more tomorrow,
which is what we have done.
Okay,
it's
so
intersectionality.
The idea
it makes sure that the progress never ever ends, and that we.
So you think that like we have to include everyone is a bad thing?
Well, you said earlier.
That's not the point.
You said earlier that progressivism is inclusive of everyone, and there's a lot of idiots because of that.
Yeah, of course.
So
it is what it is.
We don't.
So, like, what are we going to do? Make the short people tall and the tall people short? We're going to make everyone attractive so that the ugly people don't feel like they're
No, it means the short, the ugly, they're all included.
I mean, but that's literally impossible. So, like, all I'm saying is you could walk her right off the plank by just putting her on the defensive and making her explain her worldview, because it sounds completely retarded. Okay, I think I'm done here. Thanks, guys.
All right, we love you. Good to see you, Rachel.
I appreciate that.
I don't typically thank people that ream me, but thanks, Rachel.
What the fuck?
She was giving you criticism. I mean, we love Rachel.
What the fuck? No. The fucking broadcast just cut out. I don't know if somebody else did that. I think Rachel
did it. Rachel did it. She's sabotaging. Oh, wait, no.
Fucking Rachel, dude. No, Rachel literally did just do that.
No, are you kidding? Fucking women can't be in charge of anything.
Rachel has terms.
I was going to say, if you want me to record it, I can open OBS, but what would be the point if there's no more callers?
There's one more caller.
I mean, I'm still streaming.
Is he still in here?
I guess, but...
No, there's nothing I can do. The stream is over.
No, I get it. But
classic woman.
I can record OBS caller and then send you the file, is what I'm saying.
Well, fuck. It's not. I don't think that solves the problem. But okay, so
Also cheer
because
Dex
we had
300.
there were super
Shout
chats I
out to
wanted to
Jaja Love.
read.
Hi, you and
And
Nina.
then
Well, we can
did,
go through it. I'll send you the file. I realize like the stream's fucked.
Well, we're not gonna repost it because, well, one, we don't do like all of our uploads are live, so it won't get any views.
Yeah. I know how it works. Yeah.
But
you can
then
throw it
also
on
we were gonna delete it
the-
anyway because there was too much talk about mass shootings, and we have to be like super fucking careful on our channel. So I'm saying like there's no point in.
Can I ask you, since we're not live, what happened?
Yeah. What do you mean?
You see, you got like a strike or something?
Yeah, because there was like an interview like over a year ago that Andrew and some other dude were talking about like election misinformation, or they were talking about like, I don't even think they said anything explicit, but like they were talking about the 2020 election, and like that got flagged and got us a strike. So
Yikes. Like just recently?
It was over a year ago, so we have to be like super mega fucking careful. So that's why we delete like half of our VODs.
Gotcha.
Because, yeah. So
Was she doing Richie a favor?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that was just a woman moment.
I think actually she was 100% right. You kept me on the defensive, and kudos to you.
Thank you.
But
I appreciate your outfit changes. I liked, my favorite one was the cape. I feel like, or with the black one. That was my favorite one.
Yeah, the peacoat.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it.
You look pretty slick.
Well, all right. Well,
do you want to read off? But at least, yeah, I'm still. I mean, like, if you just want to read off like the last ones you have, just for
I
the
guess
sake
I'll
of
just
it.
bring him up. I already got that. This guy was a member, whatever. Neurojack wanted you guys to define evil in the left.
Yeah.
Why don't you do that? I mean, Richie would probably say anything that goes against,
Yeah.
truth and the Christian worldview. What do you think, Nina?
Can I record this? Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead
go
and
for
record
it.
it. Yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm just saying that we're not going to re-upload it. But
No, I get
it.
it.
Yeah. So evil on the left, I don't see the level of evil. Like, it seems like everything that I advocate seems like good things. I mean, that was kind of my entire point at the beginning of like, I want universal health care. I want wage equality. I want labor rights. I want economic justice. I want social justice, so we don't have like a bunch of bigots running around here. I'm opposed to the military industrial complex. I want the abolishment of capital punishment. I don't like the idea of the state executing people. Like, I want reduced political corruption. Like, I don't see what part of that is evil. Like, maybe I'm just not seeing it, but like,
well, I sort of defined it early on, and I said that the road to hell is paved in good intentions, right?
okay, but you're just saying that like good things mean that they could be maybe bad things. That's not really an argument.
No, what I'm saying is it eventually leads to bad things.
How?
And I gave specific examples.
You ever heard of the Crusades?
The war in Afghanistan, for instance. Yes, I have heard of the Crusades, which is a reaction to Islamic Empire invasion. But I mean, if you're trying to make the war that like most wars are, or if you're trying to make the argument that most wars are religious, it's asinine. It's not even
no,
close.
I think that religious wars are just really bad.
I think the Crusades were justified. So
which one?
Oh, I definitely don't. But
yeah,
that was the Catholic thing. So if you want my answer, the Crusades were the Roman Catholic Church basically waging total war on what they claimed to be heretics, which included Protestants, and also Orthodox Christians, Muslims too, where they slaughtered millions and millions of people.
I'm ignorant about the Orthodox bit.
Orthodoxy had no comparable event to the Crusades, nothing even remotely close. There was
no. I didn't know that Orthodox Christians were victims of the.
Oh yeah, the Crusaders went after everybody. They raided and sacked all kinds of nations, including Orthodox and Muslim countries.
I sit corrected.
I'll so that's the beauty of being Orthodox is. I don't have to have an account for I don't have to explain the Crusades because one part of that actually we were victims of it. But yeah. Anyway, so I'll just read through the Nina. Who determined that equity is progress and why is equity morally good?
I think the idea of people having, like fairness, as much as it sounds like rudimentary, I think like fairness, like why is that bad? And it's not necessarily saying like that one person doesn't get like that were again like this is like the difference between I think equity and equality or whatever. It's like it doesn't mean that like you can't have billionaires in even like in a socialist society where like you can have people that like get more cookies or whatever, but like everyone should at least be able to live, and I feel like that's like and have the same opportunity to be like your spawn point matters, you know, as long as it's like playing a video game that's like unequal like spawn points. It's like okay, well it sucks when you're in the unequal one, and I think it should just be like fair in that way. I'm so bad at explaining like this because I think it's the only person that I
You're
think
bad
that
at explaining it because you can't explain
the
it. It's
the fact
morally
that
reprehensible.
Equality is morally reprehensible to you.
No, equality under the law is.
Are you racist? Can I ask you that?
What does that even mean?
What does that even mean? Do you think that black people are lesser than?
Are you going to call me a Nazi next, honey? Come on.
So look,
I might.
Nina,
I mean, I'm asking a question. We're not live. We're live on live streams.
Well, what we believe in good faith is that, like race is largely an arbitrary, socially constructed category. When you're talking
that's very
about
progressive.
Hang on.
I agree with that.
Not in the sense. Hang on. Let me explain. In the sense that there are biological genetic factors to your makeup. You can call that race, and like certain clusters of genes that are closer to other certain clusters of genes, those are racial categories. But when you classify them as like white and black and brown and whatever, like these are just arbitrary like colors that don't give you the full set. Like
right.
a white person.
So you would agree with the fact that there's a lot of like there's depending on where you live, there's a lot of genetic similarities between white and black people that live like in the same area.
I'm saying white and black don't actually tell you anything because a white person from Sicily is far different from
we're agreeing with
from Denmark.
we're agreeing with each other. Like there's like black people like in Africa that have like they're so genetically different than other black people in Africa that there's way more similar to than like I don't know like white people or whatever. Like the genetic diversity is insanely different amongst.
What we do believe though is that unifying around racial boundaries of white, black, whatever, all that does is create targets and create tribal, like arbitrary tribal associations. And oftentimes it just ends up being like in America, like because the whites are the majority, they get targeted by all the others. And
that's the conversation we're talking about. Whites. That's where we have the conversation starts around whites, like white people, because whiteness is not.
Are you a white person, Nina?
I don't know. I'm half Japanese, am I?
Right. Yeah. So you get that cop out. I don't think I get a cop out.
Okay. Well, the idea is like whiteness. Whiteness as a concept it's just like a position of power that's generally been held like colonizer type people or whatever. Like okay. So like it's always been exclusionatory. It's always been. No, I'm not white. According to a white nationalist, I'm not white.
Are the Chinese, for instance, who are currently
according to a white nationalist? No.
I'm not a white nationalist, and keep that shit out your mouth when you're referencing my name. But
I'm not saying you.
If the Chinese, for instance, are involved in neocolonialism right now in Africa, where they're sending Chinese people to build infrastructure and extract resources out of Africa, that's currently happening today. Are they colonialists? Are they racist? Are they bad people?
Do you equate colonialists and racists in the same thing and bad people?
You just hate white people.
Based off of what?
Based off of your
nebulous
progressive. Yeah, probably. Based off of your nebulous progressive ideas. Based off of your nebulous progressive ideas. Basically, everything comes back to whites are bad.
Straw man.
You don't even know. You don't even know how to do. Well, no, I mean literally everything. Like everything we talked about this evening, it all comes back to.
I actually disagree, Richie, because the white nationalists are also progressives, and it's
fair.
Yeah, no, seriously,
very much not.
Yeah, you're right.
A more proper way to say it is everything in progressive ideology either comes back to whites are bad or whites are good, but both are equally retarded. Honestly,
no. The progressive ideology is whites be the mid.
Well, Nina, I just don't hate people based on their skin color.
Oh, and you think I do?
Yeah.
You think I hate myself?
I think
literally, I think if we could like use like the if we took a screenshot right now and took like the Photoshop thing, like where it like gives you like the color.
I just took a screenshot
of the skin tone.
Hang on,
Yeah.
hang on. This guy's still in the background. He wanted to ask his question. Go ahead, Yukon.
Hey,
Yukon, hello.
Yeah.
Yukon, I am recording, but this is not live, so.
Well, it's live somewhere on my channel.
Yeah, I realized that. I was just.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good to hear from you. I am all right.
Great, thanks, man.
So, I was just, I was wondering if I could ask Nina a few questions. The first of all,
wait. Can you ask Richie a question so he doesn't feel left out? Just really quick.
Yeah, Richie. How do you make your beard look so luscious and good?
It does look great.
Well, it's because I'm supreme, because I'm white, apparently.
You said it.
All right, Nina, your turn now.
Okay.
Nina, I didn't watch a lot of the debate tonight, so I don't know if you guys touched on any of this, but Nina, do you believe in objective truth?
What do you mean by that? I feel like usually when people start saying that, it's getting a little dicey, but I'll let you elaborate.
It's getting a little meta, but that's what I kind of intended. It's a
Maybe.
little tangential because you cited scientific articles, and I was wondering if you believe in objective truth, meaning that 2 + 2 has always equaled 4 and will always equal 4. Do you believe that?
Sure.
You do?
If we're just talking about math, yeah, sure.
So, well, I'm just talking about objective truth in general because that's just
well, you understand objective truth has to do with the context that it's in. Obviously, we're talking about math, so yeah.
Well, do you believe that 2 + 2 = 4 in every single context?
What does that even mean?
So, do you believe that there's any truth that is any truth statement or any standard of truth that is always true in all contexts, all places, all times, and will never not be that?
So we're getting like really metaphysical with it.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
so, well, I think that our interpretation of things like that, like if we're getting really like weird about it.
Interrupt you just because I want to ask.
Sure, clarify. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Objective truth is important because the scientific method relies on induction, which does rely on knowledge of objective truth and reliance on that objective truth. So you are in your paradigm, if you're going to cite scientific articles, that means that you believe in the scientific method, which inherently makes you believe in induction, which leads to scientific objective truth. Does that make sense?
I feel like I'm not following your logic of like, okay, so I guess maybe a question that I should ask you is like, what is your grievance as to why I'm saying that? Obviously, I give a shit about like facts.
Well, your
grievance seems like are you opposing like my viewpoint? I don't understand where you're at here.
Well, that's what I'm asking to clarify is, do you believe in objective truth? Because induction does require objective truth, a belief in objective truth, and the scientific method requires induction. Therefore, you would have to believe in objective truth in order to hold the scientific method accountable and true.
Okay, so then I have to ask you again, as the person asking the question, because that's obviously what we have to do in this situation.
Sure.
I want to know your context. Do you believe in inductive truth or whatever you're trying to say?
Of course, I'm an Orthodox Christian like Zen Shapiro, and I think he could articulate our position on that viewpoint better than I could, because I'm only an inquirer.
Well, so can I ask you, like, since you're, as you said, religious, like, how do you square away the things that you're taught to believe in the Bible?
Because we have a church that is indwelled by the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so there's no actual reason.
Don't go on the defensive. I just learned this lesson.
Hang on. So Nina, basically, it's what I explained earlier that if
I went to a Christian school, dude.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But the only
not Orthodox Christian.
It's my belief that the only way to have objective truth is to reach that through Jesus Christ.
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense.
Neither are you an atheist?
Okay. Well, you don't think it makes sense because you don't understand our belief is that truth is a who, not a what. It's ultimately a personal concept, a personal.
Jesus Christ.
Nina, it's a personal.
Wait, can I? We have three religious people here, right? Do you all think you have the same point of view, even though you're all religiously
Wait,
Christian?
Nina, let Zen finish because I think he's going to answer your question.
Sorry, did I cut you off?
Well, I think that anybody who submits to the Orthodox Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, which I think UConn is, okay. UConn is an inquirer, so he's reaching that. He's on his path. I think Richie's somewhere closely adjacent. Then yes, we do all believe in the same exact thing. But
I feel like Richie's an anarchist.
What I said was that the only way to ascertain. Hang on.
I'm so sorry.
No derailing. No derailing.
Yeah,
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop. So the only way to ascertain objective, absolute, unchanging truth is through some religious path that leads you to a starting point of absolute metaphysical truth.
Why?
And without that, I don't know that you can have objective, unchanging truth. But that's what UConn is asking you: is do you believe in some sort of unchanging, absolute truth?
Well, Nina, do
if
you
we're
mind
basing that off of science, then sure. But I don't think like there's no
science
rhyme
is
or
just a
reason.
descriptor of the world.
So
science presupposes.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna play your game a little bit here. Do you think that like if God is this like insanely like powerful being, like do you think that we would even have the capability to understand?
We cannot understand
not in
the
the
essence
fullest,
of God.
no.
We can only understand the energies of
Okay,
God.
so
That's
then why
what
would
sets
you not
orthodoxy
why would you
apart
not
from all
use
other Christian
science? If you just said that's actually perfect. You said the
Science
energies of God.
presupposes induction, which presupposes
No. You said the energies of God. What is stopping you from thinking that maybe the reason that we have science is to understand God?
We
do
do have
believe
science to understand
Literally,
God.
nothing is saying that we don't believe that. In fact,
in fact we do.
But
believe that.
you
We're saying that's
hate
the only
science,
justification to
so
believe science is true. That's the only objective reason to believe science is true.
Okay.
Everything else is arbitrary, which is what your worldview holds.
so then you should
Well,
agree with my
precisely,
studies, my scientific studies that I have. That
Nina, for instance. So if are there things that science can't answer?
Yes.
not, I mean, yes, of course, but like not yet.
So there are mysteries of the universe.
Right.
Right. So the only rational position to take as far as a theistic position is concerned is agnosticism, which is to say, I don't know. Because both sides, both the most virulent and viral atheists and the most, Bible bashing Christians rely on faith. Do you understand that?
Absolutely. I went to a Christian school for a very long time, and then I'm agnostic, and I turned to atheist.
Okay, but Nina, I gotta squash this. Nina,
Yeah,
I know you went to a Christian school, but motherfucker, you guys aren't learning shit about Christianity.
Well, maybe then the Christians shouldn't be teaching shit. They're not good at it then.
Yeah, I know.
Or they're
I
Churchians.
Did you guys go to Christian schools?
I did not. I went to a public school.
Maybe if you think I'm an idiot, maybe the Christian school fucking failed me. So maybe your Christian theology is not a fucking good idea.
No, Nina, I will actually agree. I would agree that your school probably did not do a very good job of informing you as to what the truth is.
Yeah, because we had a 45-minute Bible class.
Nina, I don't think you realize that the Orthodox look at Protestant churches as atheism factories. That's a true term that we use in Zen Shapiro, and I'm assuming Richie has heard of that as well. Well,
yeah, I grew up an atheist.
Because
so.
yeah, I grew up going.
What
to
happened
church
to
on
you?
Easter and Christmas, and
I was
God happened to him.
Yes.
I was revealed the truth, and I accepted it finally in my heart.
If you don't mind, if I can kind of get it a little bit back on track to where I was going with my reasoning. So Nina, my next question to you would be that do you believe that all worldviews hold dogmas? And what I mean by that is that there's core beliefs you have to believe in order to call yourself a certain we'll say philosophical school. So I'm a Christian. I believe Christ is reborn and he forgave me for all my sins, and I can gain eternal life by professing his name. Do you believe that all worldviews have a set of rules you have to follow? Otherwise, you're not a part of that school of philosophy.
That is, what do you mean by world? Like, you mean religious or do you mean political?
So
like, what do you mean?
I'm assuming you believe in evolution.
Okay.
I'm assuming
that's not a dogma, though. That kind of seems like that's more of a school of thought that would go around with some other.
If you don't believe in evolution, then
Are you asking
what?
like religious versus anti-religious like dogmas? Is that kind of what you're getting
I'm
at?
asking you. So you believe that Christians have dogmas they have to hold to?
You're the one that
correct?
said it.
Otherwise,
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you if that's correct. I'm not making an assertion. It was a question.
Sure.
No. I want you do Christians hold to specific dogmas? Otherwise, they're not Christian. If
I don't
believe
know. I'm
Christ
not a
was-
Christian.
Is me saying Christ is God an inherent dogma in me being a Christian?
Well, from my
yes or no?
understanding of Christianity, as long as you just like do like the I believe Jesus is Lord. That's all I need,
No.
and then you're fine. Like
This is the problem with how you were brought up, Nina. We don't believe that that's how you.
no,
become a Christian.
no, it's because that's
Nina,
actually what
I'm
your teaching
asking
is.
you- I'm
No,
asking
it's
you-
not. No, I promise you that
Go ahead,
somebody
Sam.
cannot come into our church, just say that, and then be declared a Christian.
No, the
That's why
entire
UConn
point of
here
Christianity is that you have to
Did you hear when
do.
UConn? Hang on. Did you hear when UConn said he's just an inquirer? It's because you don't get to just walk in and be like, "Hello, everyone, I'm a Christian now." It's not how that works.
No, literally, the entire doctrine is that like you're like okay, just
Nina,
ask
I
for
don't
your
speak
Jesus
on
to
behalf
forgive
of
your
the doctrine.
sins. That's the entire point of the. Are you like Old Testament or what are we talking about?
no.
In the entire New Testament, the entire point of it is that I asked Jesus to forgive my sins and then we're fine.
Okay, Nina,
No.
how do you know
Sorry.
what the New Testament is about without the church interpreting it for you?
How do you know what the New Testament is about without
the
the church
church
interpreting
interprets
it
it
for
for me.
you? Because the church interprets. Wait,
Well, she's not going to understand that.
wait. Did you
concept.
just like
The
say
point
the
is,
exact same thing?
No, Nina, they don't. Like some people believe, and it's just like you can just read the Bible for
Nina-
yourself. We believe.
Wait, are you
that
disregarding him?
Dex 300.
No,
Fight
Nina,
at
he's
me.
not disregarding me. He's agreeing with me, and he's saying that you are too. Your head is basically.
Well, I have more experience with the church than you do. So what does that say about you?
You've
Oh,
never
really?
have you ever
What
been to an
church-
Orthodox church?
You didn't
What-
even remember.
Hang on, Zen.
I don't
Hang
know
on,
what
hang on.
orthodox. Nobody knows what
Hang on.
orthodox means, dude. What the
Then
fuck
you
are you
don't know what
talking
the
about? I went to a
Nina,
fucking
Nina,
Presbyterian or whatever.
You saying no one knows what Orthodox means?
I went
shows
to a
your
Lutheran
ignorance.
church.
Nina, be quiet for a second. There's over like Zen. Do you know how many Orthodox there are in the world?
250 million.
Okay, yeah, no one knows
Different
about orthodoxy. You're
orthodoxies?
fucking retarded.
Or
That's
people.
insane.
No. Eastern Orthodox. There's 250 million.
People
Russian
or
Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox. We're
Okay.
all the same
That's
church.
all. That's all Orthodox.
I don't care.
Well,
Okay.
okay. It's just refuting your claim that nobody knows what it is. That's all.
You don't know
Oh, this is the
anything.
thing,
So
but
it kind of seems like your philosophy seems a little
Nina,
fucked. Where mine's pretty
Nina-
consistent
Dex
across the
300.
the world.
Nina,
Okay,
never
you
be
can say that,
quiet.
but that's extremely arbitrary and a non sequitur. You coming to a
Oh my
debate
God.
and saying you don't give a fuck about the other person's worldview just shows that you're bad faith and that no one should listen to you. And I'm glad this
Nice
isn't on
meme.
live. I'm glad that this is.
Yeah, because
this
you
isn't
look
a
fucking
meme.
stupid.
I look.
No,
Yeah, I look
you don't.
stupid. Yeah, I look extremely stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, but how many
Okay,
I look
shirts?
stupid.
How many shirts have you changed?
How many shirts have
You're
I
not even
changed?
on cam, bro.
I changed your mom's shirts once, but that's only because I took it off and I nutted.
Oh, we
all
love
over it,
that
so
for
that's all.
her.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm leaving.
Derailing.
I'm leaving.
All right,
Have a good
thanks,
night,
bro.
guys. God
All
bless.
right. See ya.
Later. God bless.
Yeah. No. I mean, Nina, that's the point. I guess I would just end it on this: is that your interpretation of what a Christian is very popular and common among the Western, paradigm, but true Christianity, as it was established by Jesus in.
It sounds like you're
in the
kind
time
of
that he
moving
was
the
alive.
goalposts. So the Jews.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not, because this is what I believe is the true faith. It's not just like, well, I profess in my heart that Jesus is
Zen, can
Lord
I
and he'll
ask
forgive my
you,
sins and I'm saved.
Are you a Zionist?
Oh,
It's
a
got
Zion?
the
Hell no.
Z. I just don't know. Because
No.
I know Ben Shapiro
Fuck no.
is.
No, I'm not a fucking Zion. Are
Oh,
you
okay.
kidding me?
I don't know.
Are
We
you
should
fucking
talk.
kidding?
Zen, we need to set up something. I'm really curious.
Asking a Russian Orthodox Christian.
Are
whether
you
or not
kidding me?
he's a
Most
Zionist
like
is
Christians are
pretty funny.
insanely Zionists. You know that, right?
Does UConn want to? No, evangelical Protestants are. What's up,
Yeah,
UConn?
hell
You
yeah,
got-
evangelical Protestants are. Oh god, he's gonna show his dick.
Yeah. No, we're not fucking. Oh, I don't know if he wanted to apologize or something. He said sorry. You there, UConn?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I just wanted to Nina, I'm sorry for that remark. That was out of pocket.
What'd you say?
When he said the mom.
When
thing,
I
the
said
mom-
I unworded on your mom's shirt, that was probably not cool.
I
That was
appreciate
probably-
the apology.
But I did. I wanted to hop back on, and I wanted to say thank you to Zen especially and the Crucible as a whole, just because you've shown me that the Orthodox faith does stand up to the real world, like people's with Nina's position, and it doesn't falter. And I want to appreciate you guys. And Nina, I hope you repent and turn to Christ, and that would be an amazing day. And I'm praying for you, Nina. God bless you.
Okay, I did it, so I'm absolved of sin.
Hey, God bless you, Con.
Nina,
contrition. That's it's hard to do.
I appreciate it, Richie. Nina, that's not how it works. If you would listen to the words coming
That's how
out of Zen's
evangelicals. That's how evangelicals think that it works.
Yeah, but that's not.
Are we
Okay,
evangelical?
I don't care. Well, then take it
Nina.
up. Take it up with evangelicals. It's not my problem. Okay.
Yeah. But no, dude, you're the one who's saying that. Okay, let me be clear.
You're describing problems with
and
evangelicalism
Protestants
to Orthodox.
Hey, Nina, listen. Evangelicals and Protestants have their heads up their fucking ass, and they're wrong. Okay, that's not what Christianity is.
Get those holy
you don't
wars
get to
back.
Just profess it and be like, "I'm a Christian now." No, not how it works. We are an exclusive church. Exclusive. Nina. Yes, exclusionary, meaning there are requirements to get in and to remain in. And if you don't meet those, you are not part of the club. You're not a Christian. Okay, there are requirements.
Do you think there's pick-me Christians?
What's that?
Do you know what a pick-me is?
Yeah,
yes, it's where they pick their beliefs.
No, like, do you know what a pick?
That's somebody who's just trying to say the thing that will get them fucking picked by the
small.
Yeah, it's like pick me. Like, do you think there's pick-me Christians?
Yeah. I do think that there are many. Yeah, not many in Orthodoxy, but I think there are many Protestant pick-me's. Yeah, for sure.
Nina, do you mind if I ask you a quick question? What is the goal? And I don't expect you to answer this.
Wait, hold on. I really need to pee. I'm sorry, but I will absolutely answer that, Rap.
All right, hey, you guys have fun. The stream's over, so I'm gonna go.
Have a good night, guys.
This will stay up. If you leave, I can't bring you back on though. So you gotta stay on.
You know what,
I'm out. Thanks a ton, then.
Oh, you're leaving?
See you guys.
Richie, are you leaving or staying?
I'll stay as long as you're here, dude.
Okay. I just want to ask Nina a question, and I get I think it would be useful to ask you this question first. What do you think the point of Christianity, Orthodox Christianity in specific, is to commune with God, or do you hold some other conception of that journey? What's the end goal of our journey?
I'm not Orthodox. Although that's fine. Although
if you don't mind me asking, what denomination are you?
This is probably something you hear frequently. Raised Catholic, turned to hedonism, and have come back around.
Cool. What? So are you just kind of Church of Christ, kind of sola scriptura?
No, I don't believe that. What I read in the I do believe in
I'm sorry, I didn't watch a stream if you went over this, so I'm
no, I haven't. It's not. I tend to try not to get into.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Religious. No, it's fine. I don't mind explaining it.
Oh, did Zen die?
I'm just ignorant. Zen is out, so if you leave, you will also be out. He can't re-add you.
Fair enough.
I don't know. After the Council of Nicaea, I don't really know what happened. I know that something very evil happened with Vatican II, but I can't precisely pinpoint the actual tradition of the church. That's basically my position. I think that Christians find each other. There's a soul about us.
Do you go to church?
Sort of.
Oh,
yeah, me too. I need to be better. I empathize with that, brother.
There's not a lot of good churches here.
Okay.
I was looking for a traditional Latin mass. There's nothing. I'm in a very desolate place. Pretty much all the churches here are evangelical and or like what do they call it?
Watered down.
People are like, yeah, not even just watered down, but like totally absurd, like Pentecostals.
Okay. Yeah. My friend, he was a Ukrainian Pentecostal, and I went to his church, and they were singing the high praises and speaking in tongues, and it just totally flew over my head. It was crazy.
Wild, dude. Wild.
Nina, what is your so what did you gain out of Christianity versus why do you think being an atheist is more beneficial than being a Christian? This is a subjective question. It's not an argument. I'm just
a lot of trauma. I think a lot of like
wait,
things that you don't
explain
realize
what's
about this is that they don't think of like within the Christian doctrine, they don't like there's a very obvious reason if you think a little bit why sexual
well,
assault
first of
and
all, there's
sexual
no
abuse is
Christian
very
doctrine.
common in Christian religious doctrine. You should know this
Well,
because you've read the books. Do you ever heard that phrase about Lot giving his daughters to
okay.
get raped instead of like
Do
the
you
angels?
do you think Albert Einstein
No, can you answer
contributed
my
to
question?
Yes, I do know that story.
Okay, so what do you thoughts?
I have no thoughts. It's the revelation of God, and it's not.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
women are
my.
just like it's just cool to do that.
Well, can I finish?
Why didn't he go out to get raped?
It's not. It's not my position to judge God's
Okay, so
righteousness.
you're being a coward
Wait,
then.
what? How am I being a coward?
Because
I'm
you don't want to confront
Is a slave
maybe the
being
fact
is
the
a slave
belief system that
is
you
a
have
slave
is like
is a
pro
slave
rape.
is a slave being a coward when he's obeying his
Oh,
master?
speaking of slaves, yes, the Bible is pro-slave. So, I
Listen,
guess that's
can you
also
answer my
something that you
question?
love.
Can you answer my question? Is
What's
a
the question?
slave being a coward when he's obeying his master?
So so your entire
Is a
logical
slave
system is
being
that you're
is a
afraid of you're just terrified of retribution?
I'm a slave to my God.
Oh my
Same.
God, that is a horrible way of saying or living.
Well,
You're just terrified.
well,
So you
is it better
you
than
love you have
is it better
Stockholm
than being
you
a
have
is it better
Stockholm
is it better
syndrome
than
with
being a
God.
slave?
You have
Nina,
Is
Stockholm
it better
syndrome
than
with God.
Nina, is it
Stop.
better than being
Nina,
a
stop
slave?
filibustering.
Is it
No.
better than being a slave? Is it better than being a slave to your hedonic desires?
Yukon, you
I don't know if
literally
you
just
believe
said
in
that
those.
you are terrified. You feel like you're a slave to your God.
Why would I not fear God if I don't come in communion with God? I
So,
will
because
be
you're a
sent
fucking
away from
pussy?
him
I don't
forever.
know.
Because I'm a okay.
What is he doing for you? What has he done for you lately?
Well, first of all, he keeps my heart beating. Second of all,
Such
he
a
keeps my
I
nose
don't
breathing.
believe in God.
Yukon,
I don't
you're
believe in
such
God.
a pussy that if your conviction is great enough, you will
I
be
don't believe
fed
in
to
God.
lions by the Romans.
What
Wow.
are you afraid of?
What a pussy you are.
If my conviction is great enough, I hope to be a martyr for my God Christ, Nina. Do you have any Nina, can I ask you a question?
No,
and
because
you
I'm not a
won't
simp for
filibuster?
some random
Nina,
bullshit that doesn't
Nina,
exist.
Nina. If can I ask you a question you won't filibuster and answer just autistically?
Do you understand what a filibuster is?
I do understand what a filibuster is. It's you talking over me and you talking for 20 minutes, disregarding the topic and dodging around it. Can I
No,
ask
when
you a
I'm
question?
explaining what I'm saying, it's not
Nina, you're not
filibustering.
explaining anything.
As long as
It's
you
word
acknowledge
salad.
me just explaining what I'm saying is not
Go
a
ahead.
filibustering, then I will answer whatever question you want.
Okay, it's not a filibustering. Will you answer my question?
Go for it, homie.
All right, Nina. Oh, I did forget my question.
Did
I'm
you call
sorry.
him honey?
I
I
am
appreciate
sorry.
you calling
I am
him
sorry.
honey the same way you called me honey.
I said homie because I grew up in the Southeast
Honey.
with black friends.
Damn.
So what'd you
What's up,
call
Rich?
me honey? I didn't like that you called me that, by the way.
I called you honey. I called him homie.
No, I understand that. I'm saying that I didn't like that you called me honey.
It's a polite thing. I live in the Midwest.
Okay, well, I don't like it. I don't
Fair
find
enough.
it polite.
Didn't mean anything.
Will you
aside
respect my
from
opinion of
some-
not saying that?
I will attempt not to call you
Oh.
honey anymore.
Okay.
Oh,
We
Nina,
love that for
I
you. That's
remember.
very
I
progressive.
remember what I was going to ask. I was going to go back to a question I already asked you, and I was going to ask you where do you derive? This was at probably a half hour ago at this point.
Sure.
Right when I entered the conversation.
Mhm.
How do you justify the scientific method if not for it's grounded in God? Where do you justify
How is it
that?
grounded in God?
The problem that you're
Go
going to
ahead.
have is
Whoa,
basically
whoa,
the problem you're going to
whoa.
have. Here's how it's grounded in God. The problem that you're going to have is basically universal truth.
Are you just gonna keep
Is-
saying the same words?
No,
No.
I'll explain it.
Okay,
It's
please
objective
do.
truth, universal truth. It's objective truth, universal truth, right? So like 7. This is
It's
a
like
Jay
I
Dyer
asked
example.
before. Does 2 + 2 = 4 every time? Nina?
Right.
It's like
right.
I asked before.
Right. So that exists in
Well,
reality.
according to the Bible,
Wait,
it'd
wait.
probably be like crucifixion or something.
So 7 coconuts, right? That's not the same thing
Coconut
as the
Island?
number 7. 7 coconuts is not the same thing as the number 7. This is a Jay Dyer argument for metaphysics.
So you're just like doing like rhetorical metaphysics here.
No. What I'm saying is that 7 the concept, the number,
Like The
exists it exists outside of a physical reality, right?
Yes, that's how language works.
Right. That's metaphysics, right?
Sure.
And so when you parse this, logic itself exists, right? It wasn't until I think ancient Greece that they finally discovered these things, right? But logic is a thing, right? So the whole like x plus y equals.
Wait, I
what I'm
want
talking about?
her to affirm that logic is an objective truth. Will you affirm that, Nina?
Well, I feel like he needed to explain exactly what he was. You kind of cut him off there.
Well, does logic exist, right? Like just
Not
the
in
same
your
way as
guys'
2 plus
minds, no.
In our minds it does exist, and in your mind,
Yeah, but okay,
also
okay.
does exist.
But when every single argument that you fucks have is
Can I give
because
you an
God,
example?
then
Can I give you an example, Nina?
it doesn't for you, and I don't know why you think that it does. It's kind of cute, like that. I don't know if that's very comforting. Can I ask you guys, why are you so comforted by or is it a comforting thing where you just like you don't have to actually think about things farther than
Nina,
it's because God.
We're not comforted by a religion. We believe that it's intellectually
Oh,
true.
okay. Well, okay, then fine. I'm not. Then maybe I misspoke when I said comforted. Why do you have the ideology that is so much backed up by some fucking lies that you were told? Why do you like that?
Well, first off, we don't think that they're lies.
Okay, but you think they make any sense? Can you please give me a biblical example of anything that makes any sense?
I'll give you an example.
So you're pro-rape also, right?
I'll give you an example of.
I'll give you one after him as well. So.
Okay,
I'll give you an example
we love that.
On both ends of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
We believe that God is the creator of the universe. He is timeless. He has always existed. That is the genesis of our understanding of how this world works.
And there's no evidence of that?
Fine. There is evidence, but there's no proof.
There
I'll
is
give you
none
that.
you'll
Those are like the same thing.
There's no proof. No. And I'll give you a counter example. You probably wore. I'll be careful here. You probably wore a face covering during the floof, and you did it because your religion has.
Are we talking about masks?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course it did.
You did it because your religion is science. You still have a religion. You don't realize it, but you still have a religion.
No, I've actually said stuff about that before.
The new priest class wears lab coats, and you will follow whatever they say, even without actually.
Okay, wait. So you think because you believe something that doesn't make any sense scientifically, that even if my religion is, I'll concede. What I guess my religion now as an atheist is that I believe in science, right?
Well,
so
Nina,
what is that? Hey.
Sorry, go ahead.
What is the problem with that, and why do you not think that makes more sense than your fantasy religion? Like, I love Game of Thrones too, but I don't think that dragons exist in the same way. You know, like
I can give you a real brief rebuff for that.
Go
the
ahead.
reason is that do you think that powerful institutions, people that make a lot of money, for instance, do you think that they're easily bribed?
That is so vague. You need to be way more specific.
Okay, I don't know.
If they already are making a lot of money, I don't really
let's say in the financial institution in 2008, I'll be very hyper specific. If there were these collateralized debt obligations that were being sold to people so people could buy houses en masse, and it created this giant bubble of housing prices, should we believe those people?
What does that have to do with science here?
If Nina knows what CDOs are, pigs are gonna fly out of my ass tomorrow.
You're talking about financial things, but I'm talking about science.
Okay, so I'll break it down even further. There were people that were involved in the financial institution, and there were people that were rating your. So you know how you have a credit score, right?
Okay, but I don't subscribe to financial institutions. I'm talking about science and data, which I know you were allergic to. I don't know if that's why you're itching your neck right there, but like
I'm trying to. Well, I'm itching my neck because I just cut my hair. But
it looks nice.
Thank you. But what I'm trying to get at is that people are in positions of power when they're trying to. There's a huge amount of risk on the line, or a huge amount of wealth on the line. People will lie to the point where there are people that analyze the risk of a debt, right? So they will package all these debt products together, and then they will say this is an A plus, meaning that they're likely going to pay it back, or it's a B or a C.
Well, you're talking about like just human assessments, like that like when we're talking about like financial things, like a fucking cat is better at being able to tell you which stocks are good than a human being. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about hard science.
No, Nina. What I'm saying is that this is a provable fact, is that these people that we're supposed to trust, the experts, so to speak, they
financial
all
experts are most. Yeah, you're right.
Nina, watch The Big Short. Watch The Big Short.
Yeah,
Nina.
no, those are financial. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about science.
Okay. Yes.
Do you think that finance? Wait, do you think that religion? Wait, hold on. Do you think that religion has a you're comparing my trusting in science, right, to like a godly figure, correct?
It's a dogma.
Well, no. What I'm getting at is
wait, but are you doing that or not?
What I'm getting at is what I'm asking you to be super concise.
Sure.
Do you think that people that have a large motivation of financial gain are susceptible to being bribed?
That is so ironically in favor of my argument against religion that I don't know if you don't see what I'm saying.
I can actually.
Do you ever think
find common ground with you there. However, it's interesting that you skipped over science.
You're the one skipping over science, but you understand how much you are self-reporting your own argument.
Nina, that's a red herring. You can't say that.
No, it's not a red herring. That has happened time after time in this current world we live in. And we're talking about religion. You know what indulgences are?
Yes, we do, and that's not.
Do you? What is an indulgence?
I don't defend that.
What is an indulgence?
When people pay to get their family out of purgatory, do you think I'm autistic? What are you talking about? Of course I know what it is.
Okay, and you think that wasn't a corruption of the religious institution?
It's really funny it's really funny that you skipped over.
Yukon, I feel like you shouldn't have said that because I honestly think Richie wouldn't have known that.
And then, okay, and then blamed me. You're trying to gaslight me basically by saying that I skipped over science. Okay. Okay, so we start with the premise that yes, people in positions of power that get a lot of money are susceptible to bribery, and you agreed. So can we move to science? Do you think that institution itself, science TM, right? Big pharma, climate change science, basically anything that gets huge amounts of funding. Most of that comes from the government. Do you believe that those people are also susceptible to corruption?
What do you mean people? You're saying institutions. Are you talking about people or institutions? You got to be very distinctive what you're saying here.
People.
You think people that are within these industries are? Yukon, I don't think you're really doing them any favors by trying to like help them out here. But like you think that like what people are. I mean, people are people. Like I don't know if like you think that like because one person is weak means that everyone is. But like I will go ahead with what you're saying. I'll play down the narrative or whatever you're trying to do.
You'll concede that it's probably true, right? It's probably true.
I would not say probably. No, but I think anyone in that position probably has no like because there's a lot of like other aspects that you can go down to if you want to be disingenuous or whatever. But if you're working in those industries,
I'm not being disingenuous. I'm a very honest person.
No, not you. I'm saying the workers. Like, name the workers again that you're talking about that you think are getting bribed.
They're not workers. They're executives.
Sure. Like
if for instance, there's a ton of money coming in from an anonymous client, right? And they say, hey, we'd like to study whether or not, I don't know, CFCs in the atmosphere actually cause this erosion in the ozone layer. And the people that objectively look at it end up not getting any money. But the people that look at it with a slant, as in an irreproducible scientific study, end up getting a ton of money. You understand that would incentivize other people to continue doing those studies in the name of
Richie,
science.
you know what's funny about you saying that is that's actually a really common right-wing tactic of like saying like, oh, if you drink like 2 glasses of wine a day, it actually improves your health. There's actually a whole like meme about it.
Well, that's horseshit, but whatever. Like,
no, that is true. Richie, this is what I'm saying. I think you're actually kind of a victim of like, you're like, can we talk about your personally, like, why are you Christian again?
no.
You said it was just like, it was a newer thing for you?
I became a hedonist.
What does that mean?
I wasn't a hedonist. I was an agnostic that basically pursued bodily pleasure.
What does that mean?
And
you don't have to say anything too much, but I'm just curious.
I don't know what else to say. Like, is
you're not describing anything. Hedonism is considered like eating. Like, is it like eating? Is
you know
it
how
fucking?
When you want to
is
get
it
high,
like...
and you know how when you want to get high and you just smoke weed, or you just want to fuck your friends that are good looking, but you don't want to actually have a relationship with them.
Yeah, sure.
Or you want to masturbate to pornography or whatever. Like, that's what I was doing.
Used to be cool.
It's
what was the turn? What was the turn that made you not want to do that anymore?
It was the lowest point I had ever been in my life.
Why was it low? Like, were you like doing other things that was like ruining your, like, was it ruining your relationships? Was it like hurting your job? Like, what was the issue, if you don't mind saying?
No, my job not so much. My relationships a little bit, but really the worst pain was internal. It was a realization that if I fast forward 50 years, this is how pathetic my life would end up. And it was a sharp turn against that.
We say pathetic. What do you mean by
that? Just living in self-pleasure. Just whatever. Yeah, okay, I can make enough money to afford everything that I want. And
were you happy doing that though?
Have a great hedonistic lifestyle of having sex with tons of women. But not actually starting a family, not doing things the right way.
Well, I don't know if Richie can relate to this, but it's kind of that we, as Orthodox, we believe that there's an innate urge and hunger to believe in God. And if you don't believe in God and you hold hedonism as your values, you will have a God-shaped hole in your heart. And I think...
Okay, but what does that mean, though?
Well, if I'm understanding Richie correctly, you can't fill that hole with any hedonistic pleasures. That has to be filled with something holy. And if it's not filled with something holy, you're going to keep spiraling.
Apparently, it's not filled with information, though. So, what like?
You don't think holy things are information?
Literally, by definition, I find that very funny. Anyways,
What? Wait, hang on. Can you extrapolate on that, please?
I was making a joke like about the fact that it says holy is like it's a whole. Anyways, trying to talk to Richie Yukon, okay? I want to know, like, so do you feel like you're? Oh, okay. Thank you for hanging out. It was nice talking to you. But like, Richie, do you feel like you now feel better? Like, when did this turn happen? Like, what time frame are we talking about?
Probably when my father got diagnosed with a glioblastoma, a fatal brain tumor. That's when it really kind of hit me and how selfish I had been living. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thanks. I find much more reward in and I'm not perfect, by the way. I still
of course nobody is.
Up. But I find much more internal reward and reviving of my internal spirit when I try and live for other people.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Live for other people? Are you living for your
Have
father?
you ever done something selfless?
Absolutely, all the time.
It makes you feel good, right?
Yeah, of course it does. Do you think it's a bad thing that it makes you feel good, or what is your opinion on that?
Oh, right. Like, yeah, I guess you could make the paradoxical argument that if your intention is just to feel good, so when you're going out and helping other people,
you're just doing it for
intention
selfish
is to feel
reasons.
good.
Yeah.
Right. I get it, but there are many paradoxes in life, and it really doesn't matter.
Well, you understand that that's not a bad thing. It should be like a I mean, you're doing a good thing for somebody else, which makes you feel good, and it's just a double whammy, right? You know, it should be good.
Yeah, it is a paradox, but it's also
well, it's not a paradox. It's not a paradox.
It's the preferred way of living. It makes me feel good internally. I think that there is a Holy Spirit. There is a
Wait, hold
something
on. I think we need to like stay on that. Do you think that like because it makes you feel good that it's a bad thing because you like maybe we're living a hedonistic life that you maybe have this idea that anything that is good in your opinion is. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if I explained that correctly.
Yeah, I get it. Which is why I think it's a paradox. Yes.
So you think that you shouldn't enjoy doing anything that's good?
No, I think that once you define actually what good is, and you pursue it, and you're successful in pursuing it, and I fail all the time, but the reward you get internally for actually doing something good, as in the way that I perceive it, it's a good thing. The shame you feel fucking a stranger and just like waking up and the whole concept of the walk of shame. Yeah, it feels good in the moment.
Can I ask you, do you feel like you had that shame, or was it because you had the other context that made you feel shameful? Like, if there was no judgment around, I'm assuming you had a lot of, like, again, I went to Christian school, so, like, I understand, like, there was a lot of shame, just, like, in general, like, basically your entire existence as a woman, especially, was, like, just shame constantly. But, like, I'm not trying to, like, say that directly for any religious thing, but I'm saying, like, for you in your life, did you feel like maybe the shame, was it internal, or do you think it was maybe because of the people around you?
Both. The people around me are
of course
very good people, very, very good people, and trying to live up to their standards is very tough, particularly when the bar is set very high. My brother, for instance, has a beautiful family, and he is doing very well for himself and doing all of the right things. And yeah, it's sort of a comparison or a reflection of myself at the time made me decide that I need to be more like him. And I think that the only way that other people can inspire other people to be
Wait, did
more
he
like
talk
God,
to you? Did he talk like down to you, or?
No. It was simply me perceiving his life and comparing it to my own.
Okay. But you probably understand that like there's a lot of things you probably don't see, right?
Oh, like he's like a sinner, of course.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Well, I'm just like,
don't you have anybody in your life? Don't you have anybody in your life that
but
you
like
look at and you're like, wow, I could fucking do better?
Yeah. No, I definitely do.
Right.
Like,
So
I mean, that's inspiring.
I've been super personal with you. What are your failures?
I feel like I actually think I feel like I resonated with you when you said that when you wanted to go on the Crucible, like the reason why is you want to get better at like communicating and you want to get better at I don't remember the exact phrasing. Do you remember the exact phrasing you said?
No, not the exact.
Okay, so basically I feel the exact same way. Like I want to get better at being able to say these things, like, or like communicating my viewpoint and all of that. Like, I actually really resonated with what you said, and I thought it was actually really cool that, like, because I'm not. Oh, I think you said something about specifically rhetorically, and I'm not like personally like great at it either. And I think that's kind of like I feel like we're kind of sparring in like a good way, where it's like, as much as I don't like your ideology, I think that we're sparring in the way that like. We're not necessarily that good, but I think we'll get better at it as like I'm challenging you in the way and then you're challenging me in way or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. But like I think like I really resonated with that, and I think like I do look up to people who are like I have my ideology like kind of I feel very secure in it, and I want to be able to say like to communicate that better, and I assume that's kind of as much as I don't agree with yours. I think that it is important to be able to get those skills, we'll say, get our skill level up. So I definitely resonate with that. So I do, as much as everyone like hates Destiny or whatever, like I don't necessarily love Destiny as a person, but I think he's very good at doing debates and communicating or whatever. Honestly, I don't want to trigger you too much, but I love Vosh. Vosh is a great debater. I don't know if you're familiar.
I know of Vosh, yes.
You will not agree with his philosophy by any means, but I think if you actually want to learn better debate skills, Bosch is a very good like rhetorical person. He's like the.
Nina, can I stop you real quick? Because I
Oh,
asked
go
you,
ahead.
because you got super personal with me, and I asked you if you had anybody that you looked up to that.
Wait, that's
better in
kind
your
of what
life.
I was saying when it comes to rhetorically. But are you saying it from
Oh,
like a philosophy? Give me more of a context.
No, I
I
just
thought
mean,
I was
well,
answering your
well,
question and I misunderstood.
You're fine. So I was fucking up being a hedonist, and I looked at my brother after my father got sick.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you look up to? What are your failures? Why are you trying to get better? How are you trying to get better?
I do have content creators, like I'm saying, like Bosch, whatever. That's like kind of like a boring, or not boring, but like a more shallow, I guess we would say, example of it. But the reason why I'm 30, you know, we're like generally close in age. I am thinking about having like a kid. I'm in a relationship currently, obviously, and it's just like I know I'm not good at communicating. Like I have a lot of, and I think like to be able to have children, and it's maybe kind of the same thing that you're talking about, where like your brother has like kids and shit. I don't know if he's older, younger. I don't know, but like older. Okay, but like I feel like it's really important that you like you're saying like hedonist thing like I like to drink whatever. Like there's a lot of like selfishness to like all of that, and like you have to realize, or it seems like you do realize that you have to like better yourself in a lot of ways that you're like, God damn it, this is so annoying. But you need to make sure that you're getting better at it to be able to like raise children that have like and like be reasonable, like where you're not getting mad at them because they're being annoying, like knowing yourself, knowing how to communicate, like all of these things. I think is really important to even like consider that aspect of your life. And maybe it is where you find that inspiring, where the idea of like being able to I don't know how old they are or how old their kids are or whatever, but I think like being able to like raise children is hard, you know. So why I want to be better at like doing things like this and communicating. So it's not necessarily a person, to answer your question. I'm sorry, I'm being very long-winded, but it's not necessarily a person that I find like inspirational or like whatever. I guess if I were gonna say it's like again like a media person, it's like Ethan Klein, because he's also like a media personality, but he's a great family person. Where I think it's like really important to be strong and not get like insecure, have your own security like for your kids, you know? Like I mean that's kind of like, as much as you think progressives probably hate family values, I think that we love family values. I think having like especially like men who are like really like hyper like into their like family and like I think that is the most like based ass like strong like alpha dude thing, is be like I love my kids, I care. And it kind of seems like what I don't know your brother, but like it seems like maybe that's like the mentality that you're getting, where it's just like I just like love my family, I want to make sure that they're going to prosper or whatever. I think I might be going on too long. I'm sorry, I'll let you go.
No, I let it go on because it's beautiful and it's natural. Women want children. Women want a family. And
Well, why are you saying women? Wait, are you saying that you don't want like I don't like the women want children?
I fine. The desire is more prevalent in women. There's something called baby rabies, right?
Not true.
But I also want a family. The thing is that I don't have a genetic clock. I may not make it. I'm not saying that I'm going to be like some super successful, you know, sexual market strategy. I mean, I'm 34. I make decent money, but I'm not like super rich. I'm tall. I got a lot of things going for me, but basically my market is single moms. That's not desirable to me. So I don't know. I may not end up with a family, but what I'm kind of getting at is women really have this strong desire, particularly when they get around your age, and it's because you have a limited time span.
That's not why, but wait, how are you not putting two together
I think
here?
it's a biological
But you're
clock.
34 and you want to
exists.
have kids, and I'm 30 and I want to have kids. We just are maybe just individuals who both want to have children. I don't see the
Well, certainly.
the fact, but you're proving my point though.
No. What I'm saying is there's a biological difference. I can still make
Do you know
babies when I'm
that?
70. Yeah. Well,
do you know that you're not infertile?
I probably won't live to 70.
No, but
yes, I do know
you
that I'm not I do know that I'm not infertile. Yes.
Okay. Wait. How do you?
You go to a doctor to find these things out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But women have this this thing that happens to them. It's just a biological reality. I'm not trying to.
No, I don't think it's a biological real because I'm 30. I didn't actually think about wanting to have kids until I was 30. That doesn't make any sense with your biological reality.
Have you ever heard of the concept of baby rabies?
No, that's the most psychotic thing I've ever heard. This is the phrase.
It's a real thing. You just Google
so what?
It.
Somebody bites somebody and they just want to have kids? What do you mean?
It's not 100%, but typically what happens when women get to the end of their reproductive cycle, or
I'm
close
30, bro. I'm not at the end of that.
Nina, at 30, 90% of your eggs are gone.
Who cares?
That's what I'm saying. You
see,
need to reproduce
okay,
quickly.
Richie, apparently everyone's been giving you advice on this. You don't want to make that argument unless you're willing to make the argument that 16-year-olds should be having kids. Matt Walsh.
No, I think the age of consent at 18 is appropriate.
Okay, but you understand that the eggs thing, because you start having eggs, you start having your period, which basically you start getting around 12.
Well, okay, so put it this way: in Georgia, there's a you want to drag it into the age of consent.
That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you an advice. Don't think about. I'm willing to argue it out, but go ahead. But
well, so in Georgia, you can get married at 14 so long as the parents consent, and the other
because
I don't really like
Richie,
that.
you understand that those people are not getting married. Like the people who advocate for those laws, like when they're getting married at 14, they're not getting married to other 14-year-olds. You understand that, right?
Yes, they are. They would have to be within 2 years. That's how the law works.
Okay, how often does that happen then?
It doesn't happen very frequently.
So I was looking it up earlier.
It's the state of Georgia. I don't know. That's where I went to high school. There you go.
Oh, you went to high school. That makes a lot of sense. But then, what is your opinion on the fact that not to derail too much, but
Are you getting any super chats, Nina?
I'm not on YouTube. I'm not on YouTube, so no.
Are you getting any subs on Twitch?
A few. I don't know. They're coming. They're having a fun time talking.
I'm certain your chat hates me, but I'm happy to.
Yeah, of course. They hate me too. I don't feel left out. They absolutely hate me. I mean, that's the fun part of my chat. We get to argue. You don't stream, right? Or you do, or?
No.
Yeah, if you did stream, you'd probably have your chat would probably fucking hate you. But you don't find it fun arguing with people? Because I find this fun.
Yeah, that's why I'm still here.
Yeah, exactly. So my chat hates me probably more than they hate you. Don't get me wrong.
You said you're in a relationship. You should get pregnant immediately.
So my chat will stop arguing with me?
No, just so you'll have a baby and you'll find out what's important in life.
I think that's kind of a coat post from you. That
it's condescending for sure because I don't have my own children. But
yeah, do you really think that women want children. Okay, no, but that's a coat post thinking that do you think that if you have a child, you said you were a degenerate, right? Back in the day, maybe you do have a child out there. Do you feel like that would add value if you found out you had some bastard child or whatever?
I would do everything I could to make that child's life better if I found
Okay, but do you think that it would give your life meaning?
It's not the case. Even as a degenerate, I'm still careful.
Okay, but my point
would it give it meaning?
Yeah, because it kind of seems like that's what you're saying. That's kind of the crux of all humanity is that you just have to have a kid or whatever.
Well, be fruitful and multiply, right? That's the idea. The future.
Sure.
So we're debating all of these politics, right? Mm-hmm. Well, what's the best way to win politically? Well, to show up. And how do you show up? By having
are you part of that quiverful doctrine?
I don't know what that is.
That's exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
They're supposed to have as many kids as possible because it's helping the voter base of whatever. Is that not what you're
sort of.
saying?
Well, sort of, right? So like I live in a community where people treat each other respectfully. People smile at each other and they say hi.
Gross.
If the community, yeah, right, being a passionate human being is cringe and gay, I get it.
That is
But
pretty gay, and we love
but
that.
if the community over is the opposite of that, and everybody is just sort of atomized, they don't really have a sense of community, and they sort of move in and shift the culture the other direction, I would be opposed to that. So, but the good news is for us, at least generally speaking, Christians, is that Christians tend to have more children, and atheists tend not to reproduce. So the future will belong to people that show up.
Yeah, historically, that's been accurate.
Right.
I'm saying sarcastically.
Well, you can say it's
Well, you don't even go to church. What do you mean? What has church done for you? Honestly, what is church doing for you? You don't even go to church. I understand church is like a sense of community, and like, but you don't even fucking do that. Like, you haven't found your trad wife, bro.
Well, I go to a prayer group.
What have they done for you lately?
It's informal. What have they done? I don't think
bagels.
I don't think that you quite understand the spiritual resuscitation that is possible through praying to God and talking to like-minded people in a very spiritual context. These things weigh heavily on my mind, politics and otherwise, and I find some level of purpose in this world.
Again, you don't have to answer this question at all. But are you looking to date?
Yeah, there's a hot young woman. Well, hot young. She's probably older than I am. There is a good-looking woman that is consistently giving me eyes at the gas station next to my house, and she manages the place, and she has kids. And I could easily talk to her. This is a temptation. I could easily talk to her, ask her for her number.
Okay, well, you don't have a relationship with her. She's just some random woman. I'm asking, are you looking to date, though?
Yeah, but it's like, it's difficult because I don't want to raise someone else's children.
Okay, well, this is some one random person. It doesn't have to be that person.
Well, at 34, that basically puts me in the position of, okay, so then I have to find somebody drastically younger.
I mean, not that severely dressed.
I live in a pretty rural area.
I mean, like, I'm not that, like, significantly younger than you. Like, what do you think? I can't have kids at 30? We have IVF and shit like that. Like, it's fine.
You
like,
can have
it sounds
kids
really
at
weird.
30. I'm saying your time is running out.
So was yours, I guess, by your ideology.
Well, yes, it is. I understand. Like, we're in the same boat. I'm not trying to, like,
yeah, so I'm saying, like, I just think, like, you're saying significantly younger. Like, what, you're like 4 years older than me? And I'm not trying to relate it directly to me. I'm just saying, like,
I see. Like, yeah, if I found a woman that was 30 and was down, I'd
a woman your age, 34, could 100% have kids.
100%? No. 100% is...
Okay, so then I have to ask you, is the only reason you want to be in a relationship to have kids?
Well, what's the purpose? Because otherwise sex is otherwise sex is basically masturbation.
No, I'm talking about relationship.
Body. Yes, that's
so you think marriage only exists?
No, there are people that are infertile. There are exceptions. I understand, and I may be one of those exceptions. But my goal right now is to find a wife.
Okay, so wait. So the goal is the wife, not the kids.
A wife to have kids.
What about a wife and adoption?
But if that's impossible, then yeah, I would look into adoption.
Okay, so then. Why are you concerned about the age then? You can adopt people at any age.
Because my main priority is having my own children. I would like to pass my own genetics on to the next generation.
What about a surrogate? You still like have like a relationship with somebody you love, obviously.
If I don't know, I find it problematic because the genetics, like imagine if, I don't know, I'm not terribly smart, but imagine I had a super dumb kid.
Okay.
It would be really hard for me to communicate with a super dumb kid and like see that as my progeny. You know, Do you know what I mean?
That's kind of
like, it's the same.
Go ahead.
It's the same reason I wouldn't date a dumb woman. Like, yeah, I get it. Like, there's that whole concept of like the airhead bimbo thing, and I
Wait,
understand.
when do kids become smart though? How do you know a kid's dumb? Like you're an uncle, right? Like, you're an uncle, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you think your brother's kids are dumb as shit, or what? What ages are we talking about?
They're very smart. They range from a year and a half to 14 years old.
A year and a half is a smart kid.
Mm-hmm.
How?
The one above him, who is
no, I'm asking about the year and a half.
5 years. It's a kinetic intuition. The way he moves around the house, the way he figures things out. It's he's a bright kid. Both his parents are smart. And,
are you afraid that you're just not gonna live up to the expectation of like does your family like shit on you because you don't have a family the same, like, because like I'm not gonna say directly, or I guess I personally don't, because my sister is like married to her job. She's never gonna get married, doesn't matter. She's like curing cancer or whatever. But like my boyfriend's family, like he was like accident or whatever, like his like brother is like 10 years older than him. I don't know, like if that's kind of what the age gap we're talking about. Where like his brother's children are like getting married and he's not married because they're so much older. I'm not saying that that's the aspect of what you're going through, but like, is there any like relationship where you're thinking like maybe your family thinks less of you because you're not married or whatever, because your brother is older? I don't know how much older he is, obviously, but
no, when my father died, my brother basically became the patriarch of the family.
Gotcha.
And he's done a great job. He encourages me to find a woman, to do the right thing, to be fruitful and multiply.
Is he like the religious one? Is he like the reason why?
No, in fact, I think I was the one that brought him back to Christianity.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. He made a bunch of dumb hedonistic decisions just like I did. He had a...
Does he still do it or no?
No, he's a very godly person. By their fruits ye shall know them, right? You know what that means? Like, even if you don't believe in Christ, it's pretty sound wisdom.
It's kind of a cop out. It's like if I do good things, you'll know that I did good things, but if I didn't do it, don't acknowledge it.
No, what I'm saying is that the fruits, as in the product of your labor, what you have actually contributed to. Well, I don't know what it is for you. I just mean, generally speaking, what you can provide. So for me,
well, it seems like it means something to you. So yeah, that's what I'm asking. What it means to you.
So yeah, so for me, I do my best to bear fruits that are good. That is, to try and help people that are in my immediate circle. To try and do selfless acts, to be patient in times where people are really annoying, to be calm, to help other people through their struggles. I don't understand how anybody could think that any of those are bad things.
Then I feel like I have to go like all the way back where like those are all progressive values. Have you ever considered just that you might be progressive? Because there's actually like a subsection of progression. You know, there's a subsection of progressive Christianity, right?
Yes, in fact, the etymology of progressivism came from Christianity in the 1600s. I did a bunch of research before this debate, but the problem that you run into is, again, it's this whole concept of the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And so long as the intention is like consistently repeated in your brain, you're like, you just ignore all the bad stuff.
But I think that the problem that you have is that you can't say what the bad things are.
What do you mean? I said several of them. The
consequences
of the war.
We didn't talk about no. But
cutting off 5-year-olds' penises.
Progressive Christianity, as you're saying, like that's not something we talked about. So I don't know what you're talking about when you're saying that that Nina, it's going to be bad.
Nina, what is progressive?
Progressive, I think it's just things like, for example, advocating for more equity, for more understanding, like for like not having to have like rigid
equity itself is
roles.
horrible.
You think people being equal is a bad thing?
No, there is a distinction between equity.
Do you think
and
that like somebody in
equality.
a wheelchair should be able to do the same job as somebody, assuming it's like an office job or whatever, like you're not like lifting things, but or like even if they are lifting things, actually doesn't really matter. Like if somebody has the tools to be able to do the same job but they are disabled, that's a bad thing?
Why would I think it's a bad thing if they are the best person for the job?
We're not talking about the best person. We're talking about like we're not
Oh, so
living
it's
in
not the best person.
Well, how do you determine what the best person is? The point is doing a job.
By productivity. I don't know. Are they good at their job?
You know that people are insanely more productive. Okay, so I saw like your debate the other day, and you're really pissed off about the fact that not pissed off. Sorry, I'm being hyperbolic. About the idea that people who don't pay more taxes or are not a what was the wording you had, like tax benefit,
net tax contributors.
Net tax contributors. Like shouldn't have the right to vote.
Right.
It's
sort of just a general working theory.
Right.
But I think it's.
Do you think it's a very Christian principle though?
Yes. In fact, you can't beat me over the head with
well, Jesus was saying like
Christian ethics when you're not a Christian.
I went to a Christian school. I probably have more experience than you do.
Okay. I doubt it, but okay. You didn't even know the denomination of the Christian school you went to.
Okay, because it's a really long time ago. What does it matter?
If it was that much of an impact, I figured.
Well, I think if the Christianity doctrine is ubiquitous enough to have like, which I guess you are disagreeing with, kind of makes it seem really stupid, doesn't it?
Well, there's a lot of things that are sort of meme Christianity, or they call it churchianity. Vox Day coined this term, churchianity, and effectively what it means is like, okay, so I'll give you, for instance, one that you can probably agree on. Spare the rod, spoil the child, right? You've heard that before?
The words, yes.
Right.
Or like if you don't beat the shit out of them, it's like a whatever.
Right. But the rod has nothing to do with beating the shit out of your children. The rod is
that sounds like a kink.
It is a metaphor for being a shepherd. That is to say, if you do not direct your children correctly, you will spoil them. It has nothing to do with beating the shit out of your children. Similarly, when people say turn the other cheek, what does that mean? What does that mean in your head?
Getting taken advantage of.
Right, but it's not. It's not like, yes, accept all of the abuse from your abusers. It's simply showing disregard or a total malcontention for the authority figures. Show them that you don't give a shit about what they say because you believe in God. It has nothing to do with laying down and being sacrificed. What's the quote? If you have a coin purse, buy a sword. If you only have a cloak but not a sword, sell your cloak to buy a sword.
I was at the Ren Fair. I should have known that.
This concept of sort of laissez-faire Christianity is a new concept. It is
it's a very old concept.
It's a progressive idea, and it is untrue.
What progress? Wait, what? Sure, it's untrue.
New Christianity. The few examples
he says Christianity is untrue. He said it. Richie said it in his original shirt. Can you explain to me why you keep changing outfits? What's the meme?
I just made it. I made the meme.
Oh, it's funny. I like it. So again, like what was honestly the thing? I'm telling you, I feel like you had to come to like you're like you ever watch Righteous Gemstones?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you should watch it. It's really funny. If you're like lived in the church, you'll find it really funny. It's obviously making fun of it. Like, you're not like a mega church person, right? Because it seems like you're very much adamantly against that.
Yeah, I abhor evangelicism.
Yeah, so you'll get a kick out of it, even though it's like generally anti-religious, but it's not like it's more making fun of like mega churches, because I think like in Texas it's disgusting. Like mega churches are absolutely disgusting because it just seems like so like antithetical to any sort of like religious like teaching. Like have you ever dabbled in other religions?
Like, have I studied them?
No, yeah, sure.
Yeah, quite a few. I was once invited to a Mormon church. There was a woman that was in my store that was very.
Was she hot?
No, she was super old actually, but she was very intelligent, and I ended up having a 4-hour long conversation with her, and she eventually ended up inviting me to her Mormon church, and
You
it was
went?
an interesting experience. I went
How
out of
was it?
respect. It was really interesting. The first hour was like a mixed service, so men and women, and then it was like a bunch of people sort of proselytizing, talking about their sins and
Wait, like people, like
how
random
it
people
tied to-
standing up?
Yeah, they would go to the front of the church and they would talk in front of the pew. It was interesting and communal. And then they separated after the first hour, so all the children went with the women, and then all the men were left in a room, and they just talked about manly stuff as it pertains to their faith. And at the end of that, I was introduced
Whoa, why are you skipping ahead? What did they talk about?
to.
I've never been to any of that. I'm curious.
Yeah, it was just a communal thing. Like, I don't know, a bit like I spilled my heart out here. People were just talking about things that were going on in their life, how it pertained to God, how.
Oh, so it was kind of like a round table, kind of.
Yeah, we were all well. So it was all pews, right? And then
Sure.
people just kind of like sat comfortably so everybody could hear.
But
and see
but
each
the
other.
idea wasn't like, okay, so like I'm used to going to like it's like a sermon, and then like there's not a lot of interaction. But you're saying what the thing that happened was that you're mostly interacting as like kind of like a therapy session in a way.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. In fact,
Okay.
that's funny. That's funny that you said that. There's a very famous guy on Twitter named Owen Cyclops, and he had a famous tweet that went viral that said he went to go talk to his therapist, and he says, "Hey, this is basically secular confession, right?" And his therapist said, "Yeah."
Sure. I think they actually
So,
do legally
you can
have the
mock it.
same. No, I'm not mocking
You
it at
can
all. I think
mock
that's
it.
great. That's fantastic. That's what I'm saying. You think leftists are evil. I 100% think that like any sort of like help like that is like really necessary, and I think that's like great. Where I think that the right wingers are the people that do mock that type of stuff, and maybe like if it's in like the form of the church, they don't, but they will mock therapy if it's not in the form of like secular therapy. The thing is like gross or whatever. Where I think it is,
Well-
I think that you can. You're saying that it was kind of nice, right? Or you were not into it. I don't
Well,
know.
it was. The problem is that Mormons are fucking crazy.
True.
I see them as a cult, and in fact, I think that there was an attempt at indoctrination in that.
Wait, but you don't.
I was introduced to a bunch of really young, hot women, basically with the promise
They do
that if I
that. They
converted-
do.
Yeah. If I
Were
would
you
have
considering
converted,
it?
well, I mean, one of my heads was right.
Okay.
but no, I had a rejection of I try and reject hedonism, although I am flawed.
Well, I guess the Mormon. You ever heard about the Mormon underwear?
Yes, I've heard about the magic underwear. They also believe. Did you ever watch do you watch sci-fi at all?
Here and there.
Gosh, I can't remember the name of the show, but it came out pretty recently in the last few years, and they're like escaping Earth, and there's like Mars is colonized. It was a high production show. Shit, I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
But anyway, there's like this Stargate or whatever that they're trying to
Is it just called
get to.
Stargate?
No, Stargate was good, but it's like
They were both boomers,
it's
I
like
guess,
this-
at this point.
I guess, right? Fuck, I can't remember.
It's fine.
Something. I keep wanting to say Elysium, but it's not Elysium. Anyway, but one of the ships is run by a bunch of Mormons in the future, and the ship is like this interstellar giant.
Is it Battlestar Galactica?
No, it's freaking.
God, Razor would be so stoked if that's what you're talking about.
Come on, you got a bunch of
the
lefties
Expanse.
in
The
your chat.
Expanse.
The Expanse. Yes, precisely.
The lefties figured it out. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, lefties. Thank you, lefties. But one of the ships is like this. Yeah, it was great. And so one of the ships is like this giant starship that's created by the Mormons, and they are all trying to get to another planet. That's not fictional. They literally believe that their souls
they're crazy.
Leave the Earth and go to other planets. It's wild. So no, as hot as those young women were, I was not willing to abide by a lie.
Interesting. Anyways, it's been a pleasure talking to you, but I think I need to get to bed. It's getting midnight here, but it was actually like, it was fun doing the debate. I do think that I was gonna call her a horse as a joke, but I feel like that's not gonna fly. But the wife of the Crucible, I don't know if she was undermining you or trying to add to. I don't know what level we're at, but it was actually very.
No, she corrected me, and she's right. I could have done a lot better.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. But it was a pleasure talking to you, and I hope to talk to you again in the future. I don't know how to leave this now that I don't have a host here. I guess we'll just.
Hey, you too, Nina. I know how to leave it. Truly, thank you for showing up. It's very rare.
No, I love having religious conversations. So honestly, if you're ever wanting to talk again, like in like a very good faith way, like just philosophically, like I love talking about stuff like this. So I'm definitely down to do that. And it was very nice talking to you.
All right, Nina, take care.
All right, you too. Have a good one.
Bye.
Well, that was nice at the end there. That was actually really nice. End it off there. But yeah, I hope we did pretty well there. I feel like he didn't really come that prepared to it, which was silly because I was obviously not necessarily scared. I was worried that he was going to be uncharitable, which he was a little bit, but that's fine. I think he seems like a nice person. Yeah, like literally, I've never heard somebody tell me that I won a debate, and I guess that's what happened. But you know, I did better than I went. Well, thank you. But I think he seems like a generally nice person. I think he's just a little lost in the sauce. I have hope for them. If they want to have a philosophical conversation, I am totally down. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and send you guys over to Cheetah. Give me a name. But it's also, oh god, I can't get over if the point of her, like, she accidentally ended it. Also, shout out to Zen Shapiro. We love that he did the hosting. I feel bad that I needed a piece and we didn't give like a great or whatever. But shout out to Zen Shapiro, and again, the other guy doesn't really have any socials. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and send you guys over to. We're actually gonna be on like we're gonna doing 2 shows tomorrow, so we're actually gonna be start really early. We're gonna start right after I get off of work at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and then we're gonna do a show. The Prime K's is gonna be on said show that I'm doing at 5, and then we're gonna roll into Prime K's show at I guess like 7 or 8. I don't know. I guess it was 5 like at 7. So we have a busy ass schedule tomorrow. So we'll definitely have a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, and I'm very excited to. Oh god damn it! It never works when I do it on this one. Razor is giving me a fan that is just probably just completely destroying my audio. Let's raid. Yeah, we're gonna send you guys over there, but we'll see you tomorrow earlier at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you all for being here. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I appreciate all you guys in the chat. You gave me some good talking points too. And it was a lot of fun. I'm really glad to have you guys here, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, and keep being progressive.